All right, listen. My first idiom that I have of the day. Okay. All right. It's going to do with animals. To do with animals. To do with animals. Okay. All right. So if you're ready, you're ready. All right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let me put the music on the low thing quickly. All right. Cool. So let me see if I can, let me get a little sound effect. Hold on. So I can get a little sound effect. There we go. We got a little sound effect. Love it. All right, cool. Referee whistle. Beautiful. Let's get the show going. All right, cool. So the first one. Listen, all you got to do is get the answer right. It's an animal, and it's an animal idiom. I want you to name what the animal actually is. All you need to do is name what the actual animal is. Okay? So here is the idiom. Okay? All right. Boom. What is the animal that is missing from this idiom? What is the animal that is missing from this idiom? It is a what in a china shop. It is a what in a china shop. It is a what in a china shop. Give me the idiom. What in a china shop? What in a... Oh! I got Mr. Don't Play as number 1 on the list. Mr. Don't Play, you got the answer correctly. Our brother got it right. Yes, Mr. Play, I appreciate you. Listen, if you're willing and you're ready to, okay, if you're willing and you're ready to, we need you to be able to come up here, Captain, okay? All right, so Mr. Play, I'm going to send you a link so you can come up to the, to the channel and give us... You get a chance to win $100 for yourself. Mr. Don't Play, the link is in the chat. Come up here. We're going to put you on the panel and we're going to have a little bit of a quiz with you to see if you can win that $100. In the meantime, whilst he's coming up, I have another idiom that we can do. So in the meantime, that you guys can also, I can get a little bit of a queue of 2 or 3 people at least coming up. Okay, my next idiom. It sounds like idiom, but anyway. My next idiom, okay. I need you to mention what animal is missing in this particular idiom, okay? You ready? 3, 2, 1. This is the idiom. Oh, no, that's not the idiom. My bad. Sorry, guys, my bad. I don't know why I did that, because I changed it. I done changed it, and it still said that, which is so weird. Why did it do that? Because that's not what I put there. That's weird. There we go. Name the animal. Name the animal. Name the animal. Name the animal. What is the animal missing? Don't look a what? A gift what in the mouth. Don't look a gift what in the mouth. Don't lift a gift what in the mouth. The first person was Crystal Lau. Yes, Crystal Lau was the first person. He got it right. Crystal Lau, we appreciate you guys, Captain. Well done. You got the answer right. I'm going to send you a link too. You can use a link to come up here, and we'll have you up on the channel as well. Christo. Remember, when you come up here, you're going to need the camera on though, because we can't have cheaters up in this thing. Okay. Can't have cheaters up in this thing. Okay, all right. We can't have cheaters up in this thing. Okay, all right. Miles got Mr. Play and Christo coming through. We'll do another one again. As well, so we can also get a third person at least up on this chat as well. Okay, so all right, the third one we got going on. Okay. Christo said he's nervous. He passed it on. Okay, someone else have to go. All right. Who was the person after Christo on the list? Who was after Christo? It was Taylor was the next one. So Taylor, you're going to take Christo's place. Taylor, you can use a link to come up and we'll have you on the chat. Okay. So Mr. Play. Okay, so I can get Taylor to come up. So Taylor, you can come up. We'll have you up here. Okay. All right. If we can have you up here, Taylor, because Christo has passed it on, and you were the next one after. And then Mr. Play, he gave up his position too. So Mr. Play, the next person after him was actually Taylor again. So can't be Taylor. It will be TT. TT, it was you. You had ball. So you can also use a link as well to come up, and we will have you up on here. So hopefully we can get you to win some cash. Win some cash for your baby. All right, cool. All right, so my next idiom, whilst they're going to be coming up. So Taylor and TT, you are the two that I sent a link to. The next one is, hold on now. I don't know why I be doing this. This is nonsense. Okay, is this. Having what share? Having what share? Having what share? The animal that must be named. Having what share? Having what share? There's an animal, baby. Yeah, Monique, you're the first one that got it. Lion share. Absolutely right, Monique. You can use a link to come up here, baby. First one to get it, baby. Listen. Well done, well done, well done. Monique was on the ball. She said, listen, this lion share, she ain't playing with it. She ain't playing with it. She gonna get this money. I told you, listen. We trying to get y'all some money, but y'all don't want to do it. TT says she passing too. Ooh, baby. Okay, well, TT passed as well, so I have to get someone else. After TT, well, it was Jay. So, Jay, you can take her place. You're already on the panel, Jay. So, Jay was the next one actually in line. So, it was actually Jay after. So, I will get Jay up here as well. Yes, exactly. You ain't telling no lies. Inter Johnson 100 Club. That's what they need to do. Y'all saying you're not camera ready. Listen, all you need is a cloth over your head. Nobody needs to see your face. Okay, you want to put a cloth over your face, put a cloth over your face. You want to put a hoodie on, put a hoodie on. No one needs to know what you necessarily look like. You know what I'm saying? It's just so that we know that you're not out here typing on the internet. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, we need to see all hands on decky deck. Okay. Monique said she's not doing it. She did take her place too. Damn. Okay, Monique said she ain't gonna come up here as well. Y'all don't want this free cash. Okay. I listen. I can't fight y'all. Y'all don't want the free cash. Okay. So after Monique was Monty. So Monty, you can take Monique's place because Monique ain't coming up either. So Monty, you can take Monique's place. You can use a link. I'm gonna send it to you. You can come up here to the opportunity to win $100. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, y'all need to be ready, man. You know when I come with this thing, I'm gonna come asking you guys come on in. Okay, all right. Y'all need to come out ready. Okay, we need to come ready because y'all ain't coming ready. So I got Jay and I gotta get Monty on. Yeah, okay, all right. Ooh. Okay. In the meantime, whilst we're waiting, I know Jay's already there, but whilst we're waiting, we'll have another one to see if you can win this as well. Okay, all right. Whilst they're waiting, we have another one coming up. Monty says she cannot. Y'all be killing us, man. Y'all be killing us. Monty says she can't. Okay, now I'll pass it on to someone else. No worries at all. All right, cool. Well, listen, we're going to go to the next one, and I will pass it on. So, another one we're going to have as an idiom is I smell a what? I smell a what? I smell a what? A rat. Yes, Dahlia, absolutely. Dahlia was the first one on this thing. Boom. Dahlia, use the link. Get up here. You can have a chance of winning $100 as well. Okay, all right. Get up here, and you can have a chance of winning $100 as well. Look. I know a lot of you guys don't do the camera stuff. Listen, you don't have to show your face per se. I don't care if you put a helmet over your head. You know what I'm saying to you? You don't need to put, you don't mind, but we don't have to show your actual face. You know what I'm saying to you? You don't have to show your actual faces, guys. All right. So just in case some of you have got some governmental jobs that you don't want to be seen on this channel, showing your face. Okay. All right. Hey, these sweets are slapping. These squishies right here, drumsticks. Deadly and dangerous. Okay. Let me give Darlie the link. Because y'all out here playing with me. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Someone said pounds or USD. USD. If you're in America, it's USD. If it's in UK, you're pounds. Yeah. You know. Krista said he needs more courage to speak. I understand, Krista. No worries. I get it, Krista. No beef. No worries. There's no push. You know what I'm saying to you. Okay, I got Dahlia ready, so fantastic. I got Dahlia ready. Hello, Dahlia. You right?
I am great. Before you get started, I literally just came on here when you were asking the question. I have no idea what's happening right now. I just typed it in.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's just a quiz. It's a quiz to win $100. Or to win £100.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, that's nothing crazy. Nothing crazy at all. Don't even worry about the.
Okay.
We ain't doing that to you. So it's just a little bit of a quiz to see if we can win you. If we can win you $100. You know what I'm saying to you. So we gonna play a little game. Is that okay? Yeah.
Okay. Well, you sound like Jigsaw right now when you say that, but I'm gonna trust you here.
These pounds can't come up for free easily. Okay, all right. They need to have a little bit of stuff. Okay, I have to make it a little bit difficult. You know what I'm saying? Okay, our first question for $20. Our first question for $20 straight. Okay, for $20 straight. I need you to fill in what this animal is. Okay. All right, what this animal is. Okay, cool. You got 15 seconds when it comes on the screen. Okay. Boom. I want to know what the animal is.
Wolf.
15, 14, 13.
Come on.
Fantastic.
Come
on, you got $20 straight away. $20 straight away. Come on now.
Gotta read your Bible.
Come on now. That's it. You gotta make sure you read your Bible. Absolutely. You ain't telling lies. $20 right there and there. A little hallelujah. There we go. All right, cool. So, praise God indeed. Praise God. All right, cool. Our next idiom is now no longer about animals. It is about a body part of a human being. Okay, so the body part of a human being, we need the body part, what it is missing in this particular idiom as well. Okay. All right, so for $40, okay, for $40, okay, we need to know what this particular thing is missing. Okay, I'm gonna give another 15 seconds. I'm changing my clock time so it's fair. Okay, here we go. Boom. What is missing? What
15,
animal?
14, 13, 12, 11.
Absolutely right. Yes, once again, you have got it right. Absolutely. It is an eye, baby. Beautiful. We're on $40. We're now going to $80. Now, listen. When you get to $80, by the grace of God, you have an option to split the $80 to 40 to give to somebody, or take all the 80.
Oh, come on, man.
I know. Yeah. Jigsaw roll up. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I want to see you win. I want to see you win. I want to see you win. Okay, so again, we're just letting her know, listen, Dahlia has the option of here to either take the 80, right? Because obviously we're trying to get to 100, but she has also the option to give away 40 once she reaches the 80. That's up to her if she wants to do that. You know what I'm saying to you? You know, I am nobody to judge. You know what I'm saying to you? I'm nobody to judge, and it's just an option that's on the table as well. Okay, on the table as well. Okay, so we've got another 15 seconds on the clock, and we've got another idiom that's to do with the body part as well of the human being. So here we go. There it is. What is a missing body part?
15, 14, 13, 12.
Your nose?
11. 10. 9.
It is
Your fingernails?
no. It is to pick your brain. But you know what? I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna tell you why. No, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you because to pick your nose could be something. It's just not an idiom. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let you continue the game. I'm gonna give you $10. So we're on 50. Right? I'm gonna give you 10 because you know what? It was a good answer. It just wasn't the answer we're looking for because it's an idiom. But to pick your nose isn't an idiom. It's simply what someone might do. But it is to pick your brain is the answer. But I'll give you $10. I'm gonna let you stay in the game. I'm gonna let you stay in the game. Okay, right. When it's in the game. Okay, so we can still get to the 80 now, which is on 50 for sure. That's locked in. You know what I'm saying to you? You know what I'm saying to you? Okay, so cool. All right, we got another one here as well. Okay, all right. Here we go. Okay. Sorry. Here we go. There we go. Here we go. That's not it. Sorry. There we go. Now we got it. Okay. All right. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Cool.
Idioms.
So
yes.
Here we go. Idioms. 3, 2, 1. Idioms. There we go. For 15 seconds.
15. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10.
You are right indeed. It is eyes bigger than the stomach. We are on $80, baby.
Okay.
Come on now.
Let's go.
We have got one hurdle. We have got one last hurdle. That's all. We've got one last hurdle to see if we can win the whole $100. Okay. Taylor done popped up. I see you, Taylor. Taylor done popped up behind. I see you, Taylor. I see you. Don't worry. I'm going to bring you on. Don't worry, Taylor. You know what I'm saying? I see you popped up. You know what I'm saying? I'm hearing you. Okay. Okay. All right. So, I am going to give you one last one. And it is once more again. Okay. It is once more again. An animal. Okay, it is an animal. Okay, it is an animal. Okay, it is an animal. Okay, you get this, you win the whole 100. Okay, all right. Got 15 seconds on the clock. 15 seconds on the clock. 15 seconds on the clock. Okay. Here we go. It's an animal. What is missing?
Bull. Come on.
You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely on point. You have won the whole $100.
I knew it was my day. I knew it was my day. You know?
When the Lord is in the building, the Lord is in the building. You have won this game. You have $100. $100. It will be given to you today. Well done, Dahlia, for winning the 100. We appreciate you. Well done. And congratulations. I'll send it to you by PayPal as well. So you'll get that as well. Okay?
I appreciate that, sir.
No worries at all. Well, if you want to stand on the panel, you can stand on the panel. I'll put you behind, but if you want to stand on the panel, no worries at all. Okay. If not, it's not for two. Okay? So I'll put you behind.
No, I'll do the panel. I'll come back.
Yeah? Okay, no worries. All right. Appreciate Dahlia. All right. So we got Dahlia who won, you know. Should I feel generous? Because Taylor's come up now, but someone's already won the 100. Should I feel generous now? But you know what? I'm going to be generous. Because Taylor, you decided to put your camera on. I'm going to be generous. You know what I'm saying? True. Maybe we can win another $100 today. Can we win another $100 today?
I'm
feeling generous. Hello, sis.
Hi everyone.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm hoping to win $100. Congratulations to Dahlia. So we'll see how this goes.
Listen, look, you know what? The Lord is full of grace. And so you know what? We are going to try and get you $100 today, Taylor. Okay? All right. So our first question is going to be for $20. Okay? It's going to be for $20. Okay? All right. For $20. All right. So it is going to be a body part, okay? A body part is what we're starting with, all right? A body part, and you'll have 15 seconds to answer the question, okay? All right. All right. 3, 2, 1. What is the body part?
13,
Lips.
14, 13,
My
12,
lips are sealed.
11, 10.
I love that answer. It's correct. It's locked in. It's on point. We love to see it, baby. We got $20 in the bank, baby.
Going for gold, going for gold.
Oh, we love it. We love it. We love it. We're trying to get to that $100. We're trying to get to that $100. Listen, look, we're trying to give that cash away, baby. Okay? Okay? We're trying to get to that cash away. Before I say anything else, make sure you guys are liking the live, okay? Because I promise that if we get to 1,000 likes, next week's episode of our super panel will be up to $200. Yes, I'm willing to take it to $200. Yeah. You know what I'm saying to you? I feel the Lord is generous, and I feel I should be generous too. Okay, so we can get to 1,000 likes. Let's get it to 1,000 likes. We got $200 on the playing field for next week's super panel. Okay, my next question for you, Taylor. Okay, we're gonna get us to $40. We want to get you to $40. Okay, we've got another body part we're talking about. We've got another body part, okay? Another body part, okay? And you've got 15 seconds also as well, okay? 15 seconds on the clock. All right. So, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. What is the body part?
In over your head.
13, 14.
By Joe, she's got it. By Joe, she has got it. Come on now.
I'm a whiz, you know? Thank you, Kojo, for your grace, but big brain over here.
Beans, creams, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, beans, creams, potatoes, tomatoes, chicken, turkeys,
Really good about this.
Come on. We got the $40, baby. We got the $40, baby. Listen, we are in the ascendancy. We are in the ascendancy. I love where we are going. Can we get ourselves to $80? Can we get ourselves to $80? I am hoping so, Taylor. I am hoping so. Okay, let us go. Okay, we are going to go back to our animals. Okay, we're going to go back to our animals. Okay, and I need to know this particular animal, okay? I need to know this particular animal for you. We've got 15 seconds on the clock again. And I want to... 3, 2, 1. One trick what?
14, 13, 12, 11, 10.
By Joe, she's got it once more again. She's on the ball, she's winning, and she's on point. Baby! We are up to $80, ladies and gentlemen. We are up to $80. Look at that. You turned up for a one-night day event, you know, for a few hours, and you're going to end up leaving with some money. Listen, we are on $80 right now, okay? $80 right now. Can we get her to 100? And by the time she gets 100, it means we've given away $200 today, okay? All right? So can we get her to $100? We got one last question, okay? So far, you got 80. Okay, you're taking 80 away home today, but can we talk? All right, my particular thing. I'm willing to accept 2 answers in this particular one. Okay, all right. I'm willing to accept 2 answers for this particular answer. Okay. Okay, we've got 15 seconds on the clock again. All right, 15 seconds on the clock again. Cast pearls before what?
13, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8.
Oh no.
8, 7, 6,
Oysters?
5, 4, 3, 2.
It's unfortunately not the right answer. It's not oysters. It is swine. And I would have accepted pig as well. Casting pearls before swine.
I've never heard that one.
You never heard it? Baby. Baby. I'm so sorry, Taylor. But listen, you still get the $80, okay? You still get the $80. In fact, I'm feeling generous. That extra 20, I want you to nominate somebody in the chat who can get $20
I gotta find the
as well.
chat. Who was it? I nominate Katashki. I think her name
Okay,
Katashki
let me see.
or
Let me see. Let me
Natashki.
see.
I hope I'm not.
Let me see. Let me see who that
I think it
is.
starts with a
Oh,
K.
Natashki.
Natashki.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
Natashki, you have been nominated to get $20 as well. She has nominated the extra $20. Okay, all right. The extra $20 she has given over to you. So Natasha, you get the extra $20. So Taylor, send me your email to my email, a little black book 91 at gmail.com. Send me your email
Thank
and I'll
you.
send you the PayPal as well to you as well. And we'll get you $80 as well. Okay?
Thank you, Kojo. Thank you,
No
guys.
worries. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. Come on. It's a blessing. We love to see people win. Look at that. We've given away $200 today on this particular show. Listen, like I said, I want to make it fun. You know, you guys have been following me for a long time by the grace of God, and you know, it is better to give than it is to receive, as the Lord has always said to me. So, listen, $200 today. Listen, I'm hoping get us to 1,000 likes. Get us to 1,000 likes, and it will be $200 we give away next week. Can you imagine? Think about what you can buy with $200. You know what I'm saying to you? Think about it. You know what I'm saying to you? It could pay a bill or two, okay? Just to pay a bill or two, okay? All right. But we're gonna have our super panel time as well. As well. We do a super panel time as well, and we're gonna get some people up on the channel to have a conversation with you guys and talk about Love Is Blind. And we cannot wait to chop it out because I think it's gonna be a good fun. And a good time, you know. So get ready for that in a few minutes. Let me just do that. Okay, fantastic. I know a lot of people will come and join us in a few minutes as well. Okay. All right, we're about to go to super panel for you guys. Honestly, it's amazing. Thank you for those of you who joined as well. So Natasha as well. Natasha, send me an email, okay? All right, send me an email, littleblackbook91 at gmail.com, and I will send you your winnings as well. And in fact, I think I do need to do something. Hold on a minute, because someone last week said we should give their winnings as membership. So let me see if I can do that right now. I know some people are watching but are not necessarily members. If you've not become a member, you can join the membership, okay, first and foremost by clicking on the $ at the bottom of the screen. Okay, so if you click on that, you should be able to see it. Okay, so the $ at the bottom of the screen, and you can join our membership. So I'm gonna gift some memberships as well, because if I remember correctly, why am I going to do 5? Why can't I do more than 8? Why is it telling me how much I can gift? I want to gift memberships. Let's see how much I can gift. Okay, I've gifted 5. Let me see if I can gift another 5. There we go. Alright, so we're going to gift 20 away. Okay, fantastic. I need to do this, hold on. Here we go. I should be able to give you guys, those of you, so if you're blessed enough, we've given away 10 also there as well. So we're giving away 20 memberships as well today, so you can join our membership. Listen, it's a blessing to give as always, and I want to thank those of you. Jay has done it in the past, El Cid has done it in the past, Aries has done it in the past, a couple of others as well. I think I've done it as well, and if I haven't mentioned your name, I do apologize. Sean has done some in the past as well. There's a few others who've also donated as well in the past for memberships to other people. Membership's only £1, $1. It's not about robbing you of any money, but it is about creating our community. So I love the fact that you guys can join us today. If you've got a new membership, type in the chat. We'd love to know that you're a part of the membership gang now. Remember, you being a part of the membership, these lives, I will be giving money away as always. So make sure you are part of the membership. It's £1, $1 to keep going, okay? All right? So when renewal comes, renew. You know what I'm saying to you? $1 to 100 is a different kind of thing. You get me? Yeah? Different kind of thing. You get me? Yeah, simmer. Dahlia says she can gift the 20. Dahlia, it's too late, baby. It's too late, baby. You got to keep it now. Got to keep it now. Sorry, you can't gift it. You got to keep it. You got to keep it now. You know what I mean? So no, I'll gift it. I'll gift it if you want me to really gift it, Dahlia. If you really do, I'll send it to the people then. But if you are new to the membership gang, comment in the comment section for us so we know that you're part of the gang, so we can welcome you like it's church. Okay, all right. We are together again, just praising the Lord. We are together again. Come on, shake somebody's hand. With one accord. Something good is going to happen. As the song is playing, you go and shake someone's hand. This is what we do in African churches. Something good, this is Lord. We are together again, just praising the Lord. All right, cool. Listen, it's membership. I said membership is super panel time. We are going to get some super panel time going on. If you do feel like you're ready to join a panel too, I think there's one or two spaces I have left for you guys. I know a few other people are joining a little bit later on, but we do have space for you to join as well. So if you know you want to join, you have something to say. I know you've been waiting all damn week to say something. In a couple of days, you've been seeing everything going on the internet. You've seen Twitter, you've seen YouTube, you've seen TikTok, you've seen so many things, and you're asking yourself, I want to be able to save my peace. Well, I've put it in the chat for you guys. You can join the panel as well. I prefer you guys to have cameras on because it just makes it much easier when we're talking to see people's faces. But if you can't, I also understand as well. Okay, all right. But listen, we can't wait to have you guys. I see some of you guys in the chat. Lovely to see it. I see some new faces. Welcome as well. Anonymous, thank you as well. Zoe Queen, much love and appreciation. Good to have you on the channel as well. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice. All right, cool. Let's get into the super panel business. Super panel business. Okay, all right. Super panel business. Let's get into the super panel business. Okay, all right. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Okay, don't play with it. All right, cool. So, like I said, a few of us will be joining us a little bit later, and I know they'll join in time. But at the moment, what we have at the moment are superstars in the making, and a superstar team player as well. You already know who she is. Okay, words of wisdom, tall hourglass. Okay, all right. She's measured with the way she delivers her message, balanced. You know what I'm saying to you, like a beautifully crafted blade. You know what I'm saying to you. Okay, when she speaks, we listen. Okay, when smoke arrives, there is fire close behind. Just want to let you know. Okay, yeah. So don't play with who she is. You said that they're tapping the chat because they know who I'm talking about already. You know what I'm saying to you. Okay, all right. The first letter of her name is the one just before mine. You know what I'm saying to you. Okay, this is the mysterious. This is the wonderful. Okay, this is the magical. Okay. This is the wondrous. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah? The magnificent. Yeah? I'm running out of superlatives right now. You know what I'm saying to you? I need to go into my dictionary. You know what I'm saying to you? And pull out more superlatives. Because the dictionary is not even enough to contain the superlatives that I need to describe who this person is. You know what I'm saying to you? But I want you to welcome to the stage the wonderful, the beautiful, they're amazing, they're funny, you know what I'm saying to you, J baby, you already know what it is.
Namaste. I come in peace, or I'm leave in pieces. We're gonna figure out what's going on. Come in pieces, somebody gonna leave in pieces. We're gonna figure it out.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. We appreciate you, Jay, baby. We appreciate you, Jay. Love and peace.
Thank you.
All right, our next one. No worries, baby. You know I got you. The next person we're inviting on the stage. You know who she is. Okay? El Diablo. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah? Dark art specialist out here too. Okay? When she's on the panel with myself and Jay, it's really dark on that panel. Real dark. You know what I'm saying to you? Okay? This is a person who knows how to meticulously, spectacularly, you know what I'm saying to you? Specifically, you know what I mean? Yeah? Circumspectly knows how to dissect, okay, a point. Okay? Point, evidence, explanation. That is who she is. You feel what I'm saying to you? Analytically poised to do what she does best. You know what I'm saying to you? You don't know which side she's gonna fall on, but just know that she's gonna fall on the dark side. Okay? Alright? The power is with her. Or someone say the force is with this young lady. Okay? Alright? You ain't playing with who she is. You know what I'm saying to you? Okay? She's shaking her head, but she knows who she is. Okay? She's shaking her head, but she knows who she is. Okay? Alright? Because when them glasses are on, just know those glasses are not real. Okay? She puts that on as a facade. You know what I'm saying to you? Because those two eyes that she got working there, they see into the depths of the soul. You feel what I'm saying to you? You know who she is. You know who she is. Welcome to the panel, Alcidia, baby.
Well, since you called me El Diablo, I guess I'll bring it. I'll bring El Diablo today. You started with peace and love with Jay. I thought I needed to be peace and love, but you said it's okay to be El Diablo, so okay. And we right here, almost at the end of October. I'll be El Diablo today.
Let me go get me a red cape so I can get this one going.
Listen, I'm ready for the mischief today. Today's a day for it, so don't even worry about it. Today's a day for the mischief to go on today. Okay, all right. Now, I have a wonderful brother coming through. No, it's not Sean. I have to say it straight away because you guys are going to plug it. I don't want to say it. It's not Sean. Okay, when he comes along, I've got a separate name for him. You know who I call him now? Mr. M and Mr. P. Okay, so listen, before we get this person on, though, what a wonderful gentleman. He was on the channel a few days ago. Okay, all right. Listen, this is a brother who likes a bit of true crime. Okay, and there was a lot of crime that was going on in Love Is Blind. So he's got a lot of work to do. I call him the Inspector Gadget, the Inspector Morse. Okay, all right, because he's gonna inspect some things to make sure it is clean cut and above the board. Okay, all right. Now you saw him in a lovely red shirt the other day. You saw how he came in all bloodied up, looking good, crimson. Okay, trying to spice the ladies with a little summon. Okay, you know who he is. Okay, if you don't know his, get to know. Love Lens Review, baby.
This guy, thank you for a lovely intro. You know, that's what I just had on all day.
They're calling you Mr. Dad Chocolate.
Thank you, man. It's such a privilege to be on here, man. Especially coming from you reviewed a season some time ago, and you was going off on somebody, and I'm like, oh my God, he calling me out. You was showing all my flaws. I'm like, I gotta follow this guy and be hooked ever since. So thank you. It's a privilege to be on here with everybody.
It's a blessing, brother. It's a blessing, brother. Thank you, honestly. Our next person coming up to the platform, yes, you know who he is. Straight from the LDN, the LONDON, from the London, baby. Listen, I don't know how he does it, okay? All right? I don't know how he does it, okay? Now, sometimes he be awake, but he be asleep. But sometimes he be asleep, but he be awake. You know what I'm saying? Listen, you never know. He's in the Matrix, and he's not in the Matrix. This is a brother who you know, okay? When it comes to the streams, he does struggle. But listen, don't play with this brother now, okay? Because once he chooses a side, he's loyal to the end. That's one thing I respect. He is loyal to the end. This is a brother you need in your corner. When the Bible says that, to have a friend that is far, this is the kind of guy you need, okay? All right? Then the brother that's close. Because this brother here, he loyal to the end, okay? And once he chooses who he wants to decimate, there is nothing that can stop him. Thanos can't stop him. Okay, all right. No snap of the finger. No Marvel characters. No Black Panther. No Iron Man. Okay, all right. Nobody can stop him. Once he says he's coming for you, he's coming for you. And you've got to accept it. And you have to accept it. And you have to accept it. And you have to accept it. This is a brother out here who I appreciate. You know what I'm saying to you? Listen, brother. Struggle Streams. JRTV. Baby. What you telling me, JR?
Man, hey, thanks for the introduction, bro. That was epic. Hey, listen, man. Peace to everyone out there. Can't wait to get stuck into this review. Good to see everyone tonight. Looking forward to it.
Look forward to hearing your perspective, because I know you're going to get stuck. So I know you're going to stick on somebody, and they're going to stick. So I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you big time. Okay. All right. So we appreciate you big time. Listen, I got a few other people I got to bring onto the panel as well today. Listen, I haven't formulated you guys' beautiful introduction, okay? But I'm gonna keep this one nice and sweet. This is the wonderful. This is the wise. This is the all considering different points and bringing them into perspective. This is the I never thought about that, but now I may go and think about it. I'm going to bring a different perspective to the table. This is somebody who has joined me on several different streams before. This is a young lady who also at the same time, okay, brings a little bit of heat when she needs to bring a little bit of heat, but then she brings a little bit of ice when she needs to bring a little bit of ice. No, it's not Seaway, because if it was Seaway, you'd know it's Seaway, because there'll only be one way when it's Seaway. You know when it's Seaway, it's only one way when it's Seaway. But this young lady here, like I said, she's nice with a little bit of spice. And when you mix these ingredients together, you know what you get? Dahlia, baby! She.
I accept it.
Hi, Linda. You all right?
I'm doing great. This is my Friday, so I'm doing wonderful. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, before we go anywhere, listen, shout out to Pam for the 20 gifted memberships. We appreciate it. I'm going to definitely celebrate you in a second or two, Pam. Don't you worry, baby. We're going to celebrate you. All right, our next person coming up to the stage. Listen, this is my resident psychologist, okay? My resident fascinologist. I don't know if that's a word, but I'm making it up, okay? All right, this is my person from the LONDON as well, okay? Listen, this young lady always joins us at the craziest of times, okay? And she likes to keep what I call a balance, okay? I want to see a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of this, a bit of this, a bit of that. She brings a buffet of ideas, okay? All right? One's for consideration up to the panel. I appreciate her energy, I appreciate her time, and I appreciate the fact that she holds strong points when she needs to, okay? And she once told somebody, I'm not repeat what they said to that person on that panel, but she said something to that panel that was strong, okay? And we appreciate her for standing 10 toes down. It's Lorraine, baby!
Hi,
What are you telling me? I see you with the blonde.
I have healed. So what I said to that person, I have healed. Okay. Let's just leave it there.
We know you healed, but are they?
She can come out if she needs to. But I have healed. Okay.
We appreciate you, Lorraine. We appreciate you. Honestly, we appreciate you. Big shout out to you, Lorraine. Good to see you as well. All right, we've got 2 more panel members coming up to the platform as well. Listen, one you already know, one you do not know. I've got a new person coming up to the platform as well. Listen, look. Whew, listen. It's gonna get tasty today. That's what I'm gonna say, okay? Because I can see various people on the panel. It's gonna get tasty today. But this person, obviously, again, I don't necessarily have a biggest boldest one because obviously new to the team, and I wanna be able to formulate my introductions. But she has been on the panel before, okay? All right. Now she likes to keep it nice and short and sweet, but the sweetness, be careful now. You know what I'm saying to you? It's got a little spike at the end of it. You know what I'm saying to you? Just when you think that she's being really sweet, she comes with a heavy point. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So you got to be very careful with this one. Don't misunderstand her, and don't look at her stature or her frame, okay? But when she speaks, there's an eloquence as well to it, and we want to appreciate you. Faye, welcome to the panel, baby. How you doing, Faye? How you doing? Huh? How you doing? Give us a little hello, baby.
Hey y'all, thanks for having me. I always appreciate when I'm able to come join you guys. It's always a blast. So looking forward to it.
We appreciate you. See how I said about nice and short and sweet? Yeah. Wait till she starts. Ba-bam! Before you know it. All right, cool. I got one last person to come up on here. Listen, a brand new person's come up on here. And he wants a. You know what? I don't want to say anything to you. So I want him to show you guys what he's working with today. But he's going to give some eloquent, strong, opinions about what he saw on Love Is Blind, and it's a new person also to the channel, to the panel channel, and I appreciate that. And it's good to have men who come through and also watch the shows that we do to give us a nice, beautiful balance as well. Okay, so we are going to say a wondrous, warm welcome to Mr. Easton Evans. Mr. Easton Evans, how are you doing, Captain?
What's up, everybody? Thank you, Kojo. Thank you to the panel. I think this will be an amazing opportunity to kind of, talk about Love Is Blind, talk about the real world. But I just want to thank you all and can't wait for the good discussion.
That's my guy. I love to hear it. Listen, we are almost at full capacity. I got one more space, and I know they'll be coming a little bit later on. So listen, look. We are at full deck, and that means, baby, I see you, Jay, with the glasses. We are at full deck, and we are going to have one of those amazing times on the show. I want real opinions, I want real thoughts. Okay, we want to keep it cute, classy, and respectable amongst each other. Whilst we may disagree, we are friends here as well. And plus, I like to say the kids are watching, so fight behind the scenes, not in front of the camera. Okay, yeah. In the chat, that's what I mean. Cuss them out in the chat. But no jokes. Okay, cool. So we go.
These kids don't learn today.
They don't know. They're gonna find out. They're gonna find out. Now I'm only playing. Look, we have watched Love Is Blind. We're on episode 12 at the moment. There's obviously a reunion next week, okay? But episode 12 had its own weight, gravity, and discussions because there were so many things that were happening. A quick recap: what happened? We had Ramsey say he's not going to take on Marissa to the altar, okay? But Marissa, obviously, after also came back for Ramsey. So if you don't know about that, you now know, okay? Marissa came back for Ramsey's, and Ramsey said no again, okay, as well, okay, after having an 8 to 9 hour conversation, okay? We then found out he has an ex-wife, and somebody did an expose with the ex-wife, and apparently the ex-wife is just like Marissa. She's a high flyer, and he likes high flyer women, and apparently he's lazy. But I don't know if that's all that's true, but that's someone's judgment. Anyway, that is that part. Then we also have Tyler and Ashley. It looks like, yeah, whilst I did that video that there was no rings, apparently they don't do no rings all the time anyway, so Ashley can still be very well married to Tyler. Actually, Ricky, what's her name? Ricky again? Ricky what? Sorry.
Storytime with Ricky.
Storytime with Ricky.
Thank you. Storytime with Ricky did actually a video talking about how the reunion would look, and it looks like Tyler and Ashley are still married. So sorry to spoil it, but they are still married, okay? So I wanted you to have that opinion, so when you're giving your point of view, you have that point of view. Apparently, that's allegedly. We don't 100% know. You know what I'm saying to you? Okay, so that's them two. And then we also have Gareth and Taylor. I mean, that's not much to say about them, is it really? They got married. Okay, but what happened was Garrett did let Taylor know up until this point he ain't going to San Diego. Okay, he said it for the camera, and he ain't going to San Diego. Apparently, they've never gone to San Diego, so he let his foot be down. Okay, all right, yeah, he let her know, just like he let the ex know too. So you know how he be. All right, cool. So then also we have Nikki D and Hannah kind of ended before that, so that was that. I think that's it now. Those are the 4 that was in episode 12, right? Am I missing somebody? Anybody I'm missing? I think that's the 4 that happened, right? That's the 4 that happened, isn't it? Yeah, those 4 couples. Okay, cool. So, whew, baby. Okay, we're going to start strong right out the bat. But before I do, I just want to celebrate these people who've gifted. Feel good. Thank you very much for gifting 20 memberships as well for others to be able to join today's festivities. It is appreciated very, very much. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Much love and much appreciation for that as well. And we had another 20 gifted as well by good sis. Let me just point that out as well by Pam D631. Thank you very much for gifting 20 memberships to other people as well. It's always blessed to give than it is to receive, as they said. Okay, let's get straight into the conversation. Let's get down to business. Where do I start? Well, listen, since Ash and Tyler are the main attraction of the show, okay, good or bad, whichever way you look at it, we're going to start with them, okay? We're going to start with them. My question is, okay, about Ash and Tyler. My question is Ashley accountable now that he told her that he have 3 kids? Sorry, I lie. I reversed that. He didn't tell her he had 3 kids. He told her that he had some sperm donors. Let me say that because that's what he told her at the time. That's all we know. It may have told her something else after, but what we can see by camera, he told her that he has sperm donors after he didn't tell her that he had kids beforehand. So I want to know, is Ashley accountable if now she gets married, which we saw she did, and now he plays her the same way he played the other women? Is Ashley accountable is the question I am asking. Is Ashley accountable now he told her that information? Or are we still saying Tyler is, it's still Tyler's fault all the way? Is there any blame that should be attached to Ashley if this goes wrong? By the way, it could go right. So, shoot, the brother could turn around and be an angel. You know what I'm saying to you? I mean, he has got 7 evictions, and he owes obviously about 30K. And, she may never to buy a house, but that is irrelevant and besides the point. You know what I'm saying to you? Okay, it's not important. And the fact that he has sperm donors. Actually 3 kids, which 2 of them are twins, which after he had sex with a lesbian, it's irrelevant to that point, okay? Now, the court can throw that out if they want to throw that out, but I had to mention it just in case. You know what I'm saying to you? So, I want to know, is Ashley accountable in this situation because of what she knew just at that point in time? We don't know what she knows now. Of course, we know she probably watches things now, but at that point in time at the show, when they get married, is Ashley accountable is what I'm asking. Is Ashley accountable is the first question I'm asking. I've got a few questions to say. Who would like to take this first? Dahlia, go for it. Open up the platform for us. Let's have that conversation.
Ashley was accountable the moment he told her that he had 3 sperm donor babies. That's the moment that she was accountable. He even told her, if you need me to show you the paperwork, I will show it to you. And she nodded her head like she understood, and we didn't hear no more about this mysterious paperwork. So yeah, she's accountable for herself. She chose to marry this man knowing he has these children. She never saw this supposed best friend. He said she's the mother is a really good friend of his. Didn't see her at the wedding party. As far as we know, she never talked to her. You never saw those kids. You didn't do no investigation, and you really could have. Like, nobody's going to stop you. Kinetic, the production company, they're certainly not going to stop you. The 6 couples that we see in the show were not the only people who got engaged. They always have like a surplus of engaged couples, just for instances like this, where if like some stuff pops off and people drop off, they can just plug and play other groups into the mix. So it's not like Kinetic really cares that much. They let Tim and Alex leave early. They let Leo and what's-her-face, Brittany, they didn't even make it to the honeymoon. So yeah, you absolutely could have done that. I don't think she would have gotten fined for doing her due diligence. At this point now, I don't think she has a case for annulment because it's literally on camera where he told her he has kids. If you didn't do no more digging, that's on you, sis. I'm sorry, but that's really all on you. So yeah, that's on her.
I want to know if anyone has a counter argument to that. Does anybody disagree with that? Does anybody think that actually she's not accountable in this situation based upon what we saw at that last episode 12? Bar any information I put into the court, that episode 12 alone, when he told her that he had a sperm donor, does anybody believe that she's not accountable still? If you have that point, I would love to hear it.
There's a portion of me that has a little bit of sympathy for Ashley, and maybe because since we did break down in Jesse Wu's live that with the kinetic contracts and different things like that, like just because Alex and Tim were able to walk out, or Ramses and Marissa, they do have it in a clause where if they want you to walk down the aisle, like last season with Clay and AD, they will force you to do so in order to effectively make sure that you get everything from your contract. I think that there is some pressure, and we know with reality TV that there is pressures that come to that. So at first I was a little bit more like, hey, you signed up for this, Ashley, it's all on you. But now that I know a little bit more backing, I have a little bit more sympathy to Ashley, just because I'm sure she's getting a lot of pressure because they were a major storyline within this season.
Good points. Anyone? Okay, yes. Go for it. Love Lens review.
I couldn't figure out like what I wanted to say, because I'll listen to you, Kojo, and I agree with what you're saying. But I'm like, well, why do I feel a certain way if I agree with him? And I think a lot of stuff is lost on nuances. Is she accountable? Absolutely, yes. We are all accountable for our actions, but we got to look at nuances inside of this. All of us have held head over heels in love with somebody before. When you're hearing your favorite song play, and when you're laying, you holding that person at night, when you're hearing Desiree sing Kissing You in your head, everybody has felt that strong emotional bond. And when it's that strong, it's going to take a lot to push you away. We have to let go everything we learned after the show, and we have to only go by what you're saying, what happened on the show. I feel this strong, close bond, but a part of me can understand, like, if he's just a sperm donor, okay, I get it. She did what more people wouldn't do. They would have argued with him for 5 minutes. She left for the entire night. Well, most people who would have been that head over heels in love, this would have been like a 10-minute conversation. She thought deeply about it, and she felt that her connection was strong. And I feel like we don't give her grace for this because we know so much information than she did. But all she knows is that he is a sperm donor for 3 children. He doesn't have rights to 3 children. So there was nothing else on the show that I felt that could propel her away from this situation. I can totally have empathy and put myself in her shoes and understand why she'd stay. While the answer remains, yes, she's responsible because we are all responsible for our actions.
All right, I like it. Yes, Elsie, you want to say something? Go for it.
While I semi-agree with Loveland's review, at that point, he has 3 biological children. At some point in their lives, they can lay claim to what he has built as biological children. So I would say there needs to be some kind of postnup after the marriage, or since she knows ahead of the marriage, she has an opportunity to do a prenup. So again, both of them should be, thinking about how to potentially protect themselves for the future. Because now there are 3 people out here. And if you potentially cannot bear him children, these are his children. These are his heirs. So you got to think about all of that. So that whole night she was away, I hope that was part of her thinking process.
Go for it, Jay.
Just want to say before you go further, average sperm donor got like 1,000 kids. That's all.
Sick.
I don't know how to go after that. Okay, I'm not as strong as Dahlia is. It's not when he told her because she hadn't made a decision yet. There's no decision made, so I can't fault her when she hasn't made a decision. But once she said yes, that takes into account what Elsie said, that you did your due diligence to go do whatever research that you need, and you're making a sound decision on why you're saying yes. You cannot be mad at, I cannot be mad at you if a person's withholding information and you make an uninformed decision about anything. But once you got the information that you need and you go and do your research or not do your research, whichever way you do it, you're held responsible for your choice and actions at that point. You had the choice to go do research, investigate, do whatever you need to do. You had the choice to say no. You had the choice to put it on hold. You had a whole bunch of choices made because they gave you some information. It's not the whole truth, but you got enough information for yourself to go find out more and make a sound decision. So if you want to make a decision on, I want to just trust this person and what they're telling me for face value, that's your decision as a grown adult, but you're held accountable for that decision. Now, can the courts hold her accountable? In different states, it's different laws. So I don't know. I'm not really sure how Maryland and everything works. I don't remember if this was about this or not, but I was guessing that she won't technically be held accountable, but the ex-wife could be because she was married to Bree at the time or whatnot. So it all depends. But then again, if he went and actually filed for the custody and did all of that to get proof that he is the parent, there's a part that she still can be held accountable, possibly because she is now married to him. So like Elsie said, she either needed to have a prenup or a postnup or something in place that keeps her legally safe from any action that comes against him regarding these children.
I'm hearing it. Who's got a point to chop on that? If you've got a different point. Yes, Dahlia.
I have some pushback.
Oh, okay. Push it back, baby. Okay.
So Elsa knows I love a good background check. Okay. Me and her, we've already discussed this. I'm a fan of background checks, and I work in insurance. I do bodily injury claims. We do background checks all the time because people love to file fraudulent claims. It's a thing. You will be surprised at how much information that you can find off of a very quick, surprisingly cheap background check, and they have quick turnarounds. And if you're willing to pay a little extra, you can get it express. Okay, so I'm sorry. I know I sound harsh when I say this, but you kind of have to be, because you have to consider the time frame here that we're talking about. Lovelands, when you were talking about falling in love and you like your nose is wide open and you like stuck in the ether. It's like, I get that, but also we got 3 weeks. So the timeline is really truncated and you basically have to make like really quick decisions. So unfortunately for her, she doesn't have the benefit of time. She can't just kind of like just follow her heart here. She actually does have to follow. She has to use her brains here. It's like, okay, yeah, you fell in love, but now this man just told you information that he knowingly omitted in the pods to you, waited until you fell in love. That ought to send off a signal to your brain, like red flag behavior. Let me dig further. She didn't even ask him any questions. Like she asked, do they know what you look like? And that was it. And it's like, okay, well, that's a yes or no question that a person can lie to you about. We already know that he lied to you about this before. Why wouldn't he lie to you about that now? She's not great at crafting questions. And you haven't gotten into this, Kojo, but I suspect based off of the history with her dad and how her mom and her grandma was talking, they got this thing about forgiving people and letting them off the hook with no real accountability. And it seems like that's hereditary. So I don't know. I'm seeing a pattern here, and I can't let her off the hook on that because she's only hurting herself. I mean, she really is, and it's not helping him either, right? For him to just go around not being held accountable to his own actions. It shouldn't be the government that has to hold him accountable. That's crazy. So,
Ethan, you want to say something?
I stand firm on that.
Thank you, Dahlia. Yes, Easton.
Yeah, I have to push back on that real quick because even a couple of days ago, I was on a live with Paige, the woman that he owes $8,000 to still, like from the $10,000, and she was dating him. And obviously, this is a trend, so it's low hanging fruit to say that Tyler's trash and et cetera, et cetera. But he doesn't have any. Ashley is a marketing director. I'm sure coming back from Mexico, getting all this news, also trying to acclimate your life with multiple people, the filming, all this other stuff, does play to you not being like, all right, I'm going to do an investigative search currently. I think we can easily armchair quarterback this thing and be like, oh, well, Ashley should have done X, Y, and Z and be super logical. But I also think that the time and the amount of stress and kinetics, I blame kinetics a lot more in this situation more than I do Ashley, because again, the contracts are laid out that you're filming constantly, like doing the dropping out of the airplane, the dates, all this other stuff, the rigorous filming. I don't really think that it gives her a lot of time. And if you go, apparently, according to Paige, Tyler doesn't live, let alone even have a house. But when he did live with somebody, he didn't live as if he had kids around him, that he had 3 toddlers, that he was living with Bri or doing anything or co-parenting. So if she comes over to his place, wherever that may be, you don't even get that kind of inclination. And if they did do a background check, it wouldn't show that he had kids. I'm sure, even because technically he doesn't have custody for them. So
it would show the lien.
Huh?
It would show the lien though.
But wasn't the
after
the court
that
was after the fact? That's what I'm saying. I think it's more on kinetics than Ashley, because that's after the fact. That lawsuit with Bri is after they were married. Now the $10,000, I think that was before he went on the show, but the actual custody case and the child support was after.
But he could show paperwork that he gave up paternity rights though, because that is typically what you would do for a sperm donor situation.
He never had any in the first place. It was with the first child with
so
that's the point that I'm making. So it's not a sperm donor.
Let me clear this. The child support stuff started in January after they were married. However, he went to court prior to get custody with her, and that fight against the ex-wife on there. So that's still in paperwork. That's still in process where she can look that up and see that, hey, even though you're a donor, you actually went to court and filed to get custody or you have rights to these kids. So it's 2 different cases we got going on at the same time.
And you can look that up for free. You don't even need to pay anybody to do that. That's what I do for a living. You can literally just go on the county website and type in his name. And if he's filed for lawsuits, or if he's got liens, if he's in the middle of a lawsuit right now for child custody, that's gonna show up. You literally just need his name and his date of birth. That's it.
Okay, before anyone jumps in, there's people. Well, I like the conversation was going excellently, swimmingly well. Lorraine's open the mic. Yes.
Can I
before
say
you go,
something?
before you go, Len. No. Len. I wanna get those who haven't spoken yet. That's why. Sorry. Lorraine, jump in for me, and then those who haven't spoken, I want you to go in first before I get it back to the other guys. Go for it, Lorraine. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I want to give like an acquired taste point of view. You know how to do. I think at that time, because your question was very specific, because I think people are answering based on the fact that we now know everything that's come about, right? At the point where they had the private conversation off camera and he said whatever he said, I feel as though she was responsible, but she wasn't accountable. Right? Think of it this way, probably not a great example to use, but if you apply for a job, right, you have all the information, the job description, the personal description, all that kind of stuff about like what the job is going to be. You go to the interview, you do your due diligence, you have the interviews, and then you have the opportunity to ask your questions, right? But I'm sure most of you can agree that you find out the nitty-gritty stuff once you've actually started the job. Now, I'm not saying that people should be going into relationships to find out the bad side of people. I'm just saying that at that point, I feel like she was responsible to find out more, but Tyler was accountable to be transparent and give all the information. There's a difference between accountability and responsibility. So in that moment, she had nothing to be accountable for because she was not privy to the information. So he might have been honest, but he was not being transparent about all that information. It was his accountability to be transparent and share all the information. How can I know the right questions to ask you if I don't know what's going on? You know, I can only ask you what I know in that moment. Now, obviously, here in the UK, we don't have some of the stuff that you guys are talking about, this county higgy hugger. Like you can only find out if somebody, you know, has been on the, you know, SA register kind of thing, you know. But in terms of like finding out that there isn't that here, right? So you can only go off, I don't know, just having conversations and maybe doing your own kind of social media stuff. It's very difficult to do that. So I think it's very, in as much as we can be objective to be like, this is what I would have done, hindsight and all of that, I really feel like there's a difference between being responsible and being accountable.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Who hasn't spoken yet? Faye, yes, go for it, Faye. Talk to me.
I was just gonna say, like, to be fair, the background check thing is pretty new. I feel like to a lot of us, well, at least I'll speak for myself. Like, I don't think I was thinking about doing background checks on people, honestly, until recent times. And I don't know, that might have been common practice for a lot of other people, but just I would do due diligence by just looking at the social media, you know, talking, like getting to know the family, you know, asking questions, things like that. But now, you know, that's something I probably would do, you know, if things are getting that serious. I do feel like to shoot some bail for Ashley. If you're going onto a show like this, I would hope that just knowing the premise of how fast the process moves, that production would be a little more thorough in who they select for this process. Not saying that they would know everything as well, but I just would think that something as egregious as all these things coming out about him would be made known to them prior, at least some of it. So in that moment, to answer the specific question, I do feel like she was accountable. She should have asked maybe some more pertinent questions that maybe would have led her to a different conclusion. But I'm just not sure. They didn't show us everything that she asked. So I do wonder if she did ask some of those questions and she got clarifying answers that made her feel better about the situation, and then she was okay to move forward. And then now that all this stuff is coming out, it's different. But, you know, I certainly, for someone to call their children donor babies, I honestly have never in my life encountered anything like that. And I don't know that I would instantly jump to like, oh, this is a deadbeat guy. Because donor is just, that's a different level of lie. other than like, oh, I have these kids, like the mom sucks, like usually it's like some complicated situation there or something like that. But donor, I just don't know that I would necessarily go there. So I like understand both sides. I want to shoot Ashley some bail too, because I feel like she was in a highly pressurized situation with not all the resources probably that you would necessarily have on the outside.
Okay, I appreciate it. Struggle Streams. Listen, talk to me, brother. We haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah, I think I agree with Lorraine on this. I think you can hold Ashley responsible for her decision to stay with him once she found out certain bits of information and got to see how he lives, got to know him more. And even though the kids may not be a part of his daily life, they're still a part of his life. So, I will have to hold her to a level of having responsibility for that. I think Netflix need to be accountable, and I think Tyler needs to be accountable. Tyler unfortunately got himself into a really big mess, as we all know, right? Trying to help his friend out initially, leading to having, threesomes and other sex exploits with a crew of people. And ultimately, his friend came to him and said, let's have this baby. And, I need a donor from me and my wife and this, that, the other. So he wasn't meant to be part of their plan. I'm sure if the two women stayed together married, Tyler would be excluded, even though Bree would have tried to sneak him in differently. They wouldn't have a need for him in that relationship with his kid. So I think, obviously, because the situation went absolutely crazy, he has to be accountable and explain, as complicated as it is, as messy as it is. Even if there's a risk that it might turn Ashley off, it's down to him to give her the full picture of what she'll be dealing with if she gets into a relationship with him. Because the picture that she has of, this guy meeting in this short process and potentially getting married and living happily ever after, it's not going to be like that, right? There's going to be tons of trials and tribulations in this relationship. So he should have had the wherewithal. I know it's an abbreviated process, but it's still down to him to explain the full scenario of what he has to deal with. And unfortunately, he didn't do that. And that's why he's getting vilified. So I understand it. And I assume that they've had conversations off camera where he has gone into more detail. There is no way I think he just left it as, I don't have any interaction with the kids and that's it. I think there's been enough time for him to fully explain off camera what his situation is. And if they're still married after that, then again, that's where she has to take responsibility for still staying with him in the murky situation he has.
Love to hear that. Layla, what's your thoughts on this? Good to have you on the panel.
Hi, everyone. I think that she asked specifically for documentation when he first told her whatever version of the truth. So she said, I want to see, what the contracts were looking like to make this donor arrangement. I want to see like the parental rights documentation. She was asking all of the right questions when it first came up. So if she did not ensure that she got those documents, or if she didn't pay attention to the fact that he could not produce documents that supported the story that he seems to have said. I mean, I have seen, it is reality TV. I have seen, there's this show called Unreal from like the early 2000s. That show, like, there's a lot of tricks that go into reality TV to paint people the way, whatever. But the fact that she asked for the documentation means that she should know the truth. And the way those daddy issues were spilling out right before she walked down the aisle, the abandonment issues, the it seemed, to be honest, what I do hold her accountable for is, if it's your wedding day and your daddy issues are being triggered that hard, I think you really need to think about it, sis. Like, you really need to think about, like, why are you being so in touch with your inner child who was abandoned and rejected and hurt? And why are you talking to your mom and your grandma about all of these things right now? Like, that's like a lot to go down the aisle on the happiest day of your life, to the love of your life, to this man who's so special and so different from your dad. So I kind of think, given all of that, if she is going to be party to a man doing that and placing those wounds in other children, that would be really unfortunate. I don't think she, even if that's what she chose to do, I don't think she's going to be happy with that decision later on. And yeah, so in the sense that you asked for proof, and that we know for a fact as the viewing audience that proof does not tell a great story. That's what she has to be accountable for. I'm sure the mother of the kids, I know there's all sorts of stuff coming out now. Like, is she trustworthy? Is she weird? Is she, is this child support, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, have you seen the kids or not? And so, Ashley, with those wounds that you have, I have to say, like, be accountable to your inner your little Ashley, the one that you're still sort of engaging, the one who prompted you to even be on this show, the one who was making promises to your mom when you were like 7 years old about the type of man that you want to get. Be accountable to her. So that's what I would think.
Thank you, Layla. Sean?
Yeah, I don't think my opinion is far off from, what Layla or many of the other panelists have said. I think that we're able to, and I've said this before, so it's not anything like brand new, but I think sometimes we come at somebody guns a-blazing when they're on the other side, because we're getting all the information now versus the person in the scenario is getting it piecemeal to them, and we don't have the connection with Tyler, right? So when even when you're getting information, when you're getting something that's negative and it's somebody that you care about, you're going to always see it from a different lens. So, before we just come at her holding her accountable for Tyler's actions, similar to what JR was saying, at the end of the day, Tyler is accountable for his actions. Tyler is responsible for his behavior, and for his lack of diligence, whether it's financially or whatever he's got going on with all these kids strewn about. So I think that's who the ultimate bearer of it is. Whether Ashley is an accomplice, I think that remains to be seen. And my hope is that she will kind of wake up out of a fog and be able to make better decisions. But it doesn't. I'm just of the belief that it just doesn't really happen that way. Yes, do some people make very decisive, quick game time decisions when they're in love? Sure, but is that really the average of what happens? I just push back against that narrative that, you get some information and you just wake up and you're like, you know what, I'm going to move forward, because if you were that decisive, then you probably wouldn't be on Love is Blind looking to get married, with somebody who you meet across the pods in 2 weeks. You just probably wouldn't do that if you were somebody who was just that focused, that laser like that, having that much clarity, being able to make sharp decisions like that, with information. You're probably not going to go on Love is Blind to look for your next spouse, So, those are my thoughts.
All right, so I've got another question I've got to ask now. On a scale of 1 to 10, how diabolical is it that Netflix put Ashley in this position and allowed Tyler to play the game he's playing? I want to know from a scale of 1 to 10, and then the why. Go for it, Ethan. Go for it.
10, easily a 10. We see it time and time again with these reality shows putting contestants in compromised positions. Again, we look at the contract structure. You are mandated to go up to the altar if they mandate you to do so. So Ash, the same way as Clay and AD last season, he could have said, hey, off screen, hey, I don't think we should go ahead with the marriage, and they could force his hand into continuing to do so. The same way as with this situation, they continued it on and also even egg people on. I think if we can pull this back into, I guess, season 4 with like Shake and Deepti, and him saying all season long he never really even wanted to be in a relationship or engaged to Deepti, and him ultimately having to do that and how it panned out. I think that they're putting these contestants in compromised situations, and with Ashley, having a producer in your ear telling you probably it isn't that bad, just keep giving it a try. Let's see it, take it day by day. I don't think that it's a conducive situation for contestants, especially Black women in this case. And in other cases, it can be other types of contestants. But I'm for sure with Ashley, 10 out of 10, top level of diabolicalness.
That's a strong start, and I like it. Elsa said she's shaking her head, though. She said she don't agree with the 10 out of 10 diabolicalness. Why do you not agree with the 10 out of 10 diabolicalness from Netflix?
I don't agree with the 10 out of 10. They are liable for some things, but Ashley is a grown woman who has a contract that she signed. Now, she can get legal advice, as any contestant can have that contract reviewed. And you can say, no, this does not serve me. I am not going to be part of your circus. So my thing is 10 out of 10, I'll probably give them a strong 8, but I'm not going to completely take Ashley out of the fact that she signed a binding agreement. Now, if that agreement is good or not, is like back in hip hop. Back in hip hop, we had these bad contracts for all these musicians. So yes, she can probably fight this. But again, we now are in an age of information. And I think anyone going to reality TV, you can go get a lawyer to review this contract. And once you saw that you were only going to be making that amount of money, or once you saw I can't even get an annulment because you're forcing me to stay in this marriage for a year, I'm going to have to pump the brakes and find my way to reality TV another way, because this does not serve me. So they are responsible, but I ain't giving them a 10 out of 10. She grown, she over 30, she can read, she can go find a lawyer.
It's strong over here. Anybody agree or disagree with that point and has a strong point? You know what I'm saying? Lorraine, look, you touching the button. Go for it.
I agree. I mean, it's going to be like counterintuitive to what I was saying before when I was giving her a lot of grace, but she's not going on Match.com. You know, this is not Tinder. This is not Bumble. This is a reality TV show, and not to be facetious or anything, but 8 times out of 10, people go on reality TV show for ulterior motive. Okay, you might be thinking that hopefully I'll find a partner, hopefully I get married happily ever after. But you're also thinking about the benefits that's going to come out of that, you know, the opportunities that's going to come your way, potentially like changing career paths altogether. Like as Elsie has said, she has a contract. I get sent contracts all the time. How can I then say if something was to go wrong, well, I didn't like the fact that, you know, you have said I can't do this for this amount of time, or you are only giving me this amount, but I have done A, B, C, D. When I had the contract all along, you know, there's ChatGPT. If you can't afford to get a lawyer for you to review and ask the questions about what does this mean. So I will hold her accountable on that, because she put herself in that situation, knowing it's just not about finding love and getting married. It is a reality TV show. The production company are there to entertain us. Like, are you not entertained? Are we not sitting here and talking about the Love is Blind season 7? Yes, we are. So they have done their job, and as cruel as it might seem that they potentially knew this information about Tyler, their job is to give us a show, and a show they have gave. And as a person, if you have been reached out to, if you apply on your own accord, you are making a decision, an informed decision, I would like to hope, that you are happy to accept whatever that might come out of it, regardless of whether you ever end up marrying that person or not. So that I won't give her too much grace on. She knew what she should have known what she was getting herself into if she didn't.
Damn. Y'all a tough crowd out here. I like it, but you know, tough crowd out here. You know, you ain't gonna cut them no grace, okay? Layla, I hear you. I'm here with you. I'm liking the points that you guys are sharing. It's good.
Yeah, I'm of two minds, right? Because I'm an honest person. I would hope that this show that was built on sort of like a docu-series type of format, like a social experiment type of format, I would hope that they were at least somewhat genuine, like emphasizing entertainment, yes, but not manufacturing situations to destroy lives and sort of get people caught up. But at the same time, like trickery through contracts is a tale as old as time. Like this world and the legalities of things, it's just like, it's enough to really like break your heart, like how treacherous like the legalities of things are. Like contracts, the devil is truly in the details. And the fact of the matter is most people don't read them. We get on the internet, we bypass all these contracts that we just agreed to. We see the opportunity and we don't see the barbed wires around it, right? And so because we can see from episode 1 that Ashley was engaging with this process through childlike eyes, through desperate eyes of like, this is my shot to end generational trauma, which you honestly can't do through delusion and through, trauma eyes. But like she, I don't think that she maybe even thought they would approach it this way. I mean, I'm not trying to underestimate her intelligence. I don't think it's a matter of intelligence. I just think like it takes somebody who's been burned before or is close to somebody who's been burned before to really like anticipate like how deep they would actually take this. It takes a somewhat cynical personality to sort of like understand like how far they would be willing to take something like this. Like, because I've seen Unreal, I feel like my mind is like, I would never go on reality TV of any sort, just because I know you are not like, it's like Lorraine said, entertainment purposes. You're a character now. You're not a person anymore. You're a likeness now. You're not a person anymore. So yes, of course, ultimately Netflix, for even conceiving of a scheme like this is diabolical. But of course, just like everyone else here, if you have fallen on the wrong side of something that you've signed, we're all culpable as well. Like, and so Ashley is no different. And neither is Tyler. Like, honestly, like, again, he's the problem. But, girl, now you know. Shoot.
Tell no lies. I hear it. Before anyone goes, let everybody know. Listen, make sure you like the live. I've promised that if you guys get to 1,000 likes, I will double the prize fund for next week's quiz. Okay, to $200. Listen, so like the.
You're muted, Coach.
Sorry. My mic went out there. Apologies. I done slammed the table. All right, listen. So the question we're asking again: how diabolical is Netflix? How diabolical? I'm going to ask the question again slightly differently. How diabolical is Netflix for Tyler? Not just even for the contract, but also for Tyler, allowing someone like Terrence Tyler to enter the show, knowing that the background checks hadn't been done the way, or actually, I'm not even saying they hadn't been done, for allowing him through, even though they may have done the background checks and allowed this full-time criminal at this point, looks like full-time criminal, 7-time evict, come onto the show. How diabolical are they? Those who haven't spoken yet, I want to hear from you still again. How diabolical are they for this? And of course, I'm leading you with the fact that how diabolical are they? But I don't care. It's my channel, my show, and this is the contract I've written for you guys, which you don't have to sign. So Sean, talk to me. What's your thoughts process?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily Netflix per se. There's layers to it. And I have a little bit of bias because I have connections to Netflix. So
oh yeah, sorry.
But I do think it's trying to be as objective as possible. I do think that it is on the production company, because Netflix is the vehicle through which the show streams. The production company is the one that does all the work, gets the people together, sets the tone and the pace for how the show is going to run. So I think, if anything, the responsibility is there. Now, they do their contracts in partnership with Netflix. So yes, there still is responsibility on Netflix for just having such stringent contracts. that really are not, big picture, is not beneficial to the participants. On the front end, definitely not. On the back end, it just depends. Some people do get opportunities on the back end that make up for, some of the constraints of the contracts that they sign. I do think it does need to be looked at. We've seen just very prohibitive contracts and the damage they do. We see that in the music industry and entertainment industries where people just aren't really being paid fairly. We've seen lawsuits come from folks on Love is Blind talking about a variety of things, work conditions. So I think they need to continue to look at that and, really also be, a little bit better screening of the people that they bring forward. And when they do decide to bring forward people, being transparent with those people that they're in relationships with, because, they're on TV at the end of the day. This isn't just, them making bad dating decisions. They're on a television show in a very, different kind of environment.
Okay, I love that. So I'm going to add kinetic to that as well, because they're the ones who obviously do the very thing. So just in case, yes, Dahlia, you want to answer the question: how diabolical is Netflix or Kinetic for allowing Tyler into it?
When you were saying Netflix, in my mind, I substituted it with Kinetic because that's who my heat. Initially, that's who my heat was reserved for. And then I thought about it because I was about to give them a strong 8, but I'm going to drop it back down to a soft 7. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I just want to remind people, Kinetic, that is the same company who does Married at First Sight, Ultimatum, and The Perfect Match. These people have been diabolical for years. We are on season 7 of the original Love is Blind. We haven't even gotten to the international versions, okay? We're on season 7. So if she didn't do her due diligence and do her Googles so she can see what kind of devil she's working with. Now, admittedly, they are diabolical. So they were supposed to do a proper background check. But we know they don't do that. We know they don't do that because I used to watch Married at First Sight. I stopped watching them because I could tell they don't do proper background checks. Like the fact that they were able to let Michael, the pathological liar, through, because I'm never going to forget that. They let that man harass that lady and lie to her, gaslight her for weeks. She literally had to go to court to get an annulment, which, by the way, she's the only one who ever be able to do that. I can't remember that lady's name. Pretty lady. They stressed her out.
Mika.
Yes. She had to get an annulment. Like, this is the same company. So I want people to really keep that in mind. That's what you're walking into. So if you're going to be doing reality TV has been on since the 90s, since The Real World. And they weren't checking on those people then. All the people who came out of the real world, half of them are alcoholics, and the other half got gray hairs from dealing with the stress, okay? That's who we're dealing with. They are known. So I'm sorry, Ashley. I would love to be able to give you a break because I know you want love. I get it. For a half a second, I thought about signing up for it too. And then I remembered it's Kinetic. So, but I said half a second, Elsa. It was a half second. Leave me alone. But I'm sorry, but she's gonna have to hold some of this weight too, even though they let that Serbian demon come through. I can't put it all on them.
Now, why are Europe in it?
Serbian. He ain't black. He's Serbian.
Why
Serbian. They gonna take that hit, not us. It won't be us.
Why is Europeans in it? They don't rope us in.
Serbian demon, yes. That'd be all right.
It's cold over there, I told you. Yes, Love Lens review. I haven't heard from you yet. How diabolical is Netflix, Kinetic? You know, I'm gonna add one more for you. How diabolical is DC in general for you? Because clearly it seems to be a DC issue. Looks like why do it have to be that season? You know what I mean? It's been bad before, but why is DC so bad? You know what I'm saying? I'm playing, but Kinetic and Netflix. Talk to me.
I don't like Donald Trump, so don't take this the wrong way. I don't like him at all, but I love to learn from everybody. So taking from Donald Trump, I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to go back to what I did not respond to like he does. Because Dahlia, she called me out. and I don't want to be seen as someone who just
God damn.
Yeah. I'm going back.
It's half an hour.
I don't care.
Do your diligence. Do your thing. Hey, do your thing.
All right, so I want to start with a question, y'all. What does Nick, who dated Hannah, what does Nick do for a living? Can y'all answer this question for me?
Real estate.
All right.
Real estate.
What does Garrett do?
He was chemist or
physicist, right?
Physicist.
How do we know what they do? None of the girls did background checks on him. Y'all just trusted that, but y'all crushing Ashley when she did far more than people are willing to recognize. I don't think anybody on this panel recognizes we are not normal. We are solely invested in this show. And me, like when I date somebody, like I'll go on a date with a girl and she'd be like, we get to the point, she's like, well, this is my house. I already knew that. I already knew where you live. I already looked all that stuff up, but I'm not normal. This is not, you said that you did sales and insurance. I manage managers in sales and insurance, and I have to look at the individual person if I want to reach them so I can teach them so they can learn. I have to look at how they work. So I cannot dismiss the fact that Ashley was doing well. Ashley did far more than a normal person would do. If a guy's dicking you down and you in love and he doing all the stuff that Brett doing to Tiffany and there's no problems at all, and he tells you he got sperm babies, the majority of women is not finna leave for the whole night. I'm just being real. They not finna leave for the.
That's not what he did. What he told her was, I omitted vital information in the pods.
No, that's how you.
I let you fall in love with me. Then I told you I had sperm donor babies. And why are you telling me that? How does he know he has sperm donor babies?
That's how,
it's a close friend of his.
That's how you're breaking it down. I'm saying levels have to match. If I push your level all the way up to I'm head over heels in love, I'm being ABE, always be effective. He was effective in that. He was effective in showing all of this. So if it goes this high, it's going to take a lot lower to make someone run out of here. Somebody else, I forget her name, was that Faye? Somebody else said that she asked him, I want paperwork, I want this. The average woman would not have done this. I'm not basing this off the information we got after the show. He asked me to only look at what was shown on the show. Ashley went above what most women would do. We wouldn't do that because we on a different, but we're not normal. It's not normal to look up people information in the dating world. It's not normal. You bring up Twitter and all this stuff. That's not, if you think that's normal.
They'll say you're not normal. Don't shake your head.
I'm not normal either.
But she's also not in the normal dating situation. She's not. She's in a pressurized, truncated timeline. Yes. Okay, where she has to go match with somebody who, if she's trusting that Connecticut's already done their due diligence. Now we know that they haven't, right? But she doesn't know that. At this point now, all she knows is this man is now telling me after 2 weeks' time that he has kids.
But you say 2 weeks.
Why did he feel the need to tell her that?
But that's what I'm saying. You got to go based on reality. To us outside, it's 2 weeks. We've seen 7 seasons. None of them said it ever felt like 2 weeks. We've seen so many people felt like I've known you for years. I felt like all this. That's what happens. We had so many people tell us that the way that they design the questions, you remove from your phone, you remove from every single thing that like it's like this pressure that's built up upon. So piggybacking that back to what you're asking, like I don't understand how y'all can say, in one hand, Ashley is responsible, but then say the show responsible. If a woman cheats on me and have sex with a bunch of guys, she don't go with me in my next relationship. I cannot focus on her cheating on me. I have to focus on what I did or I didn't see to allow this woman to cheat on me so I can better protect myself in the next relationship. How can I do that if I put it on the show? We don't know the show's contracts. The show's contracts can say, hey, we put y'all in this situation. Y'all gonna fall in love. I don't know what's on the paperwork. Maybe that's coming from my true crime brain. I have to see the paperwork that they have in order to put the responsibility on the show. If we put you in these pods and we put you in this situation, y'all talk, y'all know each other, and you don't find out the information or whatever, that's on you. How can I blame the show? And how can I grow if I blame the show?
That's a good point. Donna, do you want to hit one last time and
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, I wouldn't even be bringing up a background check, even for a show like this, except he's the one who brought this up. He's the one who came to her and told her, I have these children. Hot potato, now do this information what you will, right? She's the one, and I think Layla mentioned this earlier, she's the one who actually brought up about wanting to see paperwork, and then we just never heard about it ever again. In the moment, she asked good clarifying questions, and I don't know if maybe this is poor editing because it's poor editing throughout the entire season, but at no point in time do we ever hear any callback to the questions that she had asked him. And those are good, relevant questions to ask. I think any reasonable woman would want to know the answer to that when the man that you are falling in love with, who you're supposed to marry within a week's time, is telling you big vital information, right? It's not even like this is just some random woman who he's never met before, and he's not going to deal with those kids. That's his close friend. Those are his words, okay? So we don't know what kind of relationship that he has with that woman. We don't know. And I think that's good information for her to have. She is responsible for that because this is marriage. She's got to marry this man. You don't know what you're marrying yourself to. Yes, he's saying these are sperm donor babies, but at this point now, this man is an admitted liar. And I'm going to keep calling him that because that's what he did. He lied by omission. He waited to share the information with her.
100%.
Right. So now that we know that you're a liar, I can't trust anything that's coming out of your mouth without some sort of evidence, some sort of evidentiary support to back it up. I can't.
But hold on. One word I want to correct you on. You said he's an omitted liar. We know in hindsight he's an omitted liar. At that time, no. At that time when he told her, only thing she knows is that he lied. She don't know that he omitted all of this other information.
I'm not talking about that stuff.
But hold on. I would like to say one thing. I truly believe the words that you're saying. I believe that you would have done this due diligence because I would have done it too. But you can't help people if you go by your anecdotal experiences. 99% of people in a situation where they're head over heels in love, they would not have done the things you and I do from our experience in our past, our job, our work, and things that we do for a living. This is not how normal society works. And you're not going to reach the people to help them grow if you don't react in the world as it exists, not in the world as you want it to be.
Yes, Elsa, do you want to add last person? And let's move this on.
Yeah, to go along with what Love Lens Reviews is saying, when Tyler spoke of it, he said he had donor children. And when he used those words, yes, Ashley was right to ask for paperwork. And I think they had a longer conversation. I think that was cut and spliced for production. But when someone says donor children, that means there were children produced from your donation. And that means, it wasn't a sperm bank type of donation. So there had to be a huge conversation. If she looked at the nuances of the words he used, there was a huge conversation that had to be had because you had to know there were children produced. How do you know who produced those children? There's a whole long conversation. And I'm sorry, going through Love is Blind, as soon as you get your phones, I don't care if it's Garrett Taylor or whatever. The first thing you do is check that person. The first thing you do is, I'm sorry, if people are not usually doing background checks, I don't know what's going on out here because I have been doing background checks since I was in college and that was in the 2000s. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on out here. If we are just trusting what people tell us, people lie. Our own parents lie sometimes. So why are we trusting Joe or Jane who we're dating and not verifying? I am not a proponent for anything other than one thing. I love the phrase, trust but verify. And that's how I live.
Hey, listen, I love the cover. You lot were going in it and in. I know you guys want to... Listen, let's get back to this diabolicalness, okay? All right, let's get back to that diabolicalness. You know what I'm saying, Chuck? Otherwise, we ain't going to leave it, okay? All right, let's get back to that diabolicalness of Netflix and Kinetic, okay? Thank you for the convo. Oh, Struggle Students, you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready to go, bro.
You
All
gonna
right.
drag us back into hell? Because it look like you're ready to go back into hell.
Listen, listen.
Yeah, are you sure? You like
Put
you're
your
ready to drag us
flammables
back
on,
to what they're
everyone.
talking about?
Put
Oh
your
Lord of
flammables on.
mercy.
All right,
Yeah,
here we go.
yeah.
All right, so Netflix and Kinetic, right? They obviously do background checks. They obviously sit down and interview these people and psychiatrically evaluate these people and everything. So they have a large responsibility to detect who's selected for the show. Right, first of all. Now, they put Ashley in an unfortunate situation because Tyler was one of the candidates, and that's who she connected with. So that's where their culpability is. Once Tyler expressed that he had 3 kids, yes, they came about in a crazy way. But the fact is, he did tell her that he has 3 kids. She made an informed decision, all right, regardless of the crazy situation, which she did omit. But she still chose to be with a man who's got 3 kids already. She made that decision. Regardless of the situation, how they came about, she chose to be with a man who's got 3 kids. She chose that for herself, to stick with that man, marry that man, everything. So I think that's what we're missing here. Netflix definitely diabolical because he shouldn't have been part of the selection process with all of that stuff going on. And what I will say is possibly from his perspective, going out into the real world dating and having to explain this crazy scenario, it's going to hamper his dating choices. Let's be real. But he messed up even more because he's gone on a national platform, Netflix, and put the potential for all of this crazy stuff to come out. Baby mama's mad. Baby mama's ex-wife is mad. They're all spilling tea. So a situation that he probably was ashamed of and afraid of putting out there, it's now blown out to massive proportions. So if Ashley and him are still together now, and she's seeing all this blowback on TikTok and social media and all these commentators coming with different bits of evidence and everything, if she still chose to be there, she's made an informed decision. Whether we like it or not, that's the life she chose.
Damn, that's the life she chose, and life chose her. I hear it. Who hasn't spoken yet? I know Lens Review, you're going to go, but someone hasn't spoken yet. Yes, Jay, go for it. Oh, tears coming out my eye.
You know, me and JR like to go back and forth when we can, how we can. I know he ended it in saying that Ashley does have the responsibility, so we're going to agree on that part. But as far as you trying to say that Kinetic has a responsibility to bring on a show, they'll do the background checks and all that stuff, not to look for sane people. They're not looking for everyday regular people because they don't make their show. They're looking for the flaws, the kinks, the things that throw you off so they can possibly have reactions and get a show. You're responsible when you sign a contract. The contract is designed to protect the company. If you can negotiate, then you should negotiate your contract because you can. You have that option to do it. And then you can say, you know what? This contract's not going to work for me. I'm not going to sign. Unless you have, like somebody said earlier, Lorraine said earlier, you have an alternative motive. You want to be on TV. You want to be seen. So you will sign a contract blindly. This is how the record company generally works. This is why a lot of people have bad deals, because they don't sit here and take their time and read their contract and negotiate what they want out of it. The same thing we watched with Taraji when she got on her platform and started running around crying about what they didn't have and all that. You had the opportunity to negotiate. You've been in the business for a long time. Now, unfortunately, the people that was with you didn't negotiate with you. So therefore, y'all had to come to compromises on a lot of things. So if you are going into a space that you're signing a contract, understand the contract is designed for the person giving you the contract. It's not designed for your protection. You can have a counter contract and you can bring that to the table. You can have lawyers come in. You can do whatever you want. You can negotiate, or you can just simply not sign. So at the end of the day, Ashley signed her rights. Like they said, her likeness away to be on this show. Now, once you're on the show, unfortunately, you may be placed into uncompromising positions. You may be placed into danger and all this stuff. Now, do they have a right to protect you physically and all this stuff? They should. But if it might be a fine print in that contract that says, hey, once filming starts, whatever happens, happens. you're on your own. It might be up in there. I need to know what the contract actually says. If we get a breakdown what the contract actually says, then we can sit there and say if Kinetic is to blame or if Ashley is to blame or both have equal parts in this. Which I'll stand right now on both has equal parts because she signed away her rights and they gave her a contract that said you're gonna be put up with anything. Okay, so that's where I'll go with that.
Hey, yes, Faye?
I will just say this one thing because I don't want to feel like people have said bits and pieces of this, but I just feel like, yes, the contract, the legalities, but barring all of that, I still think that there is, it may be just I have a thing with protecting naive people, people who are vulnerable, but you have a situation where people really want to get married. Like it's kind of, you know, a little bit of desperation there. They haven't found their person. They're looking for an unconventional way to find them. I think that it would be expected. It should be expected. There should be a duty, in a sense, to warn somebody that's in a compromising situation if they're coming into contact with somebody they may potentially marry that has a very heavy situation going on. Now, legally, with the contracts and all this other kind of stuff, do they have to do that? Maybe not. But I just think the question was, are they diabolical? 100% they're diabolical because there's no level of entertainment or anything, I think, out there that should, supersede your moral obligation to protect vulnerable people. And, you can have entertainment without having, all this extra stuff going on. Like we like the entertainment because just the pure, you know, bringing two people together, that in itself is entertaining, seeing how their personalities gel with each other, that sort of thing. But these extra bombshells, like 3 kids, like that there should be something in there. These companies do have a duty, and I think they need to be 100% held accountable. I'm going to leave the Ashley thing out of it for now just to focus on them. The production company is 100% diabolical as hell for that. If they knew and they still put her in that position, yes, she should have done her due diligence, blah, 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 blah. But that situation should never happen if it's knowingly done that way. If they missed some things doing a thorough background check, okay, fine. They did due diligence, they tried, they missed something, they did it in good faith, I think is what Easton was saying. That's what you should do. But having knowledge of that information and still placing someone in such a vulnerable state in that position, I'm nothing.
But the machine is diabolical, and that's what they thrive off of. You being vulnerable. That's why they pick all of these people and stuff, and that's why they do the background check, because they won't have a strong-minded people like us up on there. We would never pass their background check because we're not vulnerable enough for them, unfortunately. We're not desperate enough for them to be put into a position to say, you know what, I will sacrifice my life to be on TV for whatever it is that y'all want out of it. You can edit me any type of way. Me personally, I wouldn't really give my rights up like that. Like, you have control over how you're going to edit me. You're going to perceive me. I wouldn't want to give my rights, but other people might not mind that. And so, yes, they're diabolical, but are they held responsible? No, they have a contract in place to continue their diabolical deeds. That's the unfortunate part.
Until somebody comes up with a suit, that finds a way around that, because I think there were suits in the past for Love is Blind, for the way they were treating and things like that. That's how these things, they're not going to encounter every situation, so they're going to come a point where they encounter something that they're going to have to be held accountable for, probably in the form of a lawsuit.
Aren't we assuming we know what the background checks are for? We are assuming. I'm about to go way deep on y'all. If you young, I'm 44 years old. Puck, if you know Puck, real world road rules. Puck, he went through every extensive background check, and they chose Puck because he was crazy. He was going to provide the drama for the show. They didn't choose Puck because he was a stand-up citizen. Like, how do we know? Like, they could have chose him. Like, all right, he cool. We're not gonna get sued on any situation. Like, it's up to you. They're promising you will go into a pod. You're gonna talk to 15 other contestants, and that's just going to be it. That's it. We're making assumptions based upon we know their motive, and we don't know their motive. Like, it's up to you to go through all of these people to decide who you like. I want to keep it long.
Okay, I appreciate it. I don't know if Sean or Easton wanted to say something. Go for it, Sean. Do you want to say something or no? Okay, Easton, do you want to say anything? No.
At this point, I think the Ashley Tyler fiasco is like really, really low hanging fruit in this whole. I love this season because to me it seems like the most realistic to real life. But I think Tyler and Ashley, it's super like low hanging fruit because at the end of the day, Tyler's trash. Ashley seems to be like a pretty standard version of what we see today in today's dating market, but it just happens to be a cautionary tale.
I hear it. I hear it. Okay. Quick thoughts, just quick thoughts, and then we'll go to the next couple. Quick thoughts. Tyler's behavior on this particular show. So the actual behavior, because I know I talked about Ashley being accountable, but what about Tyler's behavior here? You know what I mean? Because he's waited to the last minute. Okay, like he's playing b-ball. Okay, trying to shoot for the hoop, and then told her this information. And so I want to know, manipulative or not? Yes, who's opening mic? Someone opening mic. Who's that? I can't see. Layla, go for it. Sorry, but I couldn't see who it was. Go for it, Layla. Yes.
Yeah, I found him manipulative. I found that his sort of like the prayers were very like. I think Seaway said something like, if a man starts mentioning the Lord, like within the first couple of weeks of you knowing him, like it's a red flag. It is, unfortunately. It is, unfortunately. I feel like he was listening to her talk about her priorities and listening to her tell her stories, and he was mirroring her, and he was being just very like performative. Like he was, I'm not saying that he isn't a man who prays. I'm just saying like, I feel like that whole prayer that you wrote, instantly I rolled my eyes. Let's just say it like that. I don't roll my eyes when everyone prays on TV or on the internet or whatever. Like, do you? But this seemed like, if you don't get on out, and then the Christmas story, I think I said it the last time I was up here, you bringing up a story that just so happens to match exactly a story that she has. I know she let it slip, and you just took her story and put yourself in it. And then she's like, oh my God, twins. Oh my God, we do the same things. Like, stop. Like women, like we gotta be way more careful. Like these, you need to, like, if you're single and you're a woman, like remember everything that you say to these men, because they're remembering everything that you say to them. And it might take 2 days. In their case, it's a very truncated time that they're in these pods. It might take 2 weeks. It might take 2 months. They're storing information about you, and they're using it to their advantage. Not every man, but the type of man that Tyler is. So I found him manipulative, from the prayer to the story about Christmas. He talking about he just adopted the very first episode that I saw with him, he was talking about how he just adopted a puppy and they go hiking together. You go hiking with your puppy and your kids. What are you talking about? So yeah, no, absolutely manipulative. Absolutely. He knew what he was doing. And then he knew that he needed to get her reeled in to a certain point before telling her, by the way, I have 3 kids, 2 of whom I am legally responsible for. All 3 of which you're emotionally responsible for, because you stepped up and decided to be father to all 3 of the kids and raise them as full siblings with their mom. Co-parenting and sometimes cohabitating and co-parenting. So yeah, completely manipulative. Like even if it comes out that he told her the full story, we know that he waited a very long time to tell her that. He waited until like they're in Mexico and she's talking about, I could marry you tomorrow, still not knowing, still basing that off of lies. the lies that said that they had more in common than they do, and the lies that said that they were in similar places in their lives, and they're not, because you're a father of 3 and she's not a mother. So yeah, I think there's no there's no way that he's innocent, even if he eventually told her everything and eventually showed her paperwork and she just decided to protect him on TV. Maybe she felt like, as a wife, it's my duty to make sure that like I'm protecting what's between us. But girl, like, no, he's a liar. That's the part that shouldn't be forgiven.
I did want to real quick. I know everybody wants to talk. This is the thing that I guess I'm a little bit more passionate about. Is I think there is a little bit more. A guy like Tyler operates off of half truths. I don't think that we really got his side of the story, and I don't think we will ever will. Maybe they'll get paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars to spill the tea on their side, but I think that there is a little bit more nuance that Tyler could add into the story, because I don't trust everything that Brian says, and I dang sure don't trust everything that Deshaun is saying. On the caveat, Tyler has motion outside of needing to be in Love Is Blind. Like, the guy doesn't need, he gets girls outside of it. So when you see that, it always perks a little interest in my mind. Like, bro, why are you on this show? Like, you not an ugly dude. Your hairline's evened up. Everything's good. You're Serbian, so you shouldn't have too many issues getting girls in the real world. But we see what that led to. And again, it's a common cautionary tale, because these type of guys, and although his story, I do have a soft spot for Tyler, because his story, I do believe, like, he came from a broken household, and we see how one bad situation can lead with a young man can lead to a huge amount of destruction for tons of women down the road. Because not only did he affect Ashley, but the women that he took money from, his ex-fiance, the Brian, her people, the kids. And so there's a lot of manipulation. But my last little point is, I think we run into, in the West, we think that bad stuff or nefarious people aren't around the corner and are lurking everywhere. And we just think that everything is supposed to be sunshine and rainbows. And I'm like, no, a guy like Tyler will always be around, and we constantly be like, oh, well, this is manipulation and these are these tactics. And it's like, there are bad people everywhere. You have to be risk adverse more than just kind of jumping head over heels over somebody. And I just see that constantly when we get in these like panels and chats and stuff like that. Everybody's like, well, there's manipulation. It happens time and time again. I don't think it'll ever end. And hopefully we can do stuff to change that. But it just, to me, gets to a point where it's like, he's terrible. He's a bad guy. We got to break this down. And it never really changes, because I think they're put in the world because there has to be some level of balance of good to evil.
I think that he not only reacts off half truths, but he reacts off tunnel vision. Put yourself in Tyler's shoes. I got a baby mama who I literally left her house with our children. You scumbag. Went on the show, and she is rooting for me to find my true love. I have an ex-fiance who, while we were dating, I was able to be in the freak offs and do anything I want, and have my ex-fiance around my biological children, and she didn't even notice she was around them. I feel like the tunnel vision. I feel like the tunnel vision that he has, he feels like it excludes him from the responsibility that he has in life, which ultimately turns him into the most diabolical person that I've ever seen on reality show television. If any man is in the audience, any man on the stream, you have a son. My first child was a daughter. I was so happy to be a father, but to know my second child was a son with my name, I cannot imagine a woman I met for merely 10 weeks I could deny my own seed for. So
definitely hear that. Who would like to go next? Manipulative or not, Tyler's behavior. Manipulative or not, Tyler's behavior. Yes, Lorraine, go for it.
I think yes. However, in Tyler's world, I feel like he's done nothing wrong. You see, Tyler has pretty privilege. Poor guy. I always give a raise my eyebrow when I see someone who looks like that. I'm sorry, you are guilty until proven innocent. Like when I saw him, I was like, now Tyler, you are too fine to be on Love is Blind. So that was already minus 100 points for me. So now for me, he had to prove himself even before when the whole thing came out. I was like, okay, makes sense. I was right. So he gets away with there's a reason why there's so many women coming out with stories. And now they're like, oh yeah, he's done this. Well, girl, you fell for his pretty face. That's what happened. If it was degular, Samson from across the road, you would not have put up with that bull crap. You would have been like, I'm not giving you 10,000. Are you crazy? You would have paused way more than you would have for Tyler. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh, I wouldn't. A lot of us has fell for Tyler. Okay, maybe not to the extent to Ashley, but a lot of us had a talent in our lives who's pretty, and you're like, damn, like you lose sense for a second. You do. And that's why all these women are like, they're losing sense over this man. So, he had an image in his head that I'm going to come on TV and I'm going to be this, emotional man, So that's the reason I feel he didn't tell his full truth on camera. And he knew that if I tell her off camera, it's going to be sweet because by then, one, I've come across as this emotional man, and two, she's seen me. Signed, sealed, delivered. And guess what? They're married. It worked. And people feel like pretty privilege isn't a thing. I don't want a man who's prettier than me. That is a problem. Sorry, it is a problem. I like a medium ugly kind of guy because it's too much going on. Why are you too pretty? You have a lot. You are a homosexual, but I just know it because you're just so used to women just giving you things and just like looking after you and just losing sense over you. I can't. Before you even come close to me, I'm like, oh, please, no. I want someone medium ugly because, maybe, yeah, we can work something out. So yeah, he's got pretty privilege. And in his mind, he's done nothing wrong. I'm telling you, he will never come out and say, I done this woman wrong. Because in his mind, you are lucky to be in my presence anyway, heifer.
So Tyler doesn't look like a Wendy's chicken nugget in the face.
No.
Okay.
He looks like a golden retriever.
No. Tyler looks like Hakkasan. He looks like an STK. He looks like the Shard. So that's why he gets away with a lot. That is the honest truth. And you lot can laugh like I'm telling a lie, but it's the truth. A regular guy could never. With Ashley, are you joking? With the ex-fiance, did you see her? Even with Miss Bride, she's a lesbian, but she's gorgeous. But she nearly changed her sexuality. Do you actually understand? Do you understand the depths of this pretty privilege? This woman is a lesbian, and she was confused.
Ready to risk it all for that man.
Risk it all for the anyway, chat. Listen, look, pretty privilege is a thing.
10 seconds and I'm out. It makes me scared for women when I think about Tyler, because if you think about the most diabolical guy ever in the history of this show, he would be a guy chasing clout. I honestly feel in my heart, Tyler came on this show to find a wife. It was just about the way he went about doing it. That's what scares me for women.
Okay. So can I pick her back off of Lorraine or whatever?
Go ahead.
No. Lorraine done shut that part down, so don't worry. I'm not going there with it. Okay.
Hey, listen, I got pretty privilege too.
Okay. But I will say this though, with pretty privilege though, Lorraine, he may not in this instance with Ashley, for sure, believe that he was manipulating her. But with pretty privilege that you have a level of manipulation to you, that you can use your privilege to manipulate and get out of situations with a lot of things. And he's already accustomed to doing this. So therefore, he's already walking into this with a thought in the back of his mind, I'm going to manipulate when I can. he manipulated the situation. I think what happened is he got caught up with Ashley and was like, oh Lord, let me go ahead and let me confess, because I really do actually like this person. But had it been anybody else, they would have been going without knowing that he has the kids. He would have went through this whole process without knowing that. It was something about Ashley that made him want to say, you know what, I need to treat you a little bit something different from I treated somebody else. You can do whatever you want to say, El Cid, but there's sometimes when people do manipulative things, and this is why people hurry up and get married to the next person after they just dump somebody, because there's something about them that makes them want to act a little bit better or something and bring the goodness out of them. The goodness is, I was lying to your ass. I was lying to you the whole daggone time, and here I am. Here's the truth. Or whatnot. Here's the actual truth. Hold up, El Cid, let me land. Here's the actual truth. The truth is, I have this, but I can't give you the whole truth. I got to still spoon feed it, because I already started the manipulation process by not telling you the truth up front. So now I got to spoon feed it to you. I'm just the donor. However, I know the kids. I have spent time with the kids or whatever and stuff. Just like Layla said earlier, I like to go hiking with my puppy, but I didn't tell you I'd bring my kids with me when I do these things. So how do I go ahead back and retrack all of this stuff? I got to baby step my way back to all the way to the beginning from when I should have told you all of this, because they've been having kid conversation. And not once did he bring it up in none of those conversations. So you already started your manipulation. You already started it. Because every open door that she gave you to talk about this kids, you never did. You never said, hey, by the way, I already got 3. How about 2 more? How about 1? You negotiated 7, trying to ease it in there. You was about to manipulate that situation. 7, I got 3, so we can get 4 or more out of you. Like what? So I'm going to have to say, yes, he's manipulative because it's within him. If you're, and not knowing what's outside the show, not saying that shit. You have been running around dodging your rent, getting eviction out of eviction, but somehow still being able to get another place to stay and living from girl to girl to girl. You're manipulative. This is a pattern of yours. You're a whole scammer. You can't tell me you're a scammer without being manipulative. You just can't tell me that. Okay. I ain't met one yet. So my brother has it within his DNA. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, and he uses his pretty privilege, like Loren says, to increase his chances of being more manipulative to even more people. He gets better, successful, I don't know, whatever you want to call the women that he gets. He gets better opportunities with the women he gets. It's not low grade women he's getting. Okay.
Can I one up?
Wait. I wanna ask Jay, and Jay is always the sweet one. She's always the nice one. We don't know why Tyler told her that night. You're assuming he wanted to come clean and he wanted to start new. Somebody could have been like, you tell her I will. And that forced him to say. So I'm not going to give him the, privilege of, I want to come clean before our wedding day, before we jump through this plane to be all nice. No. I think the way it happened was an act of desperation. Maybe production said, you better come clean. Or somebody was like, knock, 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 Tyler. I know where you are, and I'm going to let this be known. I'm not going to agree that he's being altruistic.
We don't have to agree. We don't have to agree. It's either scenario though. It's one way or another, but he has to come out. He's been manipulative. That was my whole point. My whole point is he's been manipulative. It doesn't matter what the reason of him coming clean. It's just that he was going to carry this lie as long as he could.
My, who hasn't spoken yet on this manipulative aspect? Zali, haven't spoken, go for it.
No, what I was going to say, just to piggyback off of Lorraine and Jay, yes, he's manipulative. And not only does he have pretty privilege, just like Jody from Baby Boy, he's going to get away with it. He's going to land on his feet. I just want you guys to be prepared for that. Nothing's going to happen to him. He's going to slide his way out of it like he's done his whole life. I personally don't find him very attractive. I think he looks like every other light-skinned man I've ever met in my life, but other women like him. So, okay. I'm just being honest. Sorry, but I don't see it. but he's been attractive his whole life. So he's been able to cultivate them skills. He knows how to use it. You know what he reminds me of? Do you guys remember Prison Bay? You guys remember that guy?
Yeah.
That was a good looking dude.
He
This
just
man
missing
was
the
so
eyes.
fine.
The eyes were spectacular. Even me, I was looking at him.
Eyes for me.
Damn.
Like
Spectacular eyes. Spectacular eyes. My God.
It's
And a
just
jawline.
Gorgeous. I've never seen a more beautiful man in my life. This man
Really?
divorced his
I have.
pregnant wife
Okay.
to go be with the billionaire's daughter. I was just in a perfume shop. He has an ad campaign with Giada Cologne right now. He's one of their ambassadors. The face, like, you want some of this today? Like, I've never seen anything like it. Off of a mugshot. That's how deep this stuff runs. Nothing's gonna happen to Tyler, you guys. I just felt the need to share that, to burst everyone's bubbles here in case y'all had any left. Yeah, nothing's gonna happen to him.
I just gotta highlight Layla in the background. She in the background, but she wrote Timo Prison Bay.
Listen, he's still Prison Bay, either way. Okay? That's why you call him that. Okay? It's dangerous looks. Who hasn't spoken yet? Who hasn't spoken yet? I think it's Faye and Sean. Yeah, Faye, go for it, and then we'll go for Sean. I'm waiting for Sean's MP to come through, so can't wait for it.
I'll be short because we all know I'm scared of Tyler. I said that before. He's scary. But I will say, I think he specifically broke her walls down, because I remember in the beginning, it was a little bit, she was kind of moving at the pace of someone who was like, okay, I don't know about this guy. Like, when she first saw him, in my opinion, when she first, the reveal happened, it seemed like she was a little bit hesitant. And then even, gradually building up in the coming weeks, it seemed like she was a little bit trying to figure out what's the catch, like what's going on with this guy. And I think he just continued to basically tell her exactly what she wanted to hear at every step of the way to break her down, and found basically all of her weaknesses or things that she was looking for, and kind of used that to his advantage, even up to the very last second when he did, kind of share the news with her, and not being fully transparent. I think, her wanting to have a family, her wanting to have kids, I think he had every intention of just trying to trap her, to be honest. Because it seems like he has a reputation of finding specific types of women to use. And there is something for him to gain by having a connection to certain women. There was like another guy, I don't know if you guys did Love is Blind. What was it? The Swedish version with the guy, I can't remember his name right now. But in the middle of the show, there was like, all this commotion about him having some kid. And, a couple people brought it to him and stuff like that. And he denied. And then he got married to her. And then she stuck by him. And then she was pregnant. And I was just like, oh, God, this is going to be Ashley. She's going to be pregnant at the reunion. Is like my first thought. So yeah, I feel badly for her. I do think she's naive, but he's also, as others have said, a pretty master manipulator, and probably using his looks to do so.
Well, Faye, we saw her at the reunion, and she ain't pregnant. Not in that dress. I mean, I don't, I don't want to, spoil it for anybody, but it's, the odds are against her being pregnant at the reunion. She might be pregnant now, but maybe after the reunion, but not now. Yeah, no, I listen. It's nobody's gonna be surprised by what I say. He is definitely manipulative. He is beyond manipulative. He is, a huge issue, and I think he is very strategic in the way that he revealed the information to her, the way he used some of her past track record to be able to woo her in and bring her in, and then just kind of slowly layer some of his truths on her, so that it wasn't enough time. So yeah, no, I think he's highly problematic. He doesn't seem like somebody that is very accountable. or has even looked to own any of the things from his past. So I think also the part to me is, he started, once they met, telling her, oh, there's going to be some people that can, that are going to tell you some things about me when we get in. So he set the trap then. And unfortunately, Ashley took the bait and said, nobody can tell me anything about you. So then that gave him the confidence to continue to do what he does best, which is take advantage of women, bring them in, use them, because unfortunately it's out there now. So I'm not revealing anything that's new information. It's kind of embarrassing, but with 7 evictions, he's not that very stable house-wise. So he just goes from home to post to home. And his most recent one was about a couple of months before the show started. So very convenient, where he is unhoused. And now you're going into a process which is going to give you temporary housing and then potentially be able to match you up with somebody who can give you permanent housing. He's very strategic. He aligns himself with very attractive, very, financially successful women of color. Unfortunately, he's preying on women of color, which to me sucks. I think he's a predator. And I think he is highly problematic, and he needs to not be focusing on marriage, but be focusing on himself and how he can stop repeating, these bad patterns of abuse.
Wait, why don't people like Sean again? I don't understand.
We'll talk
Once we get to the Marissa and Ramsey story, I do have a little bit of flack for that, but I think we're pretty much in alignment so far.
Lovely stuff. Well, listen, look, we've exhausted that topic, Ashley and Tyler. Good talkings as well by you guys. Honestly, good conversation. Audience members, if you're here, make sure you guys are liking, you're sharing, you're subscribing, you're clicking on that bell button. We have 651 people in the room watching. It's much appreciated. I know you guys are enjoying the show. Well, if you're enjoying the show, please do like the live. Like I said, I promise that if we get to 1,000 likes on this show, I will double the money for the quiz next week, up to $200. Okay, up to $200. And if you don't know, this week, this session, we had one earlier on. Dahlia won $100, and our good sis Taylor also won, I think, $80 as well. So listen, we're here, and we want to be able to share and give as well. So, and shout out to the people who have also donated for the memberships as well. Feel Good did some. Pam did some as well. Thank you very much for donating to that as well. Okay, cool. Just a little super chat by Feel Good. He said DC and DMV is full of scammers and clowns. Golly. I mean, listen, I'm not going to comment on that. I like DC, but I don't date in DC, so I can't really comment. So, all right, cool, fantastic. Let's move it on then to another contentious moment, okay? Another contentious moment. It is one that probably will get the conversation flowing once more again. Yes, we have Ramses, and we also have our good sis Marissa. This is quite an interesting situation because we know that with Ramses, he did say no before the altar. But whilst he did do that, let me submit to the court that he did also say he ain't wrapping up with no condoms, but wants her to also be on birth control. When she said no birth control, he still wanted to have sex. It was a little bit wild out here. It's not as necessary to submit that to the court, but I'm just saying the court might need to know about that just in case. I'm saying to you, he did also have a conversation with her prior in the pause about military, and she told him she had served, and he didn't say anything until he got out, and then said he's vexed at the fact that she's got military ties. So just submit that to the court. I'm not saying that you have to consider that, but I've said it now, so it probably is as well. And in the end, Marissa also, while she was left on a heap of floor in tears, after 6 months and doing the work she said she did, she went back after doing the work. She said she'd done the work and went back for our brother Ramses. She wanted a bit more of the Pharaoh, went back, and Pharaoh said no. You see, not letting the people go. So, unfortunately, that didn't run. And Marissa's mum, who also was, shooting without no blanks, but with real bullets, also went after she found out that Ramses and Marissa were not together, and went to him and said to him, "Listen, why aren't you dating my daughter?" So, it's really interesting. A lot of things were happening. in this situation. Okay, so I want to get you guys' thoughts. I guess my question here is this: whose fault is it? Marissa, Ramsey's, Marissa's mama, Ramsey's ex. Whose fault is it that we are looking at a situation which is not working right now? They are not together. Whose fault is it? Marissa, Ramsey's, Marissa's mom, and Ramsey's ex. Whose fault is it that they are not together? Who's willing to take a shot at that question and go forth and then prosperance? Who's ready to go? Easton wants to go first. Go for it. Talk to me. Whose fault is it that they are not together right now?
Easily, it was Marissa's, in my opinion. To be honest, I thought that Ramses was probably the most emotionally stable and at least the most modern in his approach of communication styles compared to the rest of the group. I listened to everybody's soliloquies last time, but let's break it down. We want to push puts a lot of shame and guilt in this issue with Ramses. But initially, Bowden was the favorite for Marissa. With Ramses being very competitive, he wanted to turn it up a notch. He tried to get super suave and whatever. Really didn't do that much, but there was a key moment that switched for Marissa. It was whenever he announced his zodiac sign. She was Leo, whatever signs he was. It immediately changed her choice from Bowden to Ramses. That was the crux with Marissa, in my opinion. She was a steady and consistent flip-flopper on everything, and she molded herself to appease Ramses. Now, granted, Ramses was extremely selfish, but I think that is the type of man that you're going to have with this modern. I think a more modern man is going to be a lot more self-centered and be very more forthright with what do they want or maybe what they demand. He has a really good communication style in the sense that he never came across as like, I want you to do birth control. I want you to do a lot of things. But to me, Marissa consistently on a lot of different areas flip-flopped. And to me, it seemed like she was a woman who always was always kind of controlled or had a lot of foundational structural issues from hearing her own voice. But then whenever she found some type of adversarial voice from Ramses, felt the need to say, I'm a woman, hear me roar, consistently with the whole military aspect. Like, he never ever said that he didn't like her previous service. They came up with a hypothetical that if she went back to the military, would he be in support of it? He said, no, absolutely not. This is a hypothetical. He didn't say that I can't forgive you for what you did in the past. He just said at this current point in time, if you wanted to go back into the military, I would not be for it and I wouldn't support that. And my last little caveat is as a guy, I think all the men in here can say that we kind of pick up like little points when we're dating somebody. If I'm picking up little inconsistencies that from day one that isn't matching up with day 8 or day 10, and I see your mama is acting like that towards me, and you flip-flopping on the birth control situation, because this isn't a conversation that they just had randomly on the camera that time. It was something that happened prior to it, and they shot it on camera. I'm saying, hey, this woman ain't the same person that I met on day one, and she's constantly flip-flopping. But that's just my point of view. I'd love to hear the floors, and then we can kind of go back and forth.
No, I know you set the place on fire. I thank God you went first to set the place on fire. Set it alight. I want to know who is here to speak to that particular point there. If they disagree, it's good to have a conversation, a different point of view. You know what I'm saying, Chu? Don't be shy now. I think it's a great time to add your 2 penny pence in. Let the fire burn. Who's ready to go?
You can let Layla up and take me down.
Lame. Alright, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's like I don't even really want to vilify Ramses too much, because I feel like Ramses is dealing with his own things. But when it comes, and I also don't think that like the magnitude of her emotional response kind of makes him worse. You know what I mean? As hard as that was to watch, as confusing as it was as to like, why are we watching 8 hours of her falling apart? Like on TV, when we're getting dropped in the middle of arguments and the aftermath of arguments, we're missing all the conversations, but we're here for the entirety of her emotional breakdown. Like they're trash for that. But I saw an interview where she said that they did discuss her ADHD in the pods, and they discussed how, you know, sometimes she becomes overstimulated and a little bit hyper. They discussed her autoimmune disorder, and he was like really trying. He's like, okay, well, how can I be there to support you? Like, how can I help? You know, whenever you have like a flare up of this thing. Well, you could understand that if I say I don't want to be touched, then it's not a personal attack. It's literally me going through, you know, just the condition that I told you that I had. But that was too much for him. Honestly, I don't think that Ramses wanted to be married. I don't believe that. And that's totally fine. I feel like there's this default that like everyone on earth should be married or you failed something. Like, I don't think he wants to be married. I think he wants a wife. Don't get me wrong. I think almost every man and many women in the world want a wife who's going to perform traditional wifely duties. But I don't think that he wants to be a partner in that. I think he wants to be receiving of that. See, at first when she said, everyone's cool with my energy for the first couple months and then they get like tired of it, I thought like, oh, maybe she's putting on a facade and then she can't keep it up after 2 months. But really what he was saying is, no, like you're like consistently like this. And I don't like the fact that I don't consistently want to receive it. And so I'm not into it. Like you being this chipper, like hyper, oh my gosh, over the top, like childlike almost in this exuberance that she has. That is fun in doses. That can brighten your day if you're down. That is amazing in so many instances. But he's like, I'm just trying to watch TV and you're on 10 because the lights were just here, the cameras were just here, the producers were just here. Your ADHD has you, you know, a little bit more ramped up than I am. And that's not always fun for me. And then, oh, sometimes you don't want to be touched, but I want to touch you. Like sometimes people don't realize that they're actually using their partner to self-soothe. And like, if their partner is not okay with that in the moment, then like you just have to deal with it. You know what I mean? Like you stroking me or petting me or whatever might be very, very comforting to you. But if you're overstimulating me, or if I'm like, my skin is very sensitive right now, like I should be able to just be like, that's not what I want in the moment. I'm sorry, like deal with it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like Ramses was trying to say all of those things when he was breaking up with her. He was like, you know, you bring home stress from work, and it's not like you bring home stress from work. It's just that you're not the Marissa in the pods and in Mexico when there was no work. There was no stress. It was just cuteness and sex and fun times all of the time. But like now you're like human in a regular setting, and that's not what I want. Like I want something like that. That's not real, but that's what I want. And in that sense, because that is not real, and he's a grown man and he knows that, like he knows that that's like, she's a human being that you can't turn up and turn down and turn off and press pause. Like you can't do all that. So it's like, I think you know that. I just think you're lying to yourself about what you want in life. Like he just wants his peace. He just wants to not be disturbed. She said he listed things like she listens to podcasts in the morning and she sings in the shower. And sometimes her energy is too much when he's just trying to be chill. Like that's the stuff he listed. It's not like her being fake. It's her being her. The person she said she was in the pods and the person she displayed in the pods. It would have been too much for me, but I would have never proposed. If I were a guy, like I would have never said yes to the proposal. Well, maybe I would have, but I would have regretted it. Like, you know what I mean? I think they're just there because he didn't really, I think he didn't really think about what he was getting into, and that's to her detriment. I think he needs to be a lot more honest with himself about what lifestyle he wants to live, and that is not about anything other than, do you want to be a married man? Do you want to be a man with a girlfriend? Do you want to be single? What do you want to do? Because I just feel like he didn't show up like a person trying to be a husband at all. At all. You're pressing me out about birth control? Like, grow up. Like, what are we trying to do here? We're only going to be maturing together. We're not going backwards in life. We're maturing. So like, we need to like, these are the, like, he's not coming into the marriage with the bare minimum understanding of like partnership and like what a woman is and like actual feminism and actual like respect of another human being. He's not coming into the marriage with those things.
Nice, he said later. Okay. Who's got? Oh, yeah, yes. Lens review. Go for it. Oh, was it lens review? Who was saying it?
I don't know.
Who's opening the mic? I'll go for lens, and I'll get Easton after. Go for it.
Thank you, man. I was a little nervous to speak on this right here because like I like what you teach on your channel, and that we got to be careful not to put this to our personal life. And if I put it to my personal life, I'm so open because I want an honest relationship. Like, I'm not going to hold anything back from my partner. So that would make me biased to a guy who is holding things from his partner. So while I agree with everything she just said, me and Layla, is that how you pronounce your name? Me and Layla, I 1000% agree with everything she said, but like, we're drawing this from watching him. He never let this out to his partner. So if I look at what he actually told us, he told us he was married. She asked him what happened with the marriage. He said they just both decided it didn't work. I don't know. I view things a certain way when someone gives a bland answer like that to something such seriousness as marriage. So I don't know why you got divorced. I don't understand why you broke off an engagement. Is like I can see why. Well, I want to choose my words correctly. I don't understand why you broke up with a girl. You didn't have to get married on this show. I'm thinking, okay, if he's nervous, they can continue dating and see where it goes. But he like, nah, this ending tonight, right now. I didn't see that. And don't get mad at me, Dollar. But knowing how when people fall in love and how they are and how emotions are heightened, I didn't understand how something as minuscule as someone being in the military, whether you agree with them being in the military or you disagree with them being in the military. That's something that you look at your partner and be like, yeah, I ain't agree with that, but at least you're not in it now. At least you're not going back to it now. I didn't think how you did something so far in the past that's not SA or something as egregious as that could stop you from proceeding further in a relationship. So I had no choice but look at Ramsey as a runner, someone that the public blame on sex, but I think he used sex and used anything he could to find a flaw in his partner to run away. And I feel that he did it with his wife as well. And he runs away so fast, that would make sense why he was so shocked that years later his wife was so hurt. I feel this is a weird season because most a-holes, they want clout, they want to build a social media. Tyler's an a-hole. He did not want clout. He did not want to build his social media. He wanted to be married. I feel that Ramsey's lied to himself. He wanted to be married, but he didn't know. He didn't check on himself enough to know you're gonna pick at every little thing, and there's no way you would marry anybody on this show.
Thank you very much. Easton, go for it. Good points, guys.
Again, I think we're kind of missing the point with this relationship. I think with Marissa and Ramses, the fundamental issue is that also there's a like 7 seasons of Love is Blind into this. So as a guy going onto the show, I know that I will be perceived as a villain that will affect my if I don't do things correctly, if I screw over the fan favorite, and I do believe that Marissa gets the pretty privileged aspect of it from a woman's style where, you know, she's pretty, she's bubbly, she has this great personality, and everybody feels she's more like the average girl that will be in these relationships than maybe a Tyler is. I think that there's far more Marissas than there are Tylers in the world. That being said, Ramses had already had it calculated because she had already had enough inconsistencies in his mind to need to get out of there. Plus, you add on the cherry on top, the mama. Now, I don't care how you flip it, dip it, and skip it. The mama, if I'm talking to her and I don't see my significant other defending me or protecting me in a way, oh no, that's a red flag that's going off in my head. Although there are certain circumstances. He was a former pastor that ended up, divorcing his wife and disbanding the religion and stuff like that. There's those things to calculate too. But for what I've been hearing about Ramses was that he was, leading her on and this and another, and he was just a manipulator. Y'all have put him in the same subcategory as a Tyler, and I'm like, bro, he communicated, and again, he could have been more demanding and more aggressive with his tone and his approach with Marissa, but he really did try to negotiate everything. The sex stuff, the birth control stuff, as was in her IG post, they had already talked about it off camera that she was going to do get on birth control. The issue is that I feel like she constantly flip-flopped, in anytime there was like an adversarial specifically from a man that she felt like she needed to insert herself and say like, hey, let me do a pushback, although I had already agreed off camera or something along those lines. To me, it just seemed like a very large mischaracterization of Ramses and not enough I guess analysis on Marissa, because we'll let this Tyler situation go and it'll be a glaring red flag, but we'll miss all the small red flags with a lot of the other contestants, in my opinion.
One quick thing. Be careful you don't do what I was worried about. I was worried that I'm going to internalize this. So for instance, I saw her mom talk to me like that. I'm out the door. I feel from what you're saying, you're out the door. If we're only looking at Ramses, he never showed any signs that he was worried about what her mom said during, after filming, through all of his interviews. So we can't say how we would feel on Ramses. We have to go by what Ramses feel.
What that little pushback, but we're also, I guess, blending in some type of context and nuance within this. I'm just saying, if a mom threatened to cut my balls off, yes, maybe some guy will just laugh it off and be like, cool. I'm just saying, let's use the general speaking, and most men would not be okay with that. Although I might laugh and be like, ah, kiki, and this be cool. Most men, like, we have to paint this generally because we don't get all the edits, we don't get all the behind the scenes stuff, we don't get all the context that we have now. Most men, in that I'm jogging it down, I'm putting a pin in there, I'm like, your mom's a little crazy. Is this how you gonna act in the future? Along with all the inconsistencies that you've shown me along the way. Yes, Ramses has his issues, but comparatively to the group of men that were on this season, he wasn't nearly as bad as what people like to see. I think that they're trying to gas in it because Marissa's pretty and bubbly, and a lot of her, maybe some of the issues that she's working through aren't nearly as apparent as being supremely insecure about your body or anything like that.
Most guys don't have two braids. Most guys wouldn't wear those street light yellow jeans he wore at the reunion. I'm just saying, he a different dude.
Him alone.
I prefaced it by saying he's a more modern guy. That's what I initially said, was he's a more modern guy. I'll let the panel talk, but I think the more modern guys are going to be a lot more selfish with their intent, with what they want. I think that's just me. I think our grandpas who might have just been stoic and shut up and sat down and watched this football, it's probably not going to be like that for the future generations going forward.
Just to clarify, Easton, just before Dali goes, you said that she said in an interview or something that she already agreed offline that they were not going to. She actually did that.
Mm-hmm. On an IG post that they had, the conversation that they had on camera was just a repeat, but off camera they had already agreed that and even the context by it when I was listening to it, that he looked kind of like dumbfounded, like we had already agreed a long time ago that, hey, we would check your ovulation time, and then we would just do that. And then when she got on camera, it seemed like maybe she felt like there was some patriarchal standards put on her, and she felt to push back on it. But
okay. Thank you. Good for clarity. Didn't know that. Yes, Dahlia, go for it.
So if we're talking about fault here, I'm gonna do a 51-49 split. 51 to Ramses. And the reason I'm doing it that way is okay, so I never liked Marissa. I actually thought that happy joy energy that she has, I thought it was fake for a while. To be honest with you, literally right up until they broke up, I thought it was fake. But seeing her cry, it made me go back and like re-examine all of the scenes that we had of her, and I realized, oh no, she's just showing us literally every part of her. I don't think she actually hid anything, which is what you would normally expect from somebody on a reality TV show. She was herself the whole way through, which is why she came off so wishy-washy, like real flip-floppy. I don't think she really has a strong sense of self, which is why she chose Ramses. Like, if she had a strong sense of self, there's no way she would have chose this man. That doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, that's why I give her 49% of that. I don't think, just as much as Ramses wasn't ready for this show, neither was she. I don't think she's ready to date, period, until she like really sorts herself out. She doesn't know where she stands on a lot of stuff. And when you think that she does, then she turns right around and says something else. And it's very confusing. Also, she's a people pleaser. And I don't know that if you really touched on this, but the pivotal scene for me was when they were in that hot tub for some reason. I don't know why they were there, but they were in a hot tub. And Ramses had to like pull out of her that she felt overwhelmed and she was resenting him for not helping her with the wedding details, right? We only know that because he kept pushing her to share that. He could tell she had something on her mind that she wasn't saying. And she was just going to leave that alone. And I was like, oh, yeah, she got some people pleasing tendencies. Because I know, because I'm a people pleaser. That's what we do. We'll just bite our tongue and then resent you for the stuff that we wanted you to do, but didn't tell you that we wanted you to do, and make you be a mind reader. Yeah, we're good for that. But I also remember even though he acknowledged that she wanted help, he never actually said, okay, well, here's what I can do. I'll do such and such and such and such. You let that girl struggle. You knew that she had a 2-hour commute going there and back. You knew she was sick. You knew she had a vitamin D deficiency. You know she has law school, and you let her take on the full weight of the wedding details. That's when I realized right then and there, he was never going to marry her. Because I don't know any self-respecting man that will let their partner go through that all by themselves. Even if you don't necessarily really care about a wedding, you're still going to go help her out because that's your partner, right? So I thought even then he wasn't going to marry her. I give him 51% because I find him to be profoundly self-centered. I don't think he's selfish. I just think that he's like solely focused on himself. And it's like, Layla, when you were bringing up all those points about her being sick and everything, and he's talking about how it affects him, it's like me. He's not thinking, what can I bring to her? And I find that's the case for a lot of these dating shows and marriage shows. Is they're consistently worrying about how their partner is going to affect them, but they're not really thinking about, okay, well, what am I bringing to my partner? How can I help them? How can I provide for them? Because, essentially marriage is service. It's you're just going to be playing servant all the time. That's both of you should be playing servant. And I don't see that in him. And the fact that he's been married before and he still doesn't get that is concerning. And I think he should be taken off of the marriage market too for a good long while until he learns some humility and service, because he doesn't have it. He really doesn't have it. And yeah, I felt very bad for her in that scene. I could tell like she was really hurting. And yeah, Layla, I did feel like it was kind of like it was not, what's the equivalent of torture porn where it's sorry, not that word, sorry. Where it's like I feel like it was kind of exploitative, like, okay, are we gonna cut away at some point? Because we're just sitting there watching this girl fall apart and she's not holding back any tears. It's like, okay. It was a lot. It was a lot. I'm kind of surprised that the mom didn't go off on him. Or maybe she did and they just edited it out. They just edited out the cuss words because she said like 2 lines and then we didn't hear from her after that. So yeah, 51-49 split. That's what I think.
Good breakdowns. I'm hearing it. Okay. Who hasn't spoken on this particular aspect? Who's at fault? Yes, Faye. Talk to me. Who's at fault, baby?
All right. So I will give this 50-50 down the middle. And everyone's kind of touched on all the points, so I won't rehash that. I think he's wishy-washy, she's wishy-washy. They both kind of have some shaky sense of selves. But I do want to say for Ramses, the reason why I think he's a little bit of a villain though in this sense is because she was looking for like I think a different type of man. She kept saying that. Like, she wanted a softer man, not the like super macho, kind of guy maybe she was used to in the military. And so he piqued her interest for those reasons. And he did at first come off as the guy who's like in touch with his emotions and like, oh, I've been married before. Like, I just think a lot of the things that he appealed to her for, he didn't deliver on. And then to take it further, I just feel like he basically was storing up all these reasons. He knew he didn't like her for a long time. Like he knew that for a long time. And I just don't respect the way that he went about the breakup, to say, oh, I talked to so and so, and I just, I realized that, it's just a lot of things, like, and he was given these like half answers, and she had to basically kind of pull things out of him to really get answers, and she was still not getting answers. Like, you don't like the woman, just say you don't like the woman and move on. Like, the dragging out of all of this stuff was just too much. The breakup, everything leading up to the breakup, I thought could have been done a long time ago, when he realized her energy was too much. She was herself the whole time, which is why I think that's where the villain thing comes in. Like, she was being herself the whole time, and then here he was like doing this whole like, wishy-washy thing. All these things are coming up. Oh, you're in the military. Oh, you're not giving me the affection I want. Oh, all these different things. That's not acceptable for somebody who's coming onto a show for marriage and you've been married before. So I think for me, it's just the level of immaturity. It's the self-centeredness, as other people have mentioned with him, that puts him in the villain category. But I think if he's guilty of anything, it's more so just not knowing who he is and what he wants. Because I don't get how you spent a number of years in a marriage and then still just don't have a clear sense of what you want, and further don't have enough balls to just say you're done with the situation. You got to say that you talked to someone and they made you realize, and just all this stuff, when it's just, he had checked out a long time ago. He stopped planning the marriage stuff. She kept calling him out saying, are you sure? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. And you can everyone was looking at the TV like, this man is not, he is done. He's like, everyone was like this. And on the other hand, for Marissa, if you got to ask that many times if somebody's sure, then you kind of know the answer, so I think it's 50-50, but I think he just kind of elevates into the villain category just because of those things that I explained. But that's all I have to add.
Love that. Okay. Who hasn't spoken yet? Lorraine, I haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have to agree 50-50. But Ramses can hold my drink for a second while I go into Marissa. Marissa, someone mentioned that she had pretty privilege. Baby, she's cute. She's cute. She's a girl next door. If she had pretty privilege, he would have let a lot of things slide. The mom issue, like a lot of moms and dads, they do all this. I mean, she did got a bit extra, but if he really wanted her and she did have pretty privilege, that would not have been an issue. Okay, so she's cute. She's not a bad looking lady, girl next door, but she does not have pretty privilege. Move that to the side. Now, has daddy issues seeping out of her. Do you get? Literally, I feel for her. I really, really do. What she needed was a Bowden who would have provided that masculine structure, but was still emotionally intelligent. Our guy Ramses is emotional, not emotionally intelligent. There's a difference. So she was not going to get that security, that anchorship that she really needed. She would not have to have kept on asking Bowden, are you sure? Do you want me? Do you this? Can you do that? Because what she needed is the kind of masculine structure that she lacked from her daddy issues. And, you know, Ramses was not going to give that to her. So she chose wrong because she hasn't worked through what she needs to work through. And hence why poor girl was begging on the television, begging this man, please, are you sure? Are you sure? It was so bad. It was, you know, it was so awful. And I understand we're human and, like, you know, you never know how you can react in that situation. But remember your national television. I would have cried out. I would have been on the wall crying outside away from the cameras. Like, have a bit of decorum. That's what I would say. So I think, I don't even know if she really wanted him. She just wanted somebody, you know? And she felt like, oh, he was going to be able to give me this because all the men that I have been with, they haven't been emotionally available. And she thought that a man who was quite fluid will be able to provide that, not knowing that he is just emotional. He's not emotionally intelligent. You know, she needs an anchorship, someone who is masculine, but who is emotionally available. Back to Ramses. Ramses did not like Marissa one bit. He just wanted to win and get out of the pods. Everything that he was saying in the pods was like, oh, you know, I heard about Bowden. I just want to make sure that I'm number one. All this other stuff. I thought, do you know, you don't want her. And he kept on saying, I love how she holds my masculinity. It was never anything to do with Marissa, what her character, her personality. It was just about him and how he felt. He just wanted to be loved. And I question when he kept on saying that, is that the reason why his marriage fell apart? His sexuality, not sexuality, pardon, that was a Freudian slip. His masculinity. Because why do you keep on mentioning that? Does it play a part in all the relationships, and the fact that you can't be an anchor for women? You know? It's nothing to do with him being a feminist. It's nothing to do with him being emotional. It's just that he's just so self-focused. He's, you know, thinking about his own needs. And to be honest, I feel like women should be more like Ramses. You know, I feel like women can be a bit too giving and too maternal and like, what can I do? And all of this. Like, sometimes be self-serving and think about what you want and what you need. And that's what Marissa should have done in that moment. She should have put herself first to be like, okay, but how am I feeling in this moment? Every single time he would say something, you would see herself hold her tongue. And I'm like, you want to say more, but you're holding yourself because you're thinking, oh, if I say this, I might lose him or he might not be happy. Like, forget all that. How do you feel in this moment? What do you want? So I feel like it was 50-50 for different reasons. Marissa, daddy issues, needs masculine structure. Ramses just wants to be loved. He has his own issues. I can't pinpoint what his issues are and where it's stemming from, but there's a need to be loved there, and I just don't know where that comes from.
Hey, just this one little quick thing. Felicia Cooper said Lorraine subconsciously saying Ramses is the male bride. I have a video where I said that. I just want to throw that out there. That's all. I'm done.
10 seconds. I don't think a lot of women understand when a man gets the ick. Y'all might see how when y'all have the ick and you stop liking a girl or a guy, and how you might be mean and jabby or make up little things. But I recognize Ramses. He got the ick because enough little data points gave him like, you're not the same person that I was with. Beyond the having fun part, he got the ick for her, and a lot of women don't really see that, and they get mad when it does happen. And like, yeah, Marissa is like the girl next door, but a lot of women, relate to her and kind of are and like that, but y'all don't really understand when a guy gets the ick and how he might respond to that.
Hasn't spoken yet. Who hasn't spoken yet? Sugar Streams, talk to me.
Yeah, I've got to say, I definitely think Ramses is to blame for this situation. I think the fact that he used his former partner and how her feelings were hurt as a means to exit the relationship means that he still hasn't healed from that, and probably went on the show to try and heal from that. He dropped the ball because he really found someone that accepted him for his quirky dress sense, personality, all of that. She was into him, and that's probably what he ultimately wanted. But he didn't have enough attraction to her to reciprocate that. So I think he's definitely to blame. The lack of masculinity, as Lorraine said, I think is a very important part of this as well, because the structure and stability that usually comes with the presumption of masculinity, she didn't want that. Like, she wanted someone more fluid and more in touch with their feminine side, and that's what she got. But he, to me, was a mess. Like, he initially started liking her in the pods, obviously, but I think the reality hit when he got to spend time with her. And it may not necessarily have been the ick straight away, but I think he was definitely, accumulating so many things that kind of ruffled his feathers, got under his skin a little bit, and that was enough for him to bounce. It wasn't like she did anything egregious. She didn't say anything egregious to him or offend him in any way. If anything, the mum did, and he laughed that off. So I just think he was still dealing with outside influences, the previous marriage and all that stuff, and probably had cold feet because going into his second marriage, he probably wanted to be more all in than he was with Marissa. That's my take.
Hearing you. Sorry, my throat. Who hasn't spoken on this yet? I haven't heard from, I think, Jay and Sean on this yet, and I said I don't think I've heard from you either. So, boy oh boy, yes, Jay, talk to me. What's going on?
Let me get mine out the way before them two go back and forth, because El Cid wants to go back and forth with Sean so bad. But listen, I'm in the belief of both of these people have equal parts to play in this. When we were in the pods, we weren't asking none of the right questions, and when the questions were asked or the topics were discussed, we weren't being honest. Ramses knew in the pods he had a problem with the military thing. We should have had a conversation about that then. We shouldn't wait till we get out and have this face-to-face. I done proposed to you. We're in this position now, and now it's a bigger deal than you ever told me it was. You never told me what the issue was. That we have the other side of every time she asks about the marriage, the previous marriage, he pretty much shut her down. Their communication was off from jump. That was the biggest problem. And like I said before, they can ride the wave, but if their wave was to get married at the end, you still got to talk to each other the whole time that you're doing this. You can sit here and have your fun, but we need to have some real conversations. We need to be serious sometimes and really talk about some things that really mean something to us longevity wise. They weren't really doing that until they got face to face. Now, am I going to fault Ramses for having a change of heart? When you live with somebody, sometimes you have a change of heart. They're all wonderful things when you're living apart and you're in your own space and you can go away from them and you have your space to go away from that person. But when you're up under somebody 24/7, it's a different experience. And sometimes that's a bit much. Now, for a person who has been married before, even though it was a short marriage and a long relationship, he should understand that he's going to go through these changes. He should not be nitpicking and looking for outs when you already agreed to end. So I'm with Marissa on the stance that you should have never came on here, because if we are to believe that he never wanted to be married, and I like the way Layla put it earlier, he wants a wife, but he don't want the commitment of marriage. He wants a partnership. You want a relationship. That's what you want. You want a woman with wifely duties, but you don't want to actually wife her. Just say that. Don't come on a show where the premise of the show is to get married. You're wasting everybody's time, including your own. So at the end of the day, since you wasted everybody's time, the only now question is, what did you learn out of this? Did you learn anything through this experience? Did you learn anything through your previous marriage? Marissa has came out and stated that she has learned some things about herself, that she's a people pleaser. She's trying to learn how to not be so much of that, that she's trying to set better boundaries and stuff. She has to definitely set better boundaries for herself, because 6 months later, you better not be going back for a relationship. You better be going back for the peen alone, and that's it. And that's as much as I'm going to give you. Okay, that's as much as I'm going to give you. You better not be going back for the relationship, because about 6 months later, and he ain't once called you or anything in that 6 months, child, no, don't do it. So yes, you need to set some boundaries for yourself or whatever. But both of these two people are what we see in the regular world of dating. You get in, you ignore all the red flags, you ignore all the conversations that are supposed to be had, or you don't even have them in the first place. You're going off the seat of your pants and emotions and you know, whatever you feeling in the love below, you working all that out, but you're not really factoring in that, is this person going to be long-term in my life? If this person is somebody I really want to be with, and then one person is doing that, is making room and space for the other person when the other person really is not. So they both got a part to play up in this situation. They're the villain in their own stories, because they're getting in their own way by not really being honest about what they want. Marissa wants somebody different, but you want them this different from you? Do you want them this different? That Ramsey's was completely different from anything you've been with. You got to baby step yourself over there and stuff like that. That was a drastic switch up. So you can't just expect that I'm going to do a drastic switch up and still be me. You know what I'm saying? You can't really be you. I'm not saying I'm not going to fault her for doing that, because you got to try at least once to see if it is you. But now that you've seen that it is you, there's some parts of you that needs to change. Because if everybody is saying that your energy is here all the time, you got to figure out how to reel that in when you need to reel it in. You know, and if Ramses, you got on here and saying that I want to be married again and I want a wife, but I'm a feminist and I have all these liberal and loose ideas and stuff, and then you can't get on here and saying I'm going to stand my ground on not wearing protection, and you have to figure it out as a woman by putting your body in harm and all this stuff like that, or and my religion is this. You can't have strong views all of a sudden. So both of these people came on this show really lying to themselves. And did neither one of the partners a disservice. I mean, they did both of their partners a disservice, and I'll leave it at that.
It's real talks. I'm hearing it. Sean else said, who wants to go? Which one wants to take that lead? One of you two.
I'll go. So, yeah, I think who's at fault? Obviously, they're two people in a relationship, so they both bear a level of responsibility. And I think that's probably all that's about equitable. Now, I think that from my perspective, the only redeeming thing that Ramses did was to let her go and not marry her, you know? And then also when she tried to spin the block, you know, also tell her no. So those two things give me some redemptive qualities in his actions from what I've seen. And everything else to me is just not good behavior. And the reason that I've consistently had smoke for somebody like him is because people like that slip through the cracks, and we give them grace because they're non-traditional. They show up looking maybe a little bit different. He's not, you know, on the surface, somebody that we can just kind of pick apart. But at the end of the day, he positions himself as something, and then he shows up very differently. He positions himself as somebody who's a feminist, and is the antithesis of a feminist when you have a conversation which is so base level that you shouldn't have to be a man and a feminist to understand, talking about a woman's bodily autonomy, talking about using contraceptives. You know, I'm trying to choose my words wisely. I just think, like, at the end of the day, I don't care what they agreed to behind the scenes. That's great. I'm glad they were able to finally get there. But at the end of the day, he had a very tricky conversation around using protection with her. And that kind of conversation is steeped in things that are problematic. Now, does that make him the worst man in the world? No, but he should know better as somebody who is aware and in tune to the person that he is in a relationship with. Marissa is not somebody that was his, you're just dating around in a situationship. Love is Blind is you're supposed to be married, right? That's the idea. You're falling in love, you're getting engaged, and you're preparing to be married. So there's an elevated expectation of your actions. So how you may treat somebody in the dating world should be very different than you do in a marriage. And especially for him being somebody that has roots in the Christian faith, that also was married before. There's certain base level things that he should be understanding of. And I think he came off very selfish. And when his needs were no longer being met, he decided to discard her. Again, I think that rejection was her protection. So I think that was the best thing that he could have done. But I do think he's a poser. I think he's somebody that doesn't own his actions. I think that at the end of the day, the way he framed the marriage that he had the first time was indicative of how he looks at himself. He's very self-righteous. That came off in so many ways when he talked about the military. He thinks he knows everything, and he just puts it out there. Even in that conversation that they were having around unprotected intimacy, he was very self-righteous. Oh, you've had pleasurable interactions with contraceptives. It sounds weird, but I'm just trying not to say sex because I don't want anybody to say it or say it in the comments. But that whole conversation, that's dripped in problematic conversations. And whether they agreed to follow her cycle, all of that after the fact, that's great. I'm glad he finally got there. But the fact that he had to get there and the way he tried to lure her back into not doing it, to me is still problematic, and something that I hope he learns from, instead of being so quick to try to be defendant of himself online with how he showed up. He should be like, wow, I learned and I realized I was a little cringy. I think I need to dive in and think a little bit differently about how I approach contraceptives and having that conversation with women.
Good points. El Cid.
I'm going to say that everybody defines feminism in their own way. Some people are along the journey in a different way. I'm not going to say he's not a feminist. I'm not. Because what he did was he let this woman go live her life, release her from this relationship and this show. He could have been carnage. He could have married her. He could have said no at the altar. And in any relationship, like Jay said, when you are in a relationship and then when you live with someone, it is two different things. You can say every day, I am going to love you and be with you forever. Until we start living together and I start seeing that you ticking me off with my pet peeves, it could be something different. We could be living together and you say you're going to be with me for sickness and in health until that sickness hits. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. So what I appreciate with Ramses is that he wants to have the conversation. He's not just shutting up, looking at you funny and saying this ain't for me and dipping out. We will talk about this. Let me see if there is a bridge we can build. He's not just running. He's not just making it up and running. Can we speak? And I don't know if it's production, but most of the times that they're talking about serious conversations, he's bringing it up. He's initiating it. So I'm wondering, Marissa, the end of the serious conversations don't happen in the pods. It doesn't end there. And if you know there are things in your life, just like Ramses, if you know there are things in your life that it can make a partner look at you differently or may not be able to accept, you have the conversation. My thing is, I prefer the conversation. I prefer you spell it out to me. Hey, this is what it is. Take it or leave it. And if you leave it, that's fine. But at least we talked about it. At least you're not selling me a complete dream. It's like, yes, you said this will be fine. But once you're in it, tell me, hey, this isn't what I thought it would be. And I can't, in good conscience, stay with you. Marissa's calling him back after 6 months after she did some healing. Her mother is calling him to come back with her daughter. I mean, what Twilight Zone are we in if this man is that destructive? Why is mama and daughter like, please come back. Please come back. I'm not going to put and make, Ramses a complete villain. There are things he can work on, things he needs to work on, because he cannot enter into a second marriage with all of this baggage he's carrying. Not going to happen, no matter how long he dates the person. But he needs to do some self-reflection, and he needs to, probably build some muscle to be able to be a partner to carry a heavy load, because you may have what you want, Ramses. You may have the woman that you want. You may have the ideal. That does not mean the future is going to remain ideal. And you got to be a partner to help carry a heavy load. That's just what it is. So again, I'm not going to make him a complete villain. I'm not going to vilify him. I'm going to see him exactly as he is edited, and I'm going to let it be. And it's like, okay, the big grace is he did it at the apartment, and he didn't do it in front of friends and family.
Let's go for it, Sean. Oh, Lorraine, sorry. Lorraine wants to go and then Sean. I don't know who wants to go first. Who's willing to go?
Yeah, can I just say something quickly? Elsie, I love you. I'm a bit scared of you, but I do have something to say. The reason why the mom and Marissa went back is because the mom done had, children with how many baby dads? She's broken herself, you see? And Marissa is broken. We can't say the reason they go back is because he's a good man, Savannah. It's because they're dealing with their own issues, and the mom wants the daughters to be happy, so she's gonna all of that stuff. So we can't say that's the reason. And also there's a spectrum to being a villain. You have the Tylers, you have the Tims, you have the Nicks, and you also have the Ramses, right? I just don't agree that somebody has to show up in this way for them to be a villain. For me, Ramses is a silent killer. You just don't see them coming. It's nice and they speak to you nicely, and let's have a discussion and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, he's still a villain because he did not like her. He did, at some point, he decided that she's not the one for me, and it was not when he told her. It was way before then. That's why she was doing all the work herself. That's why he was not that invested. That's why all these issues that they were having, he was nitpicking so much because he had made a decision that he did not want her. So for me, he's still a villain, but he's not going to be a Tyler or a Tim or the other people, the other men who are villains, just because he has some good qualities, which he does have, but he is still a villain. I would not want a Ramses. Don't matter how softly spoken he is, Cher.
Kojo, you heard me say Ramses, Tim, and Hannah, they all got something in common. They all, I never saw Hannah check on Nick and ask how Nick felt. I never saw Tim check to see how Alex felt. I never saw Ramses to check how Marissa felt. It's just that his approach was so much better than Hannah's and Tim's. He allowed to fly under the radar long enough until we, as the audience, he was finally exposed at the end. And that's why people have so much vitriol for him. But I feel like his principles are pretty much the same as Hannah's and Tim's. It's either my way or the highway. But I think that his motivation comes from more fear-based, possibly from being married in the past. I don't know. But I don't see a difference between him and the other two other than his approach.
Real quick.
Wait. Sean's meant to go. Sean, let's go first.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, and what you said, Lorraine, is exactly what I was going to share about the going back part. I think that is just her mother isn't all one way. You know what I mean? Like, yes, she has a tough exterior, but she loves her daughter. So she saw her daughter in pain and she wanted that pain to end. She may not like Ramses per se, but she wanted her daughter's pain to end. And she said, hey, this is somebody that my daughter wants. Is there a possible chance that she's what he would be willing to reconsider? So I think that's what she was doing, was she was trying to do what she thought her daughter would want or would take the pain away. Again, it's not necessarily the best thing probably for both of them, but it's what she did. And I don't think that validates Ramses' character. No, it just means I'm a mom and I don't want my daughter to be in pain. And I also think that at the end of the day, I understand. And by me going in on Ramses does not mean Marissa is not accountable for her own actions. Doesn't mean Marissa is perfect. Doesn't mean there's not things that that she has to work on. I'm not denying that. There's definitely self-worth issues there. She's honest about it. She's open about it. So my vim is less for her because she is in a process of working on the things that she's learned from this process. I've yet to see that. I've yet to hear any of that from Ramses at all. All I've seen him was try to defend himself, try to clean up his image, try not to be the villain, and also show up very self-righteous on the screen, and the exact opposite of how he presented himself to be. So I think he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. And I think at the end of the day, I understand. Listen, I get it. I get it that women are accountable for the men that they are in relationships with. Yeah, they're going to have to live those consequences out before, during, and after the relationship if it ends. I understand that. And understand that you have to be able to come up with safeguards to protect yourself from it happening again. But it doesn't mean that men get not to be called out. We got to call out men. Men need to change our behavior. If we are supposed to be leaders, then we have to change our behaviors. If we wield and yield the bulk of the power in the world that we live in, then we have to be the ones that are going to change our behavior and be the ones to accept it when we're called out. We can't be so fragile and defensive and, oh, I'm a good guy too, and I didn't do that. No, sometimes we do jacked up things. We do. And we have to be, and sometimes we're best intentioned. And sometimes we're just being downright selfish because we want what we want. And that's the stance I come from. It's like, hey, listen, it doesn't mean that, he's a complete villain. No, but he definitely has some villain qualities, and he's showing up very villain-like when you do certain manipulative acts. And especially, again, I'm going to end there, when you say you're the exact opposite of toxic masculinity, because I'm sorry, that's what a feminist is. When a man calls themselves a feminist, that means you will push back against the toxic masculine structure. And all the things that he did, especially around intimacy, were the exact opposite. They're actually base level toxic masculinity things that anybody that doesn't have to be a feminist can understand.
Go for it, Easton. And then later after.
Well, I wanted to kind of, I guess, piggyback off of both of these comments, but Lorraine, I found it pretty intriguing that when you brought up villains, you never brought up a woman. Lovelands, you brought up Hannah being a villain, but typically when we get into these reality TV shows, the man is effectively the villain if he doesn't come across as agreeable, or if he isn't done like Marshall, or if he doesn't maybe pander a little bit. And when we get on these panels, we tend to judge people without nuance or any type of context. And I find that intriguingly interesting that, Lorraine, that you did that. But I would ask Sean, how would you want a man to particularly act in a discussion like, because this is also a teaching moment, and there are men out there that are listening, and myself as a young man, I'm trying to, how to figure out how to navigate. If my partner and I have a discussion behind closed doors that we are both in agreement about us not, hey, we're going to be looking at the little calendar, looking at your period cycle, all this other stuff. And then when you get in front of the camera, you completely do a 180. How would you have this discussion? Because for me, I would be taken aback, as well as if I'm in an accelerated process like Love is Blind, I would maybe factor that into, is this person consistent? Is this person the same person that I met in the pods? This would all go into my calculation as a person. Yes, and put a pin in that question, Sean, because I want you to be next. But as a guy who's trying to exit out of a relationship, no man on on Love is Blind ever does it correctly. You're always going to be the villain if you break the woman's heart. You're always going to be, you know, there's going to be hordes of women in your comments. Why did you do this to my favorite person? Marissa was the favorite person. Ramses could have, like Elsid said, could have married her, could have continued on with the relationship and then discarded her, but he didn't. Maybe he might not have landed a perfect flip like this is Olympics on how to dismount from the whatever competition he was doing, but I do believe that Ramses did the best that he could. And in these shows, you always are pretty perceptive about how the public might see you. But Sean, I would love for you to answer that.
No. You can't address Sean.
I knew she was gonna say it.
And then ask Sean's. No. We're not about to do that. I find it interesting that you phrased mine as a statement and Sean as a question. How interesting. I said all those men were villains because I was referencing the men. I never once have said that there was no villain. The women were not villains. I never
Why
once
did you
said
throw it in as a suggestion like Lovelands?
Wait, let her land. Everyone's got to land.
I never said that Hannah was not a villain. I never said that Alex, because Alex is a villain. I never said that Alex is not a villain. I never said, I even said Marissa has her own issues. She's got daddy issues. I said all of this stuff. But my statement was because I was talking about men in general and how there's a spectrum to being a villain, not in general men and women. I was referencing the men. That's not me saying that women are not villains and they don't have a role to play and they should not be held accountable. I will gladly hold Hannah accountable and Alex accountable when we get to them. But we were talking about Ramses and Marissa, and I held Marissa accountable. And on the spectrum, she's there as well because she has her own issues and she has to be held accountable for that. And with Ashley, she has to be held accountable. I even said that I'm not going to give her any grace because she signed a contract. And she knew, she's a big girl, you knew what you were doing, right? However, I was speaking about the men, hence why I only referenced the men. But it's interesting how you spoke, you said it in a statement towards me, but when you were speaking to Sean, it was a question. You had made your mind up that I'm biased when it comes to women, when that's not the case. But you allowed Sean the grace to be able to explain himself. Now that's interesting.
Let me say something. Because Lovelands was able to bring in Hannah again, when we were having this discussion, you could have brought in a female example of a villain, but you chose not to. Hey, I'm not here to discriminate. I just found it interesting. Lovelands in his discussion about the topic, he was able to bring up Hannah, Tim, and Ramses. Again, I just think that typically when we have these discussions about villains, it always turns to a magnifying glass on the men, and men can only be villains. And I would love for us to expand our mind and into having a discussion that puts everybody in the spectrum of villainry, if you will, because it just tends to kind of lean that way. I think that it also creates a bias towards why we're constantly seeing low vibrational men hop onto shows, and why men who might be a good stop, why wouldn't they? Like, every time if I do something wrong, I will be cast. Lorraine might call me a villain.
Hey, I feel like this is the second opposite.
Wait. You can't jump in. Sorry, I don't know. Sorry.
My bad. He mentioned my name 3 times.
I understand. But if Lorraine's
I think you did good, Lovelands. Like I was saying, like I like how you were you used Hannah, Tim, and Ramses as villains, but Lorraine, to me, you only use the 4 men. But hey.
Lorraine, do you want to respond? And then, yeah.
I already responded. I explained why I did that. I was speaking about the men, so I only spoke about the men. I accept that Alex is a villain. Hannah is a villain. I even said that Ashley can be called a villain in her own right. I even went in on Marissa. So I don't understand. Just because I didn't mention them in that specific sentence does not mean that I don't see the villaincy. Is that the word? I don't see that they could be villains in their own right. It was just a statement that I made that was about the men. But when it's time for the women, everyone's going to get smoke. If you have heard me on this panel, everyone can get it. And everyone will get it. But it was just literally a statement. But like I'm saying, I posed it to you that it was interesting that when it was about me, it was a statement. But you afforded Sean the grace by asking him a question instead of phrasing it as a statement to allow him the chance to explain himself. If you had said, well, Lorraine, why did you not reference Hannah as a villain? Then I would have explained it. But you already had made up your mind that I am not able to hold women accountable, which is not the case at all.
Interesting. Sean, do you want to respond to what Easton has said? This is a really good conversation, by the way.
I can't take you in this Bridgerton accent you got going on right now.
I love it. Go ahead, Sean. Tell us something about this.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we're back to the question that Easton posed to me, I think that I would expect that my answers are going to mirror how my thoughts are. So if we're having a duplicate conversation on camera, I would expect that I'm going to respond how I feel. And I think Ramses responded how he felt, because he asked her, confused. She wasn't confused when he asked her, oh, so you've had pleasurable intimacy without contraceptives? There was no confusion. He didn't seem perplexed. He definitely knew what he was asking. And the tone and the tender of asking someone that means like, you can't possibly, you can't possibly enjoy it without that, because I don't want to do it. And that's why he's selfish, because he didn't want to put on contraceptives. He wanted to put the weight of that on her. And guess what? It still ended on her. And yes, Marissa has autonomy over her body and made a choice to, work her cycle and do the pull-out method. But who is that on? On her completely. Only thing he's got to do is try to control himself when he reaches the point of pleasure. And most of us don't get that right either. So at the end of the day, I just think like someone like him to be unwilling to put on contraceptives is a problem. And I think it's also slightly manipulative that he's like, oh, well, I thought we cleared this up. No, because she wants to talk about it again. And how about she can change her mind? How about if you talked about it once, doesn't mean that she can't change her mind, because she has the right to do that. How about just because you guys were having a whole heap of sex, a whole lot of fun in Cabo, and now she decides she wants to just cool off a little bit for whatever reason? How about she has a right to that? How about you shouldn't determine your care for her and how much you're willing to be there for her based on how much she's going to give you access to her body? And they also discuss, which wasn't shown, her revealing to him some of the things that she is dealing with. And Ramses said that he would show up for her. Ramses gave the impression that he wanted to be there for her. He was willing to accept her with her flaws. But guess what? When he was faced with that in a marriage scenario, not his girlfriend, not some fly-by-night, hookup, he couldn't take it, because he wasn't willing to self-sacrifice. So he's not willing to be married, not marriage material. And this is why I have a problem with the things that he said, because they don't match, his words don't match his actions. And lastly, the issue with that is that when those of us men who do show up and are doing work and trying to be better, and when we show up and we interact with women, we have to bear the burden of that. So us men that get it and understand let's try to empathize with the Ramses, but we should be calling out the Ramseses so we don't have to suffer for the crap that they do in the name of trying to be Mr. Good Guy, but not really being it.
That's fair. I like that.
Layla, go for it.
Yeah, I think that when we say villain on a relationship show, it's not automatically the man. It is usually the partner who is acting in a way that's like disingenuous. You know what I mean? That's like not representing their actual inner world accurately. And that comes out through lies, through deflection, through manipulation, through whatever it is, misrepresentation, just willful nitpicking, things like that. That's the person who becomes the villain. Like Hannah, just being completely mean because she's only staying with him to feel superior to him. Like that's a villain. Do you know what I mean? Like Tyler manipulating Ashley for all of the reasons and through all the ways that he did, that's a villain. It's not, it's like, so even though Marissa's partially at fault for this, for just not necessarily being secure in who she is before she's going to try to go into like, an instant marriage. Ramses also, to me, it would have been equal. Was he not acting in this way? Marissa, I don't even think she knows how to like misrepresent her actual self. She's so open, she's so expressive, she's so everything. Do you know what I mean? So it's like for all the bad that comes with that, the good is you're pretty much, she's like, I feel like you pretty much know where she's at. I understand that she might not be articulating the why, like he has to pull out of her what's wrong, but you're gonna know something is wrong. I feel like Ramses was holding back a lot of what was wrong because he wanted to be the good guy. He wanted to look like the good guy, and it just ended up being very like confusing to her, and then leading to her feeling blindsided. So villain is not like he's a terrible person. It's more so like the way you showed up in this relationship, you did more harm than you should have. And you could have avoided a lot of the harm that you did do by being honest with yourself and your partner in a more consistent way. And also just being less self-centered. I like that. Yeah, self-centered, not selfish. I don't know if he's a selfish person, but self-centered completely in a relationship that has to work out very, very quickly and supposedly forever. So yeah, that's what puts you in villain territory. It's not necessarily like we hate him as a man. Like it's how you showed up for Marissa. It's not rejecting her. It's how you treated her along the way. Those stances that you took, the ways that you handled her, you judged her, you said that you would be one way and you were not that way at all. Like that's why he's in that category.
Okay. Definitely hearing that. Let me just quickly read out super chat before anyone says anything. Gerald Davis says, hello from Hawaii. Shout out to you. Are we not taking into context Marissa's mum was out of pocket with a blatant threat? He took into context a family pattern and all had failed marriage. He gave her grace. Okay, I hear you. He then followed up by saying, that's cap. Most men who are endowed know the trust. It's painful. This is a two-way conversation, not just one, if you don't know. But as you say, sacrifice is a joint decision, not a dictatorship. So, okay. Some good points there by Gerald as well. Thank you. Let me take that off the screen as well. Anyone else wanted to add to that conversation that we're just having? Obviously, welcome to the conversation. I know we're talking about Marissa and Master Ramses. I don't know if you wanted to add. Oh, damn, the glasses came up. Okay.
What was the question pending? Is there no question, or is it just about like Ramses being horrible?
The original question was whose fault it was, but obviously the conversation has, has splintered into a different kind of conversation now. But it's still mainly around whose fault it was in terms of the relationship breaking down and stuff. But the discussion was about villainy.
Yeah, Ramses used Marissa as a cum bucket. That's it. That's what happened. That's literally what happened. And even the situation in the kitchen, he was just trying to bring her in because he wasn't done with her yet. He was wilding out because he was like, man, she's pulling away too quickly for me. I need more out of her. I need more out of this experience. I need more out of my TV time, and I need more out of that box. That was what he needed. He was really upset that she was pulling away a little bit too quickly, and so he had to pull her in for good measure. And then when he was done crashing out, done figuring out that his ex had really, moved on from him and was getting married, so what I hear, so the T say, then he decided to break this lady's heart. And so only thing that I could put on Marissa is what I've been saying to women is that when a man is pulling away or or you feel like you got to work really, really hard, don't keep pushing. Actually go the opposite direction. And that's just what I'm saying to women. I'm not blaming Marissa, but you know what I mean? And this is why we've been saying on this channel for a long time, a man should love you more than you love him, just for the basis of that's how good relationships work with men and women. Because it's not safe as a woman to be in that type of situation. Look at Marissa. When have you ever seen a man boo-hooing on the floor like that? Never. Unless he was cheating. You're never gonna see it. You ain't seen it, you won't see it. So my thing is, you can't be chasing after a man like that. It's not safe as a woman. And when I say chase, I don't mean like she did something wrong. I mean like just keep trying to. You going in? Okay. Okay. Keep trying to like push and push and push and push because it's just not safe. It's not a safe space as a woman. And you can't try to overcompensate with your body or, try to satisfy a man with your body more than you probably really want to because you think that's going to keep him. It's not. It's not. So leave him alone because now that cry is I'm going to crash out like Marissa did because I let this man use me. I'm not going to re-say what I just said. But I let this man use me for that purpose. He done left me. And now, I'm rolling on the floor too. Because that's devastating. That's devastating. So to me, this is like, I don't really understand the conversation here. Ramses is not someone you need discernment for. Ramses is not something you need a panel for. Ramses is black and white. We saw what he did. You need discernment for Nikki D. You need discernment for Tim. You need discernment even for the one who's with the Wasian, right? Ramses did. He was selfish. He came on this show looking for I don't know what, fame, attention, and someone to release himself inside. That's it. That's all he wanted, and he got that, and he's out. And I think he's a bisexual menace. I do think that he probably is as well. I'm not even sure that he even likes women 110%. Because how can you treat a woman like that if you do?
Tyler?
Huh? We asking about Tyler?
No, I was gonna say Tyler's a perfect example of like to counter your partner.
Tyler's on the short bus. Tyler is special needs, and I don't know if you guys got to him yet. Tyler is touched. He's touched by an angel, and there's something to him. I don't think Tyler. Anybody who's getting evicted right before you come on the show and has been using women since the beginning of time. Tyler clearly has some type of arrested development. Tyler has been coddled by women, so he's looking for women to take care of him, and he lies and will do anything he has to do to keep this up. Tyler is special needs, and there's a lot of men who are special needs who do what Tyler does. People just don't recognize it because they're handsome or because they're this and that. Tyler does not have it all together. And the more I look at him, the more I understand why he is using women the way he is to get by. Tyler is special, and I'm not defending it. I'm just saying he's special. I mean, so I don't, That I got.
Thank you.
For what he did.
Can I just say one thing? I think, like, not to speak for you, Seaway, it's just that when you say like treating a woman that way, it's kind of like to Dahlia's point where Ramses just sat back and watched Marissa struggle. Like Tyler is treating Ashley poorly because he's lying to her and manipulating her. But within the confines of their relationship, within the bubble that he's created, this unreality that he's created for her, he actually does treat her very well. Do you know what I mean? Like all of the men on this show, except for Nick, even Nick in his own ways, I think he tries to treat Hannah well. It's like treating them well on a day-to-day, not necessarily like mistreating them generally, yes, because these men have been shown to be mistreating their partners through lies and manipulations and emotionally being deceptive and somewhat harmful, but they are being gentlemanly. And so I think what she's saying is like, he's not even being gentlemanly towards her. He's like, he's completely not showing up in a chivalrous way like the other men are, or at least trying to.
He can't even pretend to care. I mean, even when he's pretending to care, he's not, you know what I mean? Like he can't even do that long enough. Like his girl was tired, I don't know, on her menstrual cycle on top of dealing with, autoimmune disease, and all he could do was think about himself. That's when you have to say, like, do you even like women? Do you like people? Are you okay inside? You know what I mean? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, this is a human that you're looking at, like that you're staring across from, that, you know, needs to be treated like a human, and you treated her like a means to an end. That's disgusting. And Ramses, to me, and why, let me tell you, to the men on the panel, why Ramses is so triggering to women, and probably why a lot of us women who are not even criers, y'all know I'm not, we're over here crying watching it, is because we've all seen and dealt with a Ramses. Ramses is one of these people that is very hard to avoid in life. They're like the good guy that says all the right things, and they're literally a liar. And then once you get to know them, and you're like, oh, you know, I love the feminism. I love what he's saying to me. Then you realize that they're like completely, they're scammers.
Seaway, I think you really off with this. I think it's maybe triggering to a lot of women because y'all don't recognize that when y'all do, very rarely do guys get the ick. You way off with this one. Y'all don't recognize it. You just absolve yourself of the responsibility and be like, oh, he did X, Y, and Z. As a man, and maybe men on the panel, you can say this. You may have gotten ick once in your life, but you've gotten that thing and you're like, dang, I don't know how I'm gonna get out of this. I'm gonna try to, like, because you know you might say something that might trigger her and she might flip the switch and go back kind of crazy on you. Marissa, Ramses got the ick. He's on a show. I don't want to be the villain. Let me try to figure out my escape strategy. He was trying to see maybe she might have some, you know, some good qualities about her. Then on top of that, her mom crazy. He just got even more of the ick. I'm telling you, it. Seaway, you just were really off bases with
wait.
this.
I want him to ask before you go, Seaway. I want him to answer. Where is Seaway off at though? Because you just mentioned some things, but you didn't say where she was actually off.
I think that she was off with how Ramses necessarily responded. I think that she's just saying that Ramses might have been bi. He might have not liked women. He didn't like. I agree. The thing I do agree with you on is that he didn't like Marissa. I think that he found that out after he got out of the pods, after the intimacy, and once they got into the real world, and enough of these little small icks calculated. And he was just like, I need to check myself out, which is why he never showed up for her for the wedding and other stuff. But also the inconsistency played with the ick. He's already been married before. I'm sure he doesn't want to have the same similarities with his past marriage for whatever reason, because we don't know. It's all speculation. I'm just saying that it's so oblivious to a lot of women, and y'all might resonate with Marissa when that she was crying and booing hooing, and she's like, why doesn't anybody pick me? But you don't realize that you've had so many icks for a guy on the front end that we are now trying to find a way of how to escape and try to do it tactfully. Now I can say I'm done with you, but then you're gonna go around and tell everybody that I might have said something to you, or might have hurted you, or I was cheating on you, or I was dismissive. I think that there's so much more into that, and Ramses was just trying to find a way of escaping, especially being on live TV. But hey, that's just me.
Okay, so can I respond to that? I think that most women with any type of remnants of a brain cell and understanding would not have got mad at Ramses if he would have said, you know what, Marissa, like you, but your mom is unhinged with a tongue ring. I'm good. And he would have parted ways, you know, would have said that. Or, hey, Marissa, love you down, but I think we're just very fundamentally different. And told her that, like, hey, you know what? I'm good. Or, hey, Marissa, I feel like you're high energy, I'm medium energy, and I don't think it's going to work out. I'm good. He didn't say any of that. He wasn't, you know, trickling the disappointment like Tim did all the way up to when he told Alex, I got to go. According to Marissa, everything was all good. And he was using her for her body up. Or was planning the wedding of, and his own admission, the only reason why he had it was a feeling explained is after he found out that his ex-wife was getting married.
It's getting you.
See, we can't hear you. The devil done got a hold of your mic.
Seaway.
We can't hear you. It's breaking up.
It was good and it went off.
The devil went and got a hold of your mic.
Yeah, you gotta wait maybe till you get to a more stable place
Is it still
because
bad?
it's
Yeah,
yeah,
because
it's
your
bad.
mic was unstable.
Crackling.
We couldn't hear you.
Sitting here, it wasn't like that before.
You know what? That's when the enemy want
Ramses,
to
Nadia, I
Ramses
know.
done found a way. With his
Ramses done heard
antennas,
you speak and said,
his
"Quench thy
antennas
mic,
done
quench
messed up
thy
the
mic."
Wi-Fi.
He said, thy mic loweth." So we can't hear you. Bit of a Wi-Fi issue. When it comes back on, we'll have you speak it again. Seaway. Sorry. Sorry. Dali wants to add in struggle streams. You haven't added anything, so I know you wanted to say something as well. So Dali added in struggle streams, and then we can continue. We've got 700 people in the room. Fantastic. Come on.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I just wanted to refute something that Easton said. You mentioned something about how Marissa was responsible for Ramsey's ick. I totally disagree with that. I disagree with that the same way that I disagree with Hannah taking issue with Nick and calling it an ick and then trying to foist off responsibility onto him. I think that's absolutely ridiculous, especially for Ramses, because it doesn't sound like at any point in time he actually had any conversation with Marissa about his quote unquote ick. That's not, first of all, ick is supposed to be something that annoys you. It's not supposed to be like a major issue that you have that's strong enough for you to want to call off a wedding. That's not an ick. That's just that's just you having issues, okay? And if it's that strong that you want to call off a wedding, why aren't you saying something ahead of time? Why hasn't there been conversations ahead of time about these issues that you have with her? Because looking at her face, she looked blindsided by it. That I don't understand that. That was really the only point that I wanted to refute.
Just, I know struggle streams, you're about to go. Can I just push back on that and then give it to struggle streams? Okay. So as a guy, I feel like it's very hard for us to communicate maybe our qualms or issues with our partners. I have to say it in a particular tone, or I have to layer it in a nice sandwich, and then I have to say, I have to massage it and say it in a way that might be palatable for you to, like, I guess, to digest it. Huh?
Receive it.
Yeah, just to receive it. And so I think in these moments, for Ramses, it's tough to do this while being taped on that's on a TV show that's going to be syndicated worldwide, as well as Marissa's icks weren't like most icks with girls are physical. It's like, I don't like how he smiles. I don't like how he talks. I don't like how he laughs. Whereas for a lot of men, it might be like something that we see that isn't going to be conducive for long term. I don't like how you handle conflict. I don't like how you manage your anger. I don't like it. For Ramses, it was stuff behind the scenes that wasn't very obvious. And again, it goes over a lot of women's heads because it's like, well, I'm on paper, I look good and I'm not really that combative and everything's fine and everything's copacetic. But Ramses is calculating all this stuff, especially being somebody who's already been married. How you might perceive things is completely different. And that's what, as a man, my ex might not be how you look. I think she passed all the physical stuff. It's the stuff that I need to build legacy and long-term healthy relationships with. Not saying that she wasn't like that. Again, we weren't privy to those conversations. I could just see Ramses and be like, those icks weren't necessarily obvious and direct things.
Struggle streams. Okay, you want to reply to Dahlia, then struggle streams will go for it.
No, I was just going to say that that doesn't sound like an ick. That sounds like compatibility issues, which is reasonable for somebody to want to just break it off. But he didn't give her the opportunity to actually address it. If the goal is to be able to have good, clear conflict resolution, you actually do need to bring that to the table for her to deal with. Either she's going to tell you, no, you can suck it and move on, or she's going to say, okay, well, let's try and compromise, or let me just go ahead and give you whatever it is that you're asking for, and we can move on. But either way, nothing's going to happen until he opens up his mouth. And considering this man has already been married, at this point now, he should know that. So I can't really give him too much grace on that, because he should know that. You should know that's like a major component of any marriage. You got to be able to handle conflict. You got to be able to resolve it. And it doesn't sound like he really gave an opportunity to do that, which is why he's a running a track star. He wanted out of there any way possible. He didn't want to resolve it.
Struggle streams, go for it.
Yeah, I feel like he gave the relationship enough of a chance, considering it's a 3-week process before you get married. He gave the relationship enough of a chance to not get to the altar and do it in front of friends and family. That, like, if he did that, then I would agree that he's led her on, and he's kind of given her false hope and things like that. So, at what point is it acceptable for him to break it off? He did it in private. He didn't embarrass her in front of her friends and family and have everybody get dressed up and go to the ceremony. He did it like in a sufficient amount of time. We can't say that he did it too soon, because they got to know each other in the pods, and they also spent time together physically in Cabo or whatever, and got to experience each other. Now, in that time where they've been around each other physically, if his feelings have changed, it would be completely wrong and insane of him to drag it to the altar and then still proceed with the marriage, right? Because then you would be dragging him for that too. So my thing is that he gave it a sufficient amount of time. It's a sped up process, as we all know. He didn't get to the point where there was no return or that was going to be major embarrassment for her. And like I said, if he's still not fully over his previous marriage, because that shouldn't even be a factor. That should have been way back in the past if he was truly over his ex. How she felt when they broke up should not impact how he's moving in this new relationship. But that's what he chose to use as an excuse to get out. So he did her a favor. He gave her grace by not bringing the friends and family around to do it. And also, he did it at an early enough time period where she can, despite the hurt and the upset, she can say she experienced the show. She experienced finding someone, possibly connecting someone. She took a risk. Every relationship is a gamble. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you don't want it to end, and sometimes it has to end. But I think, like I say, I agree. You have to put the onus on him, because he's the one that fell out of attraction. She was there, ready to ride or perish, as Elsid says, right? She really accepted him for who he was, and he's going to be hard pressed to find a lady that accepts all of him in the way that Marissa did. She didn't have anything bad to say about him, despite him ending it in the way he did. She was still trying to make things work. So that's a testament to her, in a way, trying to fight for what she believes in and what she wanted. To everybody else, it might not look like the right decision. She might have looked like a pick-me, or she was begging or whatever, but she is following her heart and how she felt about him. He was following his heart and saying, listen, I'm about to do this the second time round. There are certain things that are not clicking for me like that, so I've got to bow out. And yeah, like, you put the onus on him. Does it make him a villain? I don't know. I think if he had done it in a more public way, or in a more rude and abrasive way, I would agree with you. He's a villain, but I don't see him being villainous in just expressing his way, his intention to get out of the relationship before it gets too deep.
Cool. Jay, you want to respond, and Sean wants to respond, and then I don't know if
it's not so much of a response. This was really a question to the men because of what Easton was saying earlier. So I need the men to tell me, do you guys know your ex?
Honestly, no.
No.
To be fair, honestly, no.
It happens.
It just happens. And again, man, we don't have I'll say for myself, it took me a while before I even had like my first girlfriend. So that like experience that you get along the way from meeting like women along the way, it takes you a while to get that battle experience and like, I don't like how she talks, or I don't like how she acts in certain experiences, and how she may handle certain conversations. And so it takes you to like realize it, like this is a guy I don't like, and then you have to figure out how to like safely escape yourself from that situation, if you will.
Any other man?
Sean, do you know your ex?
I mean, I think I just have a little bit of a different perspective on it. I think there's things that annoy me, but it's not. I have come to the also understanding that I'm going to annoy somebody too. So they're not deal breakers. Now, are there things that are non-negotiable? Yeah, but I don't necessarily govern my relationships. Oh, did she annoy me today? And then that's going to do, because that I don't operate in that framework. I think it's immature, that the slightest little thing something does, oh my God, I can't do it. No. Now, if it's a non-negotiable or something that's problematic, listen, you show up with BO. Yeah, I don't know if that's an ick or if it's just it's non-negotiable. If I smell something that's funny, it's not.
Let's
We're
have a
not going.
conversation,
We're not
Sure.
going further. That's.
Let's have a
Yeah, I would,
conversation with that
I would
person.
consider that an ick, but you know what I'm saying?
If that's an ick, then
I
can identify with
consider it
that.
an ick. Yeah, I would
But
consider
what is
it
the
an ick.
definition of what's the definition of ick here, guys? Because I feel like we're blending ick blends now. When we see
Yeah.
this on Love Island, when someone says ick, it's a no go. Ick is not a you're annoying me. It is done because I can't go back. So if someone has an ick, there actually is no going back. So we shouldn't blend ick and someone's annoyed by something. The two are very different. So if we're using the word ick for something, I think the way we define it is that is there's no go. Once that person gets an ick, there is no going back. We're not. So when people are saying they have an ick in marriage, I'm like, damn, this is not ick you're talking about. You're talking about the person's annoying you, and ick is like, we are not going back. It is done. I can't go forward. I can't go back. I gotta get out. Like there's no mixing. Faye, yes, you want to say something? Go for it, Faye. I'm gonna let you speak. Go for it.
I was just gonna say, I think with the ick, like the ick is, it cannot be overcome, but it's really not a like compatibility thing. I don't know if we're mincing words or just using, you know what I mean, semantics at this point, but the stuff that Ramses was talking about was all compatibility things. And he was saying everything in a very roundabout way. There was no clear, concise answers. And everything was like the energy, and then well, it's not you, it's actually me. And it like there was nothing really clear. Things had to be pulled out of him. But I think he did know in his head, but he was just too coward to say it, maybe because he's worried about how it was going to come off and things like that. But I think if he says it earlier, does he still get the same villain edit from us? Like, are we going to be looking at him like that? I don't think so. I think we would just respect that he said, you know what, we're not compatible. Should they have done more work in the pods to figure this out beforehand? Probably, because they were answering questions that would have probably revealed the incompatibilities from the start. But I think we would have respected it and just said, you know what? He realized he didn't want this. He's out of it. But it's the dragging of it all the way up until the planning of the wedding. Like, and you can't tell me from even just watching it. They had so many conversations. He was checked out at that point. And to go back to the ick, I don't think he had an ick. You know, he didn't have anything particularly petty that he just couldn't overcome. It was just pure incompatibility and him not being ready. You know, there was even a conversation where I think she said something like she would be willing to stay in the marriage like for 5 years to 7 years or something like that if she was unhappy, which is actually crazy. But he was looking at her like, oh, like if it's 6 months of me being unhappy, I'm out. You know, that was the look that he gave her. Like he was not trying to have any periods of time of unhappiness or not being satisfied whatsoever. It was like, oh, you know, you can't satisfy me for a couple of days, I'm out. You know, so I don't think that's an ick. That's just you're not ready and you're incompatible. That's it.
Yeah, they wanted to add. Sorry.
I do agree with you.
Yes,
I think. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it. Go for it. There's someone go after.
Okay. I do agree with you. I think that with Ramses, it was very clear by looking at him that he wasn't there, if that makes sense. And then there's certain things that she would say, his facial expressions, his body language was just not congruent with what he was saying. So it was evident as a viewer that you don't want to be with her anymore. So the only grace I can give him is that production were like, you gotta keep it going. You know, maybe he didn't, you know, other than that, he just kept it going for the sake of keeping it going. So for people who are like, well, at least he gave it a good go. No, he didn't give it a good go because he wasn't doing it with the intention of like, let me see if we can work something out. He had already made up his mind, which is why when certain things would happen, like you can't fake your facial expressions. You can't fake that reaction. He was just like done. I do also have to say I agree with the statement. I think it was you. Was it you, Easton? You said that about men have to kind of cotton wool the things that they say to women. And I was having a conversation with a guy yesterday, and I do have to agree. And I was saying how much that really annoys me. The fact that men can't be direct with how they're feeling and with what they're thinking. You can be direct and still be kind. Like this whole like women are like, we are delicate, and I agree we are delicate, but I think when you kind of put things in like a cotton wool or you wrap it up in a certain way, you leave room for assumption. You leave room for the woman having to figure out exactly what you're trying to say, exactly what you mean, which is why she was like, I don't understand what is the actual issue, because he wasn't coming up and actually saying the reason why he was not interested. Like he seemed more focused on not coming across as a villain instead of just being honest with the girl, and saying that I just don't want this. Like, you don't have to be cruel and mean to be honest. That's part of effective communication. You can be assertive without being aggressive. So that's one of my things with Ramses.
Right into the point. So, question, Sean, before you preface your actual point, you're gonna answer the asking, being direct with the ladies. Is it working?
Yes. Yeah. I'm divorced. Yeah, that took a direct action and a statement, and it happened. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Did it work? Was my message being able to be clearly articulated? Yeah. Did I have to choose my words? Yes, but I think that's base level communication. You should be able to choose words that the person you're communicating with can understand. And might it be a little difficult? Sure. It's not, relationships are difficult. They're not designed to be a cakewalk. So might it have challenged how I initially want to say it? Could I have said it the way I really wanted to? No, but I shouldn't have. I should have said it in consideration of the woman that I'm talking to, and she was able to get the message. Yeah. And even in other arguments during the course of my marriage and other relationships, when I was more direct, when I was very clear versus trying to predict what she's going to say or trying to go back and forth in that way, when I came to it with an honest, an honest way, I got the answer that I needed. Yeah, so I push back against that notion like, oh, we just, men are just so scared of women. We're just so scared and we just we can't say what we really want. I push back against that. But my actual point is that I've been wanting to make is the fact that the issue around the way Ramses discarded Marissa was how he did it. It was blindsiding because all up until that very moment, he was giving her the impression that they were moving forward. They signed their marriage certificate. She spoke to him. We saw some of the behind the scenes footage where she spoke to him and they were talking about any doubts and having that conversation. And he was giving her all the reassurance up until the very end. And then he snatched the rug from up underneath her, which is why it was so devastating to watch. So that's why I'm coming after him. It's not about him leaving or saying no. Of course, he has every right to, and he should have. It's the way he went about it. And it seemed very manipulative. Like, oh, once I'm not getting what I no longer need, then you know what? It's time for me to just snatch the wool from under you. Whereas Tim and Alex, we saw them. They were having a train wreck of a ride the whole entire thing. And once Tim finally said it, although he was a little mean in the end, we understood.
But that was after he told Alex's dad the whole soliloquy, and we got on him about that. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I'm glad that, Sean, you've had an experience, and I'm sure it's probably a little bit more a mixed bag responses where you've had good experiences when you have respectfully declined a significant other, or somebody that you were interested in, or somebody who was just interested in you. But I know there's numerous occasions with me where if I may have respectfully declined somebody, if I talk to somebody else, my character is in play, or something comes up and I've done nothing but be nice and wholesome to this woman. Or there's been the times where I've gotten completely flipped out on, and there has been, yelling, or even to the point where I've had to ask people to remove people from my home. I've stayed over with friends and neighbors and stuff like that. It's a wide spectrum and range of how to talk to women and stuff like that. And again, it could be just a person, me having a bad picker, but as well as within that, I just felt like Ramses had got numerous icks within that, or numerous times he just knew that Marissa wasn't it for him. And I'm sure the cherry on top was his mom. He was laughing at Kiki Kian, and of course you want to make everything cool, but at some point the chickens had to come home to roost, and you had to break up with this woman, and you're trying not to do it in a way where you're a villain. And you see, no matter what he did, he could do it off screen, on screen, before the wedding, after the wedding, before committing, telling her mom that he was in it for the long haul. He was going to be the villain. And continually with this conversation we have on reality shows with the men in this particular situation, is you have a hard time of trying to balance not being a villain, because being a villain affects you in your real life. You get berated, harassed, and stuff like that, and you just don't want to be that. So you try to come across over nice and try not to hurt anybody. But either way, like I said, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
But that's life. You're going to be a villain in somebody's story regardless, because that's how they're going to play their story out in their head to their people and everything else. The problem is you're trying not to be a villain when you should be just trying to be yourself and being real. That's what the problem is. And that was what Ramsey's problem is, because yes, you can get an ick. And guess what? When ladies get an ick, we know exactly what the ick is. We know how to sit there and tell you the ick is, I don't like you chewing your food like this all the time. And I've asked you several times, don't eat with your mouth open. You do this all constantly, this, that, and other. You get this whole list of things or whatever when you get it from us, because those are our icks. You sitting here keep saying ick, 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 but he knew exactly what the ick is. And when she asked him, he didn't express it. It's, I love you, but our energies are different. I love you, but it's me. I love you, but I don't know. I love you. That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me fix if you love me, help me grow for the next person. Help me be a better person for myself. Love me that way. Don't love me by just telling me, I don't know. You got this ick all of a sudden out of the blue, when every day you've been telling me you're 100% sure. You're 100% sure. And as a human, you're allowed to change your mind at any time. But when you change your mind, you should be able to tell me why it is you changed your mind. It is very disrespectful. But it's very disrespectful to have a whole situation with a person and not be able to tell them, hey, this about you bothers me. Or I'm going through this, or I'm re-triggered from a marriage that I just got out of because you remind me of that. It is very disrespectful to sit here and say, I love you, but not be able to offer me the reasons why you won't be with me. That is crazy to me, to sit there and just be like, oh, because he got an ick, so he should be able to leave or whatever. No, you should be able to express the reason why you have this ick. And it's something I can't change. I just can't change it. Great. But I know why it is that you decide that you're going to leave me instead of just having me fall out on the floor crying and you step over me and walk out the door.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm just blind and naive to this fact of how many times you might have feelings, or you might be in a relationship with somebody from a guy's perspective where you never get that. You never get the, I'm breaking this down so you can take this to your therapist and unpack this in the confidentiality of that arrangement. No, it never happens. This is just this is how relationships are. Sometimes people get icks. Sometimes people have.
No, it doesn't happen when people are not honest. It happens. It happened in my relationship.
Let me finish it.
I'll let him finish, but it does happen.
Okay, I'll say it does happen, but if we're gonna paint a broad brush, generally it doesn't happen. If I go on a date, I'm not getting a list of 18 bullet points of where I need to improve on for the next person. I don't get I don't get that. I could have spent whatever on a date. We could have had the best date ever, done things that you and your last person you were in a relationship was in didn't do, and I don't get a soliloquy of what maybe he needs to work on this and this, and please go to a therapist to work on this. No, it doesn't happen. I'm very passionate about this because we're in a day and age where we tend to, I guess the guys are getting a little bit more boisterous with what they're being a little bit more, I guess, selfish or self-centered, and that's good and bad. And what's rearing its ugly head is people like Ramses, where they might come across as villains, but it gives us an opportunity to say, Marissa was also, I guess, a issue in this whole, I guess, equation. Ramses was, but just to cast him as a villain, I just feel like it's tough, and it's just the real world where guys are starting to be a lot more. They're not being as stoic and just taking it. They're talking about what their issues are and letting it be known.
But how are you saying he's talking about his issues, but he didn't talk about his issues? You're saying that we're in a day and age of guys who are selfish. That's been guys being selfish all this time. We're still in that day and age. This is what men's been doing or whatever. This is the problem that we're having. And my point is, I understand this goes on in the real world, but how do we change the real world? How do we sit here and fix it if we don't sit here and really actually address the situation and talk about, hey, this is what he is doing? What his problem is he did not communicate to this woman on why it is that he decided he had a last minute change. That is why he's getting the villain role, in my opinion. I don't think he is wrong for breaking it off or having a change of heart or anything like that, but he owed her that much honesty from going from 100 every single day to now it's 0% of why I don't want you. That's wild to leave somebody like that.
We're moving the goalposts, because originally he was a villain because he waited so long. Oh, okay. Well, I'm saying to me, I think he could have been a little bit more direct in terms of how his exit strategy. I just could relate because I see how, as a guy, you're constantly trying to figure out, how do I pull out of this relationship and do it in a way that's tactful enough to where I don't damage my reputation, but also do it in a way that I'm still managing some type of care over Marissa in this case, because we tend to completely miss out on that kind of stuff. But hey, that's just my point.
I hear you both.
I have a question.
Let me fill out these super chats.
You
can answer in a second. You can answer in a second. No, you're good. I'm going to let you answer. It's just that Gerald has been sending these super chats in, and I need to honor my super chatters first in here. He's been sending a lot of super chats, and God bless him. Gerald, may the Lord bless you. Okay, you just paid for my dinner. Thank you very much. Okay. So he said, Ramsey's position versus what happened based on what was shown. Don't sway off the edits either. But those who have been divorced are gun shy off rip. Ramsey saw the long term and cut his ties. He went on to say, the greatest illusion in society was Steve Harvey's books, but what he didn't tell you, the journey of a man is alone until you're able to take accountability and choose denial. Okay. He went on to say that you can into a Brinks truck. You can into a Binks truck. Clarify that for me, Gerald. But it was her mother's behavior that was the definitive reason. He saw mother, daughter behavior-wise. Compassion is one thing, but tolerance is another. Gerald again said Ramsey saw the outcome of the family dynamic and his possible future. Her mum sabotaged Marissa marriage. No man is going to sign up to the ratchet behavior no matter what you possess to look like. It's a choosing words and taking accountability are two different things. One learns, one repeats the cycle as well. Shout out to one of our new members as well, Authentic Plantress. Good to have you on board. And he finally says, but it is your family, especially if it's your mother. She acts like a dude who threatened me before the first holiday. Miss me with that. How do you know it was not edited out? Okay, so I think Gerald is really strong on the fact that the mother aspect is a big thing as to why the breakup could have happened. I mean, listen, hey, I won't lie to you. I already said I got an ick about that stuff anyway, but I'm not saying that's definitely his issue. I'm not saying that's definitely his issue because he never mentioned that. What he mentioned was her energy. I think he was trying to explain something. I don't think he fully fleshed it out. But that does happen sometimes when you're not very eloquent in your words, and you need to learn how to also define how you feel emotionally. And sometimes some people struggle with that. Let's just be honest. I think both men and women in this area struggle with that. I've coached many people this last 6 months, and many people struggle with their emotions. In fact, people stay in relationships longer than they need to. They've already checked out and they haven't left. Are they being disrespectful? No, they're not actually being real with themselves. And so I don't think it's disrespectful on either part. I think that this is a lot of example of our generation, where we're trying to be better, and we are actually more exposed because we have more knowledge. So we're able to call out more things, which I think is good. We should call out more things. I think he struggled to really be able to articulate what were the actual issues. I would love to be for him to come out and actually articulate that. I don't think he will, and I don't know if he has articulated that all the way with her either, because I don't know if she fully explained why she felt like he actually wanted to leave, which kind of leaves it a little bit in a grey area a little bit, and we all kind of speculate as to what the reason is on different sides and stuff. So I'm not going to say no one's wrong or no one's right. I like the conversation you guys are actually having. Now, Lorraine, you had a question you want to ask. Please ask the question that you wanted to ask.
I retract the question. I'm just going to make a statement. I think that you're not responsible for how somebody's going to react. Like, you can be honest, and like someone might be like upset. You know, I've had difficult conversations where I haven't been able to accept what somebody's saying, or I've been really, really upset. But after the fact, once you've calmed down, once you've reflected, you can now look at the conversation on an objective point of view. But you can't stop from being honest with somebody, because they might start being crazy, or they might be upset, or they might cry, or whatever. You know, they might be heartbroken, because you're doing them a disservice. I think it's important that we hold Ramses accountable, not because he's a horrible person, but I think because it's going to help so many people who are going to watch this video, who watch this channel because they're trying to become better people, to be like, look, if you're not happy in a situation, you need to only not be honest with yourself, but be honest with your partner, to be like, I'm not happy because of A, B, C, D. Are they going to be upset? Most likely. You know, you can't be responsible for somebody's actions. So I've changed my question to be more of a statement.
Fair statement. Yes, Faye.
I think the other thing too, what Lorraine was saying, I think it's like being honest as soon as possible. Like, it's not just the breakup, because that's like the last straw. It's like as things are coming up, like being honest about that. You know, I think with Ramses, it was like always like pulling teeth to try to get him to say what it is, you know, and maybe he was worried about the edit. Maybe he was, you know, but in the conversations you hear a lot of and, you know, and it was just not flowing. Like, it couldn't get to a direct answer a lot of times. And maybe he did try to communicate, but he's worried because Marissa's so emotional, you know, and I do know that sometimes, you know, like Easton was saying, maybe that's kind of the hesitation too, because you don't want to deal with the emotional outburst of it all. I do understand that, but that still doesn't excuse a person. If you're going to be with an emotional person, you know, that comes with the territory. You do have to still address these things as they come up. This way, when you do break it off, it's not like it's coming out of left field. These are things that have been brought to your attention over time. And you're like, you know what? Okay, I get it. You know, no one likes to be broken up with or things to be cut off with. Like, no one likes that. You know, I've been broken up with before. You know, I've broken up with people before. And it's never a nice conversation. No one really wants to have to do something like that. But it's still something that needs to be done. And that closure in that moment when you're breaking up with someone is important, to say why. Now, you don't have to be all vindictive and mean about it like Tim, you know, which is why he got the villain, you know, stuff, because the way he kind of just added everything up over time, you know, instead of being honest and direct. Anyway, but I think it's just the honest conversation is what we would have liked from Ramses earlier. And then it's the lack of, it's the coward quality of it all, that he could not do this sooner when we all have seen that he had checked out. But it's not to say, like, to reiterate other people that he's a bad person, because these things do happen all the time. But I think since we do critique people, like, at least we can get a lesson out of it or something, to just be able to say this, like, to be honest with someone and not hold so much into how they're going to react to the situation, and just allow them to process that truth and have that closure for themselves.
So I think it's quite interesting. I think that's why I made a point earlier on about sometimes, and this is me obviously coaching, but this is actually me just in general talking to women, right? A lot of women we don't call them cowards for not leaving a relationship immediately when they lose their feelings. We don't call them cowards. So it's quite interesting that I think that's what Easton's kind of pointing out, that there is a little bit of discrepancy in the way that we label in certain things, because we don't call women cowards. We wouldn't call someone a coward for taking a little bit longer in their time to figure it out. That actually, their feelings might have ended maybe in the week 1, but they try to pull it out to week 3. We don't call them cowards. We might say, listen, they shouldn't have dragged it that long. What they should have done better was actually they should have had a conversation. We wouldn't have labeled them coward. And it actually has consequences, because especially for men, when you start labeling those things, and even when you call women certain names as well, there are certain names for women too that are very consequential too. So let me not try to be biased. I think that's where I see where both sides are coming from, because I get what you're saying. I think he needed to communicate better. I think his communication needed to be more sharper. It needed to be more clear and concise. We're still not sure what energy means all the way through. I think it could have been a much more thorough case. So I agree with you as well, Faye, on that aspect, and the ladies and the gentlemen who are saying that as well. I think obviously, but I also understand that it's not a linear thing when it comes to emotion. Sometimes and your feelings that you're feeling, sometimes you feel it, and then it's like you have to try and explain it. And because I deal with a lot of clients as well, a lot of time, and a lot of them are women. I deal with clients, right, who have the same issue. I do not call them cowards, because it's not a cowardly thing to do. It's the fact you just don't know how to communicate sometimes how you actually feel. You're feeling something, but you're not all the way there yet. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So I'm not saying that you're wrong about it. I'm saying I can see where maybe there's a pushback from Eastern in terms of like maybe the labeling sometimes. But again, I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm actually agreeing with both sides here. You know what I mean? Yes, Faye, you want to push back? Go for it.
Yeah, I just want to say I think it is a coward quality, and I think it can be applied on the men or the women's side when you are trying to communicate something and you don't. Like, I'm not saying, and it might be because you have difficulty communicating, it might be because you're afraid or whatever. It's a lack of directness. If we don't like the word coward, I'm happy to take it out, but I think it's still the same thing, where you could have said something directly to someone, and for whatever reason, you chose not to. Like, whatever the fear of that was, the fear of the backlash, the fear of this, or whatever the case, like Ramses could have said, if it was really truly the energy and all this other stuff we saw when he checked out, he could have said, hey, Marissa, your energy is really, it's scaring me a little bit. I don't know if I can handle all this right now. No one would have been upset at that. That's okay, fine. But he didn't say that, and maybe people would have been upset. I see maybe people would have been upset, I don't know. But I think just the sooner you can do it and not be afraid of the consequences of the truth is what you should do, whether man or woman. So I just want to clarify that. I'm not trying to label anyone. I don't know these people in real life, all that.
I think it's good points. And
I think
yes, Jay, go for it.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think to my last point
on
on
it
last
statements.
Yeah. I think that my last point on that right there is the fact that, like you said, Kojo, to this day, they had a 9-hour conversation when she went back in 6 months. And in that 9-hour conversation, you have had time to sit down, process, calm yourself, think of your icks or whatever it is that she was doing that was still a problem. And if in that conversation, he did not still give her a clarity on what it was for her to sit here and be able to tell us, hey, I realize now our energies just didn't match. You know what I'm saying? And this is not saying that anything she's saying is in her interviews is for true or whatever. She could still be saving face or whatnot. And they had this actual conversation. But if they had that conversation and he did not give her what it is, the reason why he broke up with her, like a real reason after 6 months, that is a problem. Because by this time, I should be able, you can make all the faces, El Cid, but by this time, you should be able to know what it is why you dismiss me. 6 months ago, you can't tell me still why you dismiss me? That's wild. So if he didn't do that, at least in that conversation that they had for 9 freaking hours, that's a problem. He is a problem. And we cannot just dismiss that like that's not right. I can sit here and go to my exes right now and be like, hey, what was my issue? If you can't sit here and tell me what my issue was, that is a problem. If I can't sit here and tell my exes now, when I'm so removed from them, what their issue was, that is a problem, because at the end of the day, I never loved you enough to sit here and help you grow. I can't honestly tell you that I loved you and stuff to sit here and say, hey, I want to see you be better for the next woman. I honestly want you to be better or whatnot. So y'all can feel how y'all want to feel, but that's just how I'm going to feel about this situation. Is as an adult, as a human being, as people that need to communicate verbally along with nonverbal communication. Verbally, you should be able to tell a person sometime after you've been removed, at the least, on why it is that you made the decision that you made. Hence why he just found out through this whole process how his wife, his ex-wife, actually felt after the divorce. Not saying that he should have known that if they never communicated, but you should have had some thought in your mind, she might actually be broken by this. She might actually be hurt that we're no longer together because we spent 7 years in a relationship as kids and 2 years married. That's a lot of time to not think that somebody was affected by that.
And I just want to add to that in saying that I think and again, I don't think he's wrong for saying he doesn't want her. It's the way he went about it, and the fact that it was a 180 from the conversations they had the previous day and the days leading up to their wedding. He was all systems go. And even in that conversation, we heard from Marissa after the fact, is that she even was pleading with him, like, can we even just try outside of the pods? Can we be in a relationship? And it was a hard no. So that means you don't even want to be with her. But to go to the day prior to saying you're ready to go, all systems go for marriage, and then within a short span of time, you don't even want to be with her. That to me says you're not disclosing a lot. You're keeping a lot of things close to the vest, but he's still being intimate with her. You're still doing all the things that are good for you, which is why I called him selfish, is because you're doing all the things that feel good to you. But when you get to the moment where you don't want to do anything for her, then you completely check out. So for me, there should be some steps in between that he missed. And that's what makes him manipulative, because you're going to do surface things that give somebody the impression that you're still checked in. And then you just completely snatch the rug out of them. And I'm going to land my plane after this. Relationships and work are not the same, but there's some overlap. It's like Miss Misha, who's a content creator, gave an example. And I think it kind of gives an example of how we can conceptualize what happened. It's like you got fired at work. But imagine everything was good. You just got a good appraisal and you walk in, and at the end of the day, your boss says, you're fired. You're like, what the hell? I just got my appraisal the day before. Everything was good. I thought all systems are go. And now I'm losing my job. I'm not even just you put me on a written warning, or you're writing me up, or you're talking to me about things I did, but I don't even have a job anymore. It's done. I'm done. I'm complete. So you kind of like, you're knocked off your peg a little bit. Again, you might have done some things that were warranting a firing. However, there was some steps missed in having that conversation and letting chances for you to give to correct the behavior or to work on things or whatever it was. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Yes.
Can I say something real quick?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so you guys pretty much said everything I wanted to say about Ramses. But as far as Marissa is concerned, I do think it's clear that she felt him pulling away from her, because I can't remember who said it first, but they brought it up that she kept asking, "Are you good? Are you good? Are you good? Are we still on for this?" And he kept saying yes, right? That's a terrible question to ask because it's not going to get you any real answers. It's a yes or no question, and you can't go anywhere with that. And I think because he's unwilling to do it for whatever reason, she was going to have to be the one to put on her big girl panties and basically start a real conversation. Say, hey, look, I can feel you pulling away from me. Your energy has shifted, and we need to have like a real conversation and figure out what's going on in your head. Like, where are we in this relationship? Where are we with this marriage? Are you still with me? That's what needed to happen. And I think that's the only note, if I could give a note, that's the only note that I could really give her, is before we even got to the point where she's like, sliding down the walls. Probably should have just confronted him and had a conversation. But unfortunately, both of them are conflict avoidant. Neither one of them wants to have like a real conversation. And as much flack as we give her for being a people pleaser and conflict avoidant, he is too. He's a little bit further along on that journey than she is, but he don't like conflict either. Because he hasn't said anything. Even then when he was breaking up with her, he still couldn't give her any direct answers as far as why he felt the way that he did. So yeah, that would be the only thing that I would say about her is that she needed to do is just have it out. Just have it out.
Thank you. Last statements, people. This is your last statements on this stuff because we've got to lock off. So get your last statement in. Your last point in.
Just real quick about the job thing. Yes, jobs can do that, right? They can do that. There's at-will employment. We're not disputing that. Like, I get it. Yeah, people can do it. I can jump off the bridge tomorrow if I wanted to, but we're still going to talk about it as a problematic thing. My issue is the way he did it. And yes, if an employer does that, people will call it cowardice. And guess what also happens? When employers do that without reason, they get sued. And then a lot of times they have to pay out money because they didn't follow the process the right way. So this is not that, but in this instance, the accountability is holding Ramses accountable for having the conversations the right way, holding him accountable for not being upfront with her along the way about his doubts, holding him accountable for leading her right up to 2 days or a day or two before they're about to get married, and then saying, oh no, I don't want any parts of you. That's the issue. Not what he did, how he went about doing it.
I know this last point. Maybe Ramses put her on an accelerated PIP and he didn't see the changes that he needed to see. And he was like, all right, 2 days before the wedding, let's go ahead and give you your pink slips. Because in my mind, it didn't matter how he said it, what he said, he was going to be the villain. He could have been like Clay, told her no at the altar, villain. He could have told her right after Mexico, villain. It wasn't, there was no good way to do it. Again, granted, he could have, I think it's just, we're missing the point that how we communicate as men typically kind of goes, it doesn't really land very well. So I either have to be uber direct and then you get emotional, or I have to be super soft and then maybe it lingers into a further relationship. She came back to him after 6 months. She came back to the man after 6 months. So that means that there's something there that she liked enough to maybe, let me try this round, even after therapy. So what everybody's saying, I get it. Ramses could have said things better, could have said it quicker. But my biggest point is that no matter what he said, when he said it, how he said it, he was going to be a villain. And I feel like that's a mischaracterization of Ramses as a whole. And it makes it to where we have these men in reality TV, and we get Tyler's and we get Stevens in the bottom of the barrel. Because if I was just a normal solid dude, I wouldn't want to go in there. Because Jay was talking real quick about how he could have just said something, but this affects men and women in real life. We've seen plenty of contestants where if they're on the other side of the court of public opinion, they end up, whether they're getting doxxed, jobs called, comment sections berated, etc., etc. So like I said, again, you signed up for the show, but it still affects people in real life.
Who hasn't done the last statements? Bottom row, please.
I haven't.
Yes, Siwe, last statements, please. Go for it.
My final statements are: I think you guys are giving, some of you guys are giving Ramses entirely too much credit, and for the life of me, I don't understand why. This is not a man that struggled with communication. This is a man that was being dishonest, and dishonest probably even in the pods. When she told him all of these things, and he agreed that he would love her, wanted to go with her through all of these things. And then when he got out of the pods, he switched up. Easton, if that's how you say your name, was she going to be emotional if there was a breakup? Probably, right? But I disagree wholeheartedly that he would have been a villain if he would have told her closer to out of the pods or after the honeymoon directly what some of his issues are and that he can't see himself going forward. I don't think he would have been villainized for that. But the funny thing for me is that men say the same thing about women who know that they don't want men, and yet they keep receiving gifts from them. Men hate that. When a woman keeps receiving gifts and dinners from a man and that she knows that she doesn't want, men say they don't like that. Why? Because they feel used, as they should. If you don't want a person anymore, you shouldn't take anything from them. The fact that he was still taking her time, taking her energy, taking her body after he probably knew wholeheartedly that he didn't want to be with her anymore is what makes him a villain. It's not him changing his mind. Everyone has a right to change their mind. So I really push back, and I think the lesson should be here. If you don't want a person, rip off the Band-Aid and let them know. It'll hurt at first, but it'll be better in the long run. Don't drag things out. Don't take their money. Don't take their time. Don't do none of that. And you guys cannot convince me that he didn't know well before he had this cowardly, I would call it cowardly conversation. Because he still ain't said what it was. You know why? Because he can't say what it was, because it's been that way. He can't say, oh, it's this or it's that, because then he's gonna have to back it up, and he can't, because he's been feeling this way. So those are my final thoughts. I give him no credit, and I don't think you guys should either. He should be ashamed for the way he carried himself. And I hope he doesn't do that to anybody else. And I hope Marissa learns too.
Damn.
I think he's horrible.
I think that's a little heavy. I can't lie to you for someone like what Ramses did. But I hear what you said. I'm not mad. Yes, Struggle Streams. Last points.
Yeah, I'll just wrap up my take by saying, listen, it was going to hurt either way. You could see how much she liked the guy and how much she was into him. I don't think there was any way that he could have let her down any more gently and still not hurt her. She had her heart set on going through with this experiment all the way to the end, getting married, possibly seeing how the relationship would work. And there's nothing wrong with that. She was optimistic. I think when he ended it for the reasons he gave, a little bit of her, it was a little bit of me, yeah, some people just don't want to accept it, but that's the conclusion he came to. That was enough for him to say, you know what, I'm not going to use your body until we get married. I'm not going to fake the funk and put the ring on and go for the theatrics and the pomp and circumstance. Listen, now is enough. All right. And from what we know, they broke up. They didn't continue to sleep together or see each other after that. It was done. So I think he's going to get the villain trope because he's the one that ended it. If he had just kept his mouth quiet and she ended it, I don't think we would be saying Marissa's the villain. So I think that's the difference. But yeah, he did the right thing. He spared her the embarrassment of, seeing what he'd turn up with on the wedding day. And she should be thankful for that. And also the fact that she can now move on and rebuild. Having gone through this process, she knows to avoid a Ramses and maybe change her criteria for what she's looking for in a relationship going forward. Because Ramses wasn't it. And it took for him to end it for her to realize that.
Yeah, so I think as far as Ramses is concerned, I didn't necessarily think he was a villain. I said when I first stated my opinion that the magnitude of her response did not make him like worse to me. I think that she is just a person who feels and expresses in such a way. I also don't blame him for not wanting to be with her. It's the fraudulence for me. It's the misrepresentation of his values and his attitudes, or I shouldn't even say misrepresentation. I should say the inconsistency of it, in the sense that you're putting forward an aspect of your personality so far to the forefront as though to imply it is the totality of your personality. And it isn't. You hold very patriarchal views about relationships. You hold very problematic views about bodily autonomy and mutual respect and partnership. So it's kind of like that is the part, like in the pods, you're looking for ways to support. You're extremely understanding. You're supportive. You want to go along with everything that she sees as far as her vision for life. You know that she is in law school and working and not in the city. Like, you knew all of this, and you were all with it. You proposed to her, and now you're acting like all of that is a problem. So to me, it's the fraudulence. To me, it's the misrepresentation. And it's also kind of the things that were revealed along the way. Ramses is a villain. Her response to being broken up with just added to what people already thought. Let's not act like this breakup is what made people think Ramses was a villain. It was watching him engage with her throughout the entire way. Then the breakup happened and everyone's like, but you're not even pointing to those things as the reasons why. You're literally like talking about vibes and like, you know, just like peace and like energy and like chakras. Like you're not even being forthcoming with just, I don't want to do this with you every day. Period, point blank. I can already see it. I don't want to do it.
Layla, that's disingenuous.
Listen. It's last thoughts. There's no combating. Sorry. Who hasn't given the last thought? Sorry, my bad. Who hasn't given the last thoughts?
I'll just give one last thought. Yeah, and this is just something I had to mention. I think one of the other lessons is too, like, you just can't go all in with someone who isn't going all in with you. I think, you know, Marissa, she really wanted someone that was going to be there through thick and thin. Like when she said yes in the pod, she was like, okay, no matter what, we're sticking together. We're going to work it out. We're going to compromise. We're going to, like, you could tell she just laid her all out on the table, which is what I think made her more endearing in a sense. And what kind of villainized Ramses in the end was because you could see that she laid it all out on the table versus him holding back. But again, like not giving yourself 100% to someone who is not reciprocating that back for you and doesn't want to walk that journey with you. And I think it probably took her a while to realize that, seeing as she did go back 6 months later trying to still work things out. But I think that's another lesson kind of hidden in all of this is that like it has to be reciprocated. And you can't just, not everyone's going to be willing to work through everything with you and just give you their all. You have to find someone who's willing to do that and is showing you that, not just saying it, but also giving you the actions that would back up that they're willing to do that with you, especially if you're someone who, you know, wears your heart on your sleeve and, you know, just puts everything out there like she does.
Love that point. Elsid, have you given your last points? No, Elsid? Talk to me. Last points.
We're reviewing an edited show. We're all giving our opinions based on the edit we are seeing. So all I will say is I'm glad that there's some people, you know, in the show communicating with a partner. We're not going to get it right every time. We're not going to get it wrong all the time. What I will say is that, you know, villain or not, I'm not going to, you know, call someone a villain until I see their behavior is actually malicious intent. And I did not see that out front at all. Bad behavior, yes. So all I will say is that we need a lot more communication and we need a less reactivity to that communication and just try to understand each other a little bit better for the future.
Okay, is that everybody who's gone? Ever seen everybody? Last points, Lorraine. Have you gone? Sorry, go for Lorraine.
I just want to say that I completely loved this season. I think it showed a plethora of different, you know, personalities, different relationships that happen in real life, and I think that's why it's the cause for a lot of conversation. I think it's a good way for people just to look at things as like human behavior, even though it is an edited show. But I think there's a lot of representation on, you know, everyone knows a Tyler, everyone knows a Ramses, everyone knows a Hannah, everyone knows an Alex, everyone knows somebody or people. Maybe you show up in those way yourself. So I think the reason I love reality TV show is that you know, you observe human behavior and then you also see parts of yourself on the show and you think, how do I become better? How do I grow? Oh gosh, is that how I present? And how can I best maneuver instead of just like looking at it outwards to be like, oh, I wouldn't do this or I wouldn't do that, you know? So I think it's important as we're talking about these people to reflect ourselves on how we show up. If we have ever showed up as any of these characters, then how we can become the best version of ourselves, really. But yeah.
Love that. Yes. Has everyone gone?
No.
Go for it.
Okay, so my takeaway from this as a recovering people pleaser is to make sure I never do what Marissa and Ramses did, which is not effectively communicate issues that I have in real time and wait until the very last minute to say something and actually extend the hurt for everybody involved. That's my big takeaway here. And I don't think that Ramses is a villain. I don't even necessarily think that he's a coward, but I do think that if he's thinking like Easton is thinking, then I do think he's way too concerned about what the general public thinks, and he really should be focusing on his partner who's right there that he's actively hurting. Also, I don't think that the villain edit, I don't think that it really applies as far as gender is concerned on this particular show. I was about to give it to y'all as far as if the genders were reversed, we wouldn't be having this conversation, except we are having this conversation with Hannah. Hannah dumped Nick in a pretty brutal, cold-hearted manner, and she's still getting dragged all across Beyonce's internet right now. They dragged Micah and Arena. I'll never forget Jessie Wu going on like an entire 30-minute rant about Arena's looks. So it's not that they don't have women villains, but I think how Ramses carried himself throughout the entire relationship in the edit that we see gave him that title, even though I don't personally think that he's a villain. So yeah, that's where I land on it.
Love that. Let me just read out the final super chats by Gerald as well. Gerald Davis. Shout out to him. He's been sponsoring this show big time. You know what I mean? As you give out, people give back, innit? Look at that. A blessing. But he says, notice everything was fine until the interaction of the family. Her mum sabotaged his mindset. He said, no man is going to say, hey, your mum is trash. I'm going to take the high road. You're not the one based on who you are connected to. Yes, Gerald. He said, I'm going to nail this point. And you can nail it as many times as you want, my brother. Keep it coming. I don't mind. You want to nail it a few more times? Keep on nailing it, sir. But he said, but what if it's your mum's, though? Denial is one thing, delusion is another. Keep on preaching, sir. That's not in the real world. He didn't want the conversation recorded. He didn't meet the family until after the interaction of her family. And he says, so are we giving a pass for the mum's trifling behavior? All her children had failed marriages. Good role model. He dodged a bullet. I don't know if the children had a failed marriage. I'm not sure if that is information that we were privy to as of yet. If it is there, then we can consider it in a court of law later on. But as for now, as the court has come to a surmise and close, no more submissions of evidence will be submitted. Okay. But look. We have spoken for almost 4 hours about this Love Is Blind episode 12, and it's been an amazing conversation. We've got 1 more week. 5 hours, yes. Technically it's 4 because I stole the first hour from you guys, but 4.5 actually. But it's been a great conversation from everybody, different opinions, and I love the fact you guys were respectful to each other. I have some very funny moments. I won't mention them, but they're in my heart. And I appreciate all of you for coming on board as well to share them, because it's always great to have you guys. It's like family, and so I really appreciate the fact that UK people as well. For those of you who are up, it's like 12:30. I know it's late Sunday tomorrow. Some of us go to church, some of us are not. Some of us are dodging. Who knows? And I'm not shading anybody but myself. I appreciate everybody for coming on board. Now let Sean do what Sean do best. Before I do, those of you who are in the room, we had 700 people in the room. I need to see the likes go up. Okay, all right, because I wanted to shower somebody next week with at least $200 for the prize winning gift, and we got 330 likes. Okay, we are 670 likes short. You know what I'm saying to you? So if you're in here already and you've got 600 people in the room, I want you to like this live right now. You see that? There's a button on there that says a thumb up. Yeah? Just press it. Okay? Just press it. All right? Even if you don't like it. Yeah? Okay? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Obviously, I'm going to let Sean do what he does best. Deacon, do what you do best and whisk us away. Well, I'm sure we'll chat behind the scenes because I know it's still hot in the vicinity. Shout out to Gerald Davis as well for the super chats as well.
Well, I'm going to do a little pandering. So I want to abdicate my benediction to one of the ladies. So you choose Kojo, but I want to give it to one of the ladies.
Panda away, sir. Panda away. You are deacon. Don't now shift your thing. You are a deacon. So whatever you say is what you said. We'll take it.
Oh, so you want me to choose?
I'm saying continue to do it. It's still whether you pander or not doesn't make a difference. You're still the
No,
deacon.
no. I'm saying my
regardless.
pandering is offering one of the ladies to do the
Oh,
benediction today. Yes.
boy, you silly. Boy, you silly. Look at you, not you abdicating, not you abdicating the
Yes.
throne.
Yes.
But
Yes.
you know what? It's up to you. If you want to choose someone, you can choose
I want
them.
to lead the other men by example to abdicate our power sometimes, not all times, but it's okay to share power. It is okay.
This is why the men don't come to the church. This is why the men don't come to the church, because of that leadership
listen.
right there. That's that leadership right there. That's why the ladies are complaining why the men are not in the church. It's because stuff like that. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. So if you take the deacon role, you're passing it on to the ladies. They never ask you to pass it on to them. Say your piece and finish off the show. You're here telling them about ladies and ladies, ladies. Finish the piece. Thank you,
I'm
deacon.
making a choice, which I actually have done in the past, to abdicate.
I know you have.
Yeah, I would choose to for today. It's not a permanent.
I want you to do it.
Out of respect, because it's your channel, I will.
Because I love you, bro. And by the way, you're looking very delicious today as well. Bald head looking shiny.
All right, knock it off, okay? Knock it off. Don't take me backwards. I'm trying to progress, okay? Knock it off. Well, listen, I'm going to do it. I'm going to try to lean into my empathetic side and, speak from a point of view of someone that does center, or decenters themselves in a lot of instances. And I think, if we kind of look at the men that we want to be, because I think the men that follow this channel, come to this channel or in this space are men that want to be leaders. And I feel like as leaders, we are the ones that do have the power, right? So there's times when we need to abdicate that power. There's times when we need to share that power. Admitting wrongs, admitting your faults, admitting your flaws does not make you weak. It doesn't make you vulnerable to be taken advantage of. It makes you open to see the error of your ways. It makes you someone that is considerate of someone else. And if you want to be in a relationship and a marriage, it's going to take quite a bit of that. And we can't just see it from our sides and our perspectives. We have to lean in and really, truly look at someone else's feelings and how someone else may be feeling. And in a relationship and in the ones that we talk about from a male perspective, we need to lean in and look at how our women are feeling, and also vice versa from women to men. So a very important thing. And lastly, I'll end. I say this all the time, but the best and most important relationship is the relationship with yourself. If your relationship with yourself is healed, it's going to prevent you from getting into relationships with others that are unhealed. So work on your relationship with yourself. Look at that mirror. Look at the things that you need to continuously work on, and work on those things and focus on those things first. And your better opportunities and options will come after that. Back to you, Coach.
Thank you very much, Deacon. I appreciate you as always, and I really appreciate your journey as well. Undoing a lot of the toxic masculinity, and dealing with patriarchy and misogyny as well. I do actually appreciate the work that you're doing, bro. So keep it up, and we're proud of you. And I think a lot of people on the channel are appreciating the work that you're actually displaying from the male side. So it's good to have you on board as well. Shout out to other Mandem as well. Easton, thank you for coming through. I can't wait to see you guys more as well on this channel. So hopefully we'll get to see you more around here as well. Struggle Streams, it's good to see you, bro, JR. And I know Love Lens review was here earlier on as well. So shout out to him. And for the ladies on the panel, Layla, Faye, Seaway, Lorraine, Dahlia, El Cid, Jay as well. I really, really appreciate all of you for coming through today and chopping it up and giving different perspectives, you know what I mean? And just kind of going back and forth and just trying to get us to a really nice place where we can actually agree, sometimes disagree, and have a holistic way of looking at these TV shows. Many people watch this stuff and they really do appreciate you guys' dialogue. So I want to say that I appreciate you lot's dialogue as well. So thank you. And hopefully I get to see you guys next week as well when we do the reunion. We may have more to talk about. I believe we probably will. A lot more, and it could get a little bit sticky. Hey, you know what I mean? But we appreciate it. One more super chat from Gerald. He said he got another super chat he wants to say that he needs to say before he left the show. Thank God. You know what I mean? Gerald, keep it going. Listen, we still got a few seconds. Look, he said, listen, if this was a perfect world, they would tell you what they desire to eat. until accountability is in arm's reach. You know what? I do love monologue, and I love when we have, when we have to work through some of these phrases that we use as well. I'm not 100% with you, Daryl, but I listen. I appreciate your opinion, and we are grown enough to be able to say we can agree to disagree on that part. I don't necessarily agree with all of that what you just said, but I appreciate your opinion nonetheless. All right, we gotta go. Listen, we gotta bounce, but we're gonna be behind the scenes, and I'm sure we'll chop it up as well. But thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. We'll be back next week for another great conversation as well. Whew. Baby, let me see y'all out.